Chapter 1379. At that moment, the octatic treasure chessboard in front of them suddenly emitted a dazzling light, forming 8 flickering patterns in all directions. Soon, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. As the voice fell, the octatic treasure chessboard in front of them changed. Black and white chess pieces appeared on the crisscrossing chessboard. Everyone held their breaths as their eyes shone with a fiery light. The most crucial moment had finally arrived. Although most of them were unable to participate, it was worth it to be able to see a battle between geniuses. At that moment, Elder Linghu also appeared in the void. He looked down and said coldly, "Now, the octatic treasure chessboard begins. All geniuses, please enter." Nangong Hao, 2nd Division Leader of the Divine Pill Hall, Qianan position. As his voice fell, Nangong Hao's face was filled with arrogance as he strode forward. Bloodhand, 1st Division Leader of the Blood Fiend Hall, Kurin North position. Bloodhand was dressed in a blood-red robe. His expression was extremely cold, and his body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. He was like a god of death as he came to the north. Ghostly, 1st Division Leader of the Malicious Ghost Hall, Li Dong position. In a black robe, Ghost Li's face was pale, and his eyes were emitting a dark green light. In a flash, he arrived above the octatic treasure chessboard and looked down. Pink Aristocratic Family, Yu Luosha, Kurin West position. Yu Luosha was wearing a long pink dress. She was wearing a bewitching pose as she floated to the top. Purple Demon Hall, 1st Division Leader Zi Yang, DUI Southeast position. Zi Yang's face was solemn as he flew forward like a purple ray of light. Assassination Hall, 1st Division Leader Wu Ying, Shao Northeast position. As his voice fell, a figure had already appeared above the octatic treasure chessboard. It was Wu Ying. He was like a ghost, and no one knew how he appeared. Black Wind Hall, 1st Division Leader Feng Hudi, Sun Southwest position. It was a woman. She was dressed in black armor and had a sharp aura around her. She did not appear much before, but now that she appeared, her powerful aura suppressed everyone. Buzz. Like a black hurricane, she quickly arrived above them. Her powerful aura was like an invisible wave that swept in all directions. Last person, Southern Ancient Town, Guyuan, Jin Northwest position. As her voice fell, a handsome young man appeared in front of everyone. His aura was very powerful. He had also reached the 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was no weaker than that of the previous geniuses. He was from the southern desolate ancient town, the City Lord's mansion. Guyuan laughed coldly and also strode into the formation. At this point, the 8 positions on the octatic treasure chessboard were all filled with people. Beneath their feet, 8 rays of light flickered. On the chessboard in front of them, there were different black and white chess pieces floating, shining with a strange light. However, the octatic treasure chess game did not begin immediately. Instead, Elder Linghu announced loudly, "The previous 8 people are the 8 representatives that we have chosen. They are the strongest geniuses of the younger generation. However, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in our Saint sect. We don't know all of them, so if anyone wants to participate in the octatic treasure chess game, you can step forward now. Every martial artist has one chance to challenge the 8 people on the stage. However, I would like to give everyone a word of advice. The challenge is dangerous. If you are killed in the process, we will not intervene. I hope everyone will be cautious. Of course, the entire challenge process only lasted for 30 minutes. After that, the octatic treasure chess game would begin completely. As soon as Elder Linghu finished speaking, someone below lit a stick of sandalwood. Immediately, smoke rose into the air. After the initial shock, the surrounding martial artists fell silent. Pairs of eyes scanned the 8 geniuses in front of them. However, no one dared to make a move. To be honest, the 8 people in front of them were basically the strongest of the younger generation of the Black Dragon sect. Among them, there were 6 top geniuses from the hall. One was from the Pink Aristocratic Family. The other was from the City Lord's mansion. The 2 of them had powerful auras. They had reached the 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm at such a young age. They were definitely not weaker than any of the geniuses. As for the other 2 halls, Lin Xian had killed many of the Azura Hall's martial artists. However, their main forces had yet to arrive. Therefore, no outstanding geniuses had appeared. The most puzzling one was the Nether Hall. Although the Nether Hall was the weakest force among the 8 halls, they should have 1 or 2 outstanding martial artists. However, there seemed to be no sign of the Nether Hall in the entire convention. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not suspect anything. After all, they would never believe that the Nether Hall had been destroyed. Although there was a chance to challenge them, the convention was eerily quiet. No one went up at all. Nan Gonghao had his hands behind his back. His face was full of arrogance. He did not even look at the crowd because he knew that no one dared to challenge him. Yu Luosha's eyes were like hooks as she smiled at the crowd below. No one is coming out? That's really disappointing. Ghostly also let out a sinister laugh. Is there really no one coming out to challenge me? I still want to add a few more souls to my white bone banner. Hearing this, everyone trembled. Looking at the other party's appearance, if they really challenged him, they would probably be killed instantly. Even their souls would not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although everyone was afraid, after the silence, someone still made a move. It was a young man with a determined expression. He was tall and straight and wore a red robe. However, he was not from the Blood Fiend Hall. He was from the former 5th grade sect, the Heavenly Fire sect. However, he had now joined the Black Dragon sect. The young man held a pair of fiery red rings in his hands and strode forward. Guakai, it's actually him. It was a young man with a determined expression. He was tall and straight and wore a red robe. However, he was not from the Blood Fiend Hall. He was from the former 5th grade sect, the Heavenly Fire sect. However, he had now joined the Black Dragon sect. The young man held a pair of fiery red rings in his hands and strode forward. Guakai, it's actually him. He used to be from the Heavenly Fire sect. He can be considered a genius. I wonder who he wants to challenge. Many people's eyes flickered. They were very excited. Seeing that someone had come out, the people on the octatic treasure chessboard all looked down. Suddenly, Guakai felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. It was as if he was going to be crushed. He shouted coldly and quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body. Only then did he block the 8 gazes. Humph! Nan Gonghao sneered and shook his head. He no longer paid attention. He could see that the other party also used a fire attribute cultivation technique. However, compared to his, the other party's flames were not worth mentioning. Therefore, he was not interested at all. Guakai naturally knew his own strength. Therefore, he challenged Ghostly. This was because he cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. It was extremely strong and yang. On the other hand, Ghostly cultivated a ghost technique. It could be said that it was extremely cold and gloomy. It happened to be restrained by flames. Chapter 1380. Guakai naturally knew his own strength, which was why he challenged Ghostly. That was because he cultivated a fire elemental cultivation technique, which was extremely yang. On the other hand, Ghostly cultivated the Ghost Dao, which was extremely cold and was perfectly countered by flames. In other words, among the 8 geniuses above, only Ghostly had the opposite attribute to him. This was also his only chance. That was why Guakai wanted to give it a try. Seeing that he was going to be challenged, Ghostly immediately sneered and let out a chuckle. 2 balls of green flames danced in his eyes as he stared at Guakai below. Peak 8th rank supremacy? Not bad, not bad. It seems that you can strengthen my white bone banner again. His voice was filled with coldness and confidence. In his opinion, his opponent was a delicious delicacy that could strengthen his white bone banner. That was all. Many people trembled when they heard this, and fear appeared on their faces. However, Guakai snorted coldly. Since he had already decided to challenge, he did not hesitate. In the next moment, an incomparable power erupted from his body. It was incomparably hot, and his entire body was like a god of fire, extremely dazzling. The terrifying heat wave was like a tide that slapped in all directions, immediately causing everyone to retreat in shock. That aura was very terrifying. Although it was slightly inferior to the geniuses above, it was far superior to the others. From this point, It could be seen that Guokai had the qualifications to challenge. Guokai held 2 red iron rings in his hands and quickly collided in the air. The red rings were very special. They were about the size of a bowl and were extremely red. There were strange inscriptions carved on them. With a gentle wave, countless runes flashed and surrounded them. It was obvious that they were treasures. Clang! The red rings collided with a crisp sound, as if metal had collided. Not only that, during the collision, countless flames converged and formed a flame lizard that quickly rushed forward. The lizard was very large, and its entire body was formed by flames. Its head was like a giant dragon's and was extremely ferocious. As soon as it appeared, it carried an extremely terrifying aura and quickly charged towards Ghostly. "Haha, you're too naive. Do you think that your little flames can suppress me?" Ghostly sneered. If it was Nangong Hao who attacked, he would naturally have to go all out. However, the young man in front of him was only at the peak of the 8th rank, which was far inferior to him. He did not take him seriously at all. He stretched out his palm, intending to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, the void cracked, and a huge white bone claw appeared out of thin air, quickly slapping forward. Pong! The claw landed on the gigantic flame lizard, shattering its head. Countless flames were torn apart and scattered all over the ground. Guokai's pupils shrank. He didn't expect his all-out attack to be countered so quickly. With a cold snort, his expression was incomparably gloomy as he decided to use his ultimate move again. However, Ghostly did not give him the chance. After his attack succeeded, he waved his hand and a white bone banner appeared out of thin air. It immediately emanated an incomparably cold aura. Countless vengeful spirits and ghosts circled around it, a scene that would make one's scalp tingle. "Brat, since you dare to challenge me, then obediently become my soul." Ghostly Ning laughed. His pale white hand grabbed the white bone banner and waved it forward. Instantly, countless vengeful spirits gathered, forming a huge skull that bit towards Guokai. "Damn it, Scram!" Seeing the skull rushing towards him, Guokai roared angrily. Flames bloomed all over his body, forming a flaming giant that blasted upwards. However, it was useless this time. The flames that he was so proud of had lost their luster at this moment. The white skull was extremely terrifying as it was not afraid of the flames. Not only that, the gloomy ghost aura on it quickly extinguished the flaming giant. What? It's not afraid of the flames? How is that possible? Guokai's pupils shrank. He didn't believe it at all because in his knowledge, ghosts were all afraid of flames. However, the current situation was the exact opposite. "Humph! Ignorant fool, what do you know?" Ghostly sneered, then used his strength again. Instantly, the white skull enveloped Guokai. Countless miserable cries rang out, piercing through the heavens and earth. In an instant, Guokai was swallowed until not even his bones were left. His soul was also extracted and integrated into the white bone banner, forming another vengeful spirit. Ghostly smiled and waved his hand, retrieving the white bone banner. The soul of an 8th heaven supremacy. Not bad. Not bad. It's indeed delicious. Hearing those cold words, everyone's scalp tingled. Shocking. It was really too shocking. That was an 8th heaven supremacy martial artist, but he couldn't even withstand a single move. Could it be that these geniuses were already so powerful? Hee, who else? Hurry up and come. Ghostly had tasted the sweetness and was naturally excited. His dark green eyes swept around, but no one dared to look at him. Everyone was speechless, and the scene was silent. After a moment of silence, another person walked out of the crowd. It was a burly man. He was 2 meters tall, and his body was as strong as an ox. His bronze skin shone with the radiance of strength under the sun. Chun Shan, a 8th heaven supremacy, had boundless strength. The person he challenged was not Ghostly, but the first leader of the Ravengale Hall, Feng Hudi. Seeing that it was not him, Ghostly snorted coldly, feeling extremely unhappy. When he saw that the other party was challenging Pink Butterfly, he immediately smiled sinisterly. "Little Butterfly, can you give his soul to me later?" "Give it to you? Let you grow stronger?" "Humph." Feng Hudi snorted coldly. Feng Huti, the first leader of the Ravengale Hall, was dressed in black armor. She was very beautiful, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. She held a black spear in her hand, and she looked like a black demon king. Her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, and she said coldly, "I'll give you one chance. Make your move. I advise you to go all out because you only have one chance." Roar. Below, the burly man roared angrily, and a terrifying power surged out from his body. His body, which was originally 2 meters tall, suddenly grew taller and became a 3-meter giant. Not only that, but the muscles all over his body bulged, and fine scales appeared on the surface, covering his entire body in an instant. In an instant, the burly man had become an extremely sinister monster. With a roar, the air exploded. With a stomp of his foot, countless air waves suddenly exploded, and his body was like a cannonball, instantly shooting upwards. What terrifying power! He's already not weaker than a 9th heaven supremacy. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such an expert to be hidden in the crowd. However, looking at this scene, Feng Huti's exquisite face was extremely cold. Chapter 1381. Looking at this scene, Feng Huti's delicate face was very cold. Then, she held the black spear in her hand and stabbed it out. Puff. Blood spurted out and the scene froze in mid-air. A 3-meter-tall giant with shocking power tore apart the sky and shattered the earth. It was extremely terrifying, and at this moment, it was pierced by a black spear and nailed to the void. Blood dripped down from the spear tip and fell to the ground, creating countless blood flowers. Humph! Feng Huti put away her spear and the giant body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Silence, complete silence. Everyone was silent. They did not expect the Ravengale Hall's first branch leader to be so powerful. One had to know that the other party did not reveal his strength at all. He did not even appear in front of everyone. But now, his attack was like a bolt of lightning, directly shocking everyone. Not only the martial artists below, but even the other geniuses on the octatic treasure chess game were shocked. They did not expect that the Ravengale Hall, which had always kept a low profile, would have such a powerful person. Ghostly's face was also ugly. His green eyes emitted a cold light. Soul Destroyer Spear. I did not expect you to cultivate the Soul Destroyer Spear. He was simply too shocked because the soul of the dead man had been completely destroyed. There was nothing left of him at all. Only a soul attack could cause such damage. But the other party did not use any soul attack at all. She only used a spear. Other than the Soul Destroyer Spear, he could not think of any other spear technique. You know quite a lot. But don't fight me when the time comes. Otherwise, I will destroy all your souls with one spear. Feng Huti snorted and put away her spear. Humph! Ghostly's expression was cold. The other party's spear technique seemed to have restrained his souls. But if they were to fight, he would not be afraid. With Ghostly and Feng Huti attacking one after another and killing a strong opponent in one move, the scene fell into silence again. And after this, no one dared to challenge again. The 8 people on the stage were too powerful. They were not people they could compete with. Even the 8th highest peak venerable could not withstand one move. If they went up, they would only be courting death. Time passed slowly. The incense stick was about to burn out. But at this moment, a voice drifted over. How could I miss out on such a grand occasion? Those 8 in the arena, if you don't want to die, give me a spot so that I won't start a massacre. Although this voice was light as a feather, it contained boundless arrogance, making one of the 8 sky prides on the stage withdraw. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? Remember that the 8 people on stage were all top-notch heaven's favorites. Nobody could fight against them. But now, there was someone who didn't care at all. He even dared to threaten them. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Therefore, in the next moment, everyone turned around, wanting to see which madman dared to say such a thing. However, when they saw the figure behind them, they were all stunned. Hua Wufeng, how could it be him? Isn't he dead? What's going on? Could it be that he's not dead? Everyone was extremely shocked because the person behind him was none other than Lin Xian. Of course, his current name was Hua Wufeng. Everyone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that this incomparably arrogant devil would appear again. Thus, everyone automatically opened up a path. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he strode forward. On the octatic treasure chessboard, Nangong Hao and the others were stunned when they saw this. Especially Yu Luosha. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What? Not dead? You're not dead? How is this possible? It's really you. Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others were also extremely shocked. Not dead, you're not dead. Yu Luosha recovered from her initial shock. Then, her delicate face was filled with viciousness. Why didn't the two fire spirits come back? What did you do to them? Yu Luosha shouted coldly. She finally knew why the fire spirits didn't come back. It was because they weren't dead. Hua Wufeng's appearance also meant that the fire spirit's assassination had failed. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Come back? The dead can't come back." What? You killed them. Hearing this, Yu Luosha was extremely shocked and screamed. She couldn't help it. She was too shocked because she didn't believe that someone from the younger generation could kill the fire spirits. At this moment, not only Yu Luosha, but Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others were also shocked and couldn't believe it. Even they weren't confident that they could kill the fire spirits. However, Lin Xian had done it. This was indeed a huge blow to them. Humph, don't be so arrogant. I don't know what tricks you used to kill the two fire spirits. However, since you dared to kill them, you're definitely dead. Just you wait. Once the octatic treasure chessboard is over, you won't be able to escape. Yu Luosha's face was filled with viciousness. The other sky prides were also filled with murderous intent because not only did Lin Xian snatch the Blood Soul Stone, he also snatched all the treasures that they had won. Especially Nangong Hao, who had always been conceited and wanted to be above everyone else. However, Lin Xian had snatched his precious spiritual medicine. Wasn't that a slap to his face? At this moment, when he saw Lin Xian, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Lin Xian didn't care about those murderous gazes. He looked to the front and said coldly, "If any of you retreat consciously, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if I attack, I'm afraid you won't end up so well." How dare you? How arrogant. Kid, you're too arrogant. The sky prides on Lin Xian's stage were furious. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was extremely shocked. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to speak to the sky prides in such a manner. Seeing that no one moved, Lin Xian glanced around coldly. Then, he stretched out his finger. How about this? I'll challenge whoever I choose. Everyone was speechless. That was too arrogant. That was because the 8 people on the stage were all top-notch sky prides. Even if someone wanted to challenge them, they would have to combine their skills and see who they could restrain before making a move. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He even chose randomly. If that wasn't arrogance, then what was? Nangong Hao and the others were infuriated by Lin Xian's actions. However, no one said anything. That was because from what had happened before, Lin Xian's strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. At the very least, he could kill 2 fire spirits. One had to know that fire spirits were extremely special existences. They weren't humans to begin with. Instead, they were formed by flames. They didn't have a physical body. Physical attacks couldn't kill them at all. Soul attacks had no effect on them either. They couldn't figure out how Lin Xian had killed the fire spirits. However, they were certain that Lin Xian's strength was definitely not weaker than any of them. Therefore, facing Lin Xian's challenge, all of them were extremely nervous. I'll choose whoever little rooster points to. Lin Xian pointed at the 8 people. His words made Nangong Hao, Ghostly, and the others' faces turn black. It's you. Chapter 1382. I'll choose whoever little rooster points to. Lin Xian pointed at the 8 people. His words made Nangong Hao, Ghostly, and the others' faces turn black. It's you. Finally, Lin Xian pointed at a figure. Who was it? Everyone craned their necks and looked carefully. What? It's him. Then, A series of exclamations sounded. It was the first leader of the Purple Demon Hall, Ziyang. Seeing that Ziyang was chosen, Nangong Hao and the others heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian's final opponent to be Ziyang from the Purple Demon Hall. Ziyang, I didn't expect it to be him. He's an expert in soul power. His pair of purple demon eyes are extremely strange. Although Hua Wufeng's combat strength was strong, his soul power didn't seem to be outstanding. Now that he's up against Ziyang, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. Indeed, Lin Xian had only displayed his lightning and ice attributes. He hadn't displayed his soul power. Therefore, no one knew how strong Lin Xian's soul power was. Everyone had different expressions. Ziyang's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be the one to fight with Lin Xian. Ziyang's face was very ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to choose him. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were on him, especially the other 7 geniuses on the platform. They were all looking at him with playful smiles on their faces. Feeling their gazes, Ziyang's face became even gloomier. To be honest, the Purple Demon Hall wasn't the top in the Black Dragon sect. At most, it was a mid-tier hall. Compared to Blood Rogue, Nangong Hao, and the others, he was slightly weaker. However, Lin Xian, who was in front of them, had dodged the encirclement of the elites from the various halls and had even killed 2 fire spirits. He knew that he couldn't achieve such a result. He was even more shocked when he saw that Lin Xian was full of energy. His aura was sharp, and he didn't look tired at all. That was because he had sent an expert from the Purple Demon Hall yesterday. He was very proficient in illusions. Furthermore, that old man was a veteran of 100 battles. He would definitely find the best opportunity to strike. Even for geniuses like them, if they were to be ambushed, they would most likely fall for his illusions. At that time, although he would be able to escape, his soul power would definitely be severely damaged. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. This was the power of the Purple Demon Hall. But now, it seemed that the other party didn't receive any damage at all. It was as if he hadn't been affected by the illusion. This caused Ziyang to be extremely shocked. He knew that there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the other party was too terrifying, and the experts he sent out were killed before they could even use their illusions. If this was true, it meant that the other party's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even if he attacked with his full strength, he might not be able to resist. The second situation was that although the other party was hit by an illusion attack, they could easily break it, so they didn't suffer any injuries. If that was the case, it would be even more shocking. One had to know that the other party had already displayed a valiant fighting strength. If he also had an extremely strong soul force, then such a person would have no weakness. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Then it was even more impossible for him to attack, because even if his illusions were stronger than the purple-robed elders, he might not be able to do anything to the other party. After thinking about it, Ziyang felt bitter because he realized that no matter what the situation was, the other party was stronger than him. If he attacked, he would lose without a doubt. Based on the other party's previous form, no one could escape unscathed. They were either humiliated by him or killed on the spot. Thinking of this, Ziyang took a deep breath, and his face was terrifyingly dark. He didn't want to be killed by the other party, nor did he want to be pressed to the ground and kowtowed in front of everyone. So he decided to retreat. There's no need to compete. I'll give this position to you, Ziyang said in a low voice. Then, his body swayed and he left the octatic treasure chest game. What? He retreated? Seeing this scene, everyone was stupefied, not daring to believe it. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ziyang actually took the initiative to retreat? Heavens! Has Hua Wufeng become so terrifying? Even the top prodigies don't dare to fight him. He retreated without a fight. Is Ziyang crazy? Everyone exclaimed and couldn't understand. The other 7 prodigies were also stunned, and their minds were blank. That was Ziyang. He was a top prodigy like them, and he specialized in illusionary attacks. It was very strange and impossible to guard against. Even they had to be extremely careful against such a person. Originally, they wanted to use this battle to find out more about Lin Xian's background, but they didn't expect Ziyang to retreat. He retreated without a fight. They didn't expect this outcome at all. Damn it, what is Ziyang doing? Bloodhand said coldly. Humph, trash. Nan Gonghao snorted in disdain, and his expression was full of disdain. Hee. Ghostly laughed sinisterly, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. The other prodigies had different expressions, but without exception, their eyes were full of disdain. Because to them, Ziyang's actions were too cowardly. Not only did he embarrass the Purple Demon Hall, but he also embarrassed the entire Black Dragon sect. Damn trash, as timid as a mouse. Such a person doesn't deserve to stand with us. Hearing the disdainful voices of the other 7 prodigies, Ziyang's face darkened. He was so angry that his body trembled, and his fists were clenched tightly. Those words were like poisonous thorns that pierced his heart, and he couldn't bear it. There was even a moment when he wanted to charge forward without a care. However, when he thought of the results of his analysis, he stopped himself and didn't go forward. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He looked at Ziyang in surprise, then nodded slightly. Interesting. Not bad. You can recognize the situation and know when to advance and retreat. You're not too stupid. In that case, I'll spare your life. After saying that, Lin Xian moved and went to the spot that Ziyang had vacated. He went up. He really went up. When the crowd saw Lin Xian go up to the octatic treasure chest game, they were all excited. To be honest, they had never heard of Lin Xian's name before, and they didn't know that this person existed. It wasn't until the Dark and Light convention, when he appeared in an extremely arrogant manner, that they learned of this person. After that, the other party's actions were even more shocking. First, he looked down on Nan Gonghao and made him refine pills. Then, the next day, he killed the Shura Hall's elder. He even beat up the Blood Fiend Hall. Not only that, but after that, he also avoided the assassination attempts of various prodigies. It could be said that in just 2 days, Lin Xian's reputation had soared and even overshadowed those prodigies. Now that they saw him go up, they were even more excited. Although the previous conflict was intense, Lin Xian didn't directly fight with those prodigies, so they didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 1383. Now that they saw him enter the arena, they were even more excited. Although the conflict had been intense, Lin Xian had not directly fought with those Sky Prides. Therefore, they did not know who was stronger and who was weaker. However, today, the mystery would be revealed. Because in the octatic treasure chest game, those geniuses would definitely fight. At that time, they would know who was the strongest among the geniuses. On the octatic treasure chest game, the other 7 geniuses snorted when they saw Lin Xian. All eyes fell on him, and their murderous intent was not concealed. On the other hand, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He swept his gaze around and said indifferently, I advise the 7 of you to be sensible and back off quickly, lest you get killed when the time comes. Humph. Kid, you're too arrogant. The octatic treasure chest game is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Although you were very arrogant before, that was because I didn't make a move. Now that you're facing me, I can crush you with one hand. Bloodhand's expression was cold as the sea of blood behind him surged. I originally wanted to wait for the octatic treasure chest game to finish you off, but since you're in a hurry to die, it's good that you came up yourself. I'll kill you with my own hands. Kid, hand over the blood soul stone and kneel down to accept your death. I can give you a quick death. Yu Luosha's voice was cold as she stared at Lin Xian fiercely, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Haha, your soul belongs to me. The 7 geniuses all stared at Lin Xian and were ready to attack. At that moment, the incense stick had completely burned out. The octatic treasure chest game released a bright light that completely enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Everyone's hearts were also in their mouths because they knew that the octatic treasure chest game had been completely activated. The octatic treasure chest game was extremely mysterious. Once it was activated, outsiders could not interfere at all. The 8 geniuses inside had to use themselves as chess pieces to attack. I'll go first. Bloodhand shouted as his body emitted endless light. The blood-colored aura shot up into the sky like a long river of blood that came from the 9 heavens. At that moment, blood hand was extremely powerful. He also took a step forward and moved forward by 1 square. Wong. Suddenly, a chess piece appeared in front of him. It was an illusion formed by the Octatic Treasures chess game. It was a black ghost stone. After the blood hand moved, it quickly turned into a black armored cultivator. His entire body was wrapped in an ice-cold black armor, and he looked exceptionally fierce. That biting cold aura caused the surrounding void to distort. The mysterious black-armored warrior did not wield any weapons. He simply swung his fists and punched forward. Boom! He threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying fist shadow shone in all directions and directly enveloped the bloody hand. At the same time, Snow Hand also roared, "Blood River 9 tremors, first tremor, get lost." He waved his palm, and a strong spiritual power surged, turning into a scarlet palm that slammed forward. A red light flashed, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. A terrifying force crashed into the black-armored cultivator, instantly piercing through him. In the next instant, the black-armored martial artist transformed into a beam of light, smearing into the Octatic Treasure chess game, vanishing from sight. As for Bloodhand, he had successfully taken a step forward. After this step, the entire Octatic Treasure chess game started to move. The chess pieces on the chessboard moved quickly, attacking the other 7 people. A black ghost stone turned into a pitch-black leopard. It had a pair of black wings on its back, and it was extremely valiant, releasing a terrifying aura. Its 4 limbs jumped, and it transformed into a beam of black light, quickly attacking Nangong Hao. The aura that it emitted caused the surrounding martial artists to be terrified. This was because they knew that the aura could easily kill a 9th Heaven Honorable. Nangong Hao snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Then, a ball of purple flames appeared on his palm. He waved his palm gently, and countless purple flames jumped, forming a huge purple flame-light palm that flew out quickly. The void trembled, and the terrifying body covered the sky, as if it was going to crush everything. Boom! The terrifying heat burned, and the black leopard was instantly burned to ashes. On the other side, ghostly wails and howls could be heard. Countless ghosts flew around quickly, and they surrounded a cold figure. Gueli was like the king of ghosts. He brought countless ghosts with him, and he quickly fought with a white-armored martial artist in front of him. Soon, he also finished off his opponent. Yu Luosha smiled, and a folding fan appeared in her hand. She quickly opened it, and countless peach blossom petals formed a human face. Human-faced peach blossom fan. In the next moment, the folding fan waved gently, and pink fog surged out. It quickly floated to the front, tearing the black-armored man in front of her apart. Feng Hudi's expression was cold. She held a black spear, and her opponent was a white-robed martial artist. The battle was very simple. Feng Hudi only stabbed her spear once. Then, she killed her opponent completely. Shadowless was even more impressive. He was like a ghost, silently killing his opponent in an instant. Gu Yuan, who was sent by the Southern Desolation ancient town, was also very skilled. He displayed powerful battle strength, and he forcefully shattered his opponent with a palm. In another corner, Lin Xian looked at the white figures that were slowly forming in front of him, and he narrowed his eyes. He had been with the dark red divine dragon for many years, and his attainments in array formations were very terrifying. Therefore, he could sense that these figures were formed by the array formation, and they were very powerful. Ordinary 9th Heaven supremacies were no match for them. However, Lin Xian did not take it to heart. He punched out and shattered his opponent. Then, his eyes swept across the surroundings. His goal was the mysterious crystal, so he had to find where it was first. Was it hidden in the Octatic Treasure chess game, or was it a reward for the final victor? However, in the next moment, he understood. This was because he realized that the other 7 people were all heading towards the center of the Octatic Treasure chess game. It seemed that there was something there that attracted them, and the only thing that could attract the 7 of them was definitely that mysterious crystal. It seemed that the mysterious crystal should be in the center of this array formation. At that thought, Lin Xian did not hesitate and strode forward. With every step he took, a chess piece would transform into a terrifying existence and attack him. Moreover, he realized that the closer he got to the center, the stronger the transformed martial artists were. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all became excited. Exciting, too exciting. The 8 people on the stage were all top prodigies, and their skills were extremely terrifying. They had never seen this kind of battle before. Moreover, the Heaven Sect would not usually make a move. But now, they saw it. And it was 8 prodigies attacking at the same time. Look, Bloodhand and Ghostly are fighting, everyone exclaimed, and they were very excited. Indeed, on the octatic treasure chest game, as they got closer to the center, the distance between them also got closer. Finally, someone could not help but make a move. Chapter 1384. Look, Bloodhand and Ghostly are fighting, everyone exclaimed in excitement. Sure enough, as they got closer to the center of the octatic treasure chessboard, the distance between them shortened. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. Bloodhand was fighting with a black-armored warrior. Behind him, Ghostly took 3 steps forward and suddenly charged at Bloodhand. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. A chilly wind blew. Ghostly held the white bone banner in his hand and waved it rapidly. Ghosts turned into materialized ferocious ghosts and pounced forward. The ferocious ghosts could easily tear the void apart with a casual pounce. Get lost! Bloodhand roared as a terrifying light burst out from his body. The blood-colored river behind him surged. With a wave of his hand, blood-colored palms blasted out in all directions, instantly sending the ferocious ghosts flying. "Ha! Give me your soul." Ghostly saw that his attack was sent flying, but he still quickly made a move. The white bone banner in his hand blew up countless chilly winds. A white claw reached out from it and grabbed at Bloodhand as if it wanted to tear it apart. Clang! Bloodhand's expression was cold. With a roar, he quickly pulled out a blood-colored long saber and slashed horizontally. A ray of blood-colored light splashed out like a long river. The terrifying blood-colored long saber blasted onto the white bone banner. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that erupted with terrifying power. The two collided, emitting the sound of metal and stone colliding. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. However, because Ghostly took 3 steps to kill Bloodhand, 3 black chess warriors appeared beside him and quickly charged at him. Humph! Ghostly snorted and quickly retreated. He no longer fought with Bloodhand and focused on dealing with the 3 black chess warriors. Because they were very close to the center of the octatic treasure chessboard, the black chess warriors that appeared here were also very terrifying. Moreover, with 3 of them working together, even Ghostly would have to put in some effort. From this, one could see the pattern of the array. Every time a warrior took a step forward, it would attract a chess warrior to attack. Previously, Ghostly took 3 steps forward, which naturally attracted 3 black chess warriors. On the other side, Feng Huti and Yu Luosha were also fighting. The 2 of them fought fiercely and then quickly pulled away from each other. Up until now, no one had experienced a life and death battle. They were all just probing. After Lin Xian killed a few chess pieces, he finally encountered other sky prides. On his left was a handsome young man, Gu Yuan from the southern wasteland ancient town. When Gu Yuan saw Lin Xian rushing over from behind, his face immediately darkened. He was a member of the City Lord's mansion. Previously, Lin Xian had beaten up the enforcers, completely disregarding the City Lord's mansion. This was undoubtedly a slap to the City Lord's mansion's face. As a prodigy of the City Lord's mansion, how could Gu Yuan tolerate it? Therefore, when he saw Lin Xian, he naturally had to make a move. "Brat, you actually dared to attack the law enforcement team. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." Gu Yuan's expression was ferocious as he quickly stabbed the long sword in his hand behind him. A sword light flashed like a meteor and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. "Humph, a puny martial artist from the City Lord's mansion also dares to clamor with me? It's more appropriate for your City Lord to talk to me personally." Lin Xian snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain. Then, he threw out a punch. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled lightning as it illuminated the surroundings. The violent power crushed the entire void. This punch was too terrifying. The light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Boom! The lightning fist fiercely smashed onto the opponent's sword chi, causing a huge explosion in the void. In an instant, the opponent's sword chi turned into fragments and scattered all over the ground. It was shattered? That's impossible. In front of him, Gu Yuan's eyes were like lightning. They were like two sword lights that carried an unparalleled light. He naturally saw the scene of the sword light being shattered and immediately screamed. Shocking. It was simply too shocking. He didn't expect the opponent's fist to be so powerful that it could shatter his sword light. Not only that, the fist didn't suffer any injuries and was still rapidly charging towards him. Damn it, get lost. Gu Yuan's pupils shrank as he roared crazily. He quickly condensed his defensive power and activated the armor on his body. However, the punch still landed solidly on his body, causing him to take 5 steps back. Immediately, 5 chess piece warriors quickly formed and charged towards him. On the other hand, Lin Xin frowned. He sensed that most of the force of his punch had been neutralized by the formation the moment his fist landed on the man's body. Only a small portion of the force had landed on the man's body. Therefore, the opponent only took 5 steps back. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, this punch would have definitely turned the opponent into a bloody mist. Reducing the damage? This formation was quite interesting. Lin Xin narrowed his eyes. He realized that this octatic treasure chess game was more magical than he had imagined. The method of reducing the damage was undoubtedly to protect the people in the formation. It seemed that it wasn't easy to kill people in the chess game. However, Lin Xin didn't pay too much attention to it. It didn't make any difference to him whether he killed the opponent or not, because in his eyes, these people were all ants. There was no difference between being alive and being dead. The only thing he paid attention to was the mysterious crystal in the center. Therefore, in the next moment, he withdrew his fist and turned to look forward. You, die. Gu Yuan, who was beside him, was in a sorry state after being pushed back. Not only that, he also suffered internal injuries and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After killing the 5 chess piece warriors around him with difficulty, Gu Yuan stared fiercely at Lin Xin with a vicious look in his eyes. Damn it! Damn it! The other party had actually forced her to retreat and even injured her. Moreover, everyone had seen this scene, which was unbearable for him. As a genius of the city governor's mansion, he thought that he wasn't inferior to the geniuses of the other halls. This time, he was full of confidence and wanted to obtain the mysterious crystal. Therefore, he didn't take Lin Xin seriously at all. When they met just now, a murderous intent rose in his heart. He wanted to make Lin Xin embarrass himself in front of everyone so that he could save the face of the city governor's mansion's law enforcement team. However, he didn't expect that as soon as they exchanged blows, he realized that he was wrong. Lin Xin's strength was far beyond his imagination, so much so that he was defeated in a sorry state. Kid, you will pay for your actions. After I obtain the mysterious crystal, I will definitely kill you. Gu Yuan's body was full of murderous intent. He had decided that after obtaining the mysterious crystal, he would definitely not let Lin Xin off. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were all terrified. They didn't expect Lin Xin to be so powerful that he could push Gu Yuan back with one punch. One should know that the previous geniuses were just testing each other. They were evenly matched, and there was no obvious winner or loser. However, Lin Xin's side was different. That punch had directly pushed Gu Yuan back. This undoubtedly showed that Lin Xin's strength was above Gu Yuan's. This was also the first time a genius had a winner. Chapter 1385. The previous battles between the Sky Prides were merely probing each other. They were evenly matched, and there was no clear winner or loser. However, Lin Xin's side was different. His punch had forced Gu Yuan to retreat. This undoubtedly meant that Lin Xin's strength was above Gu Yuan's. This was also the first time a victor had been decided between two Sky Prides. The surrounding Sky Prides were also shocked. Their faces darkened when they saw this scene. Humph! Nangong Hao snorted coldly. However, he did not look relaxed. Bloodhand's expression was solemn. He realized that his opponent's strength had once again exceeded his imagination. He had to be careful. The others looked ferocious while Lin Xian looked calm. However, he frowned in the next moment and suddenly threw a punch to his right. Get lost. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what he was doing because there was clearly no one on his right. However, they were all stunned very soon. That was because when Lin Xian threw a punch, a figure quickly appeared in the void on his right and quickly retreated. Shadowless, it was Shadowless who attacked. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the King of Assassins to assassinate Lin Xian at the critical moment and almost succeed. However, the other Sky Pride's pupils constricted and their expressions became extremely solemn. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to discover Shadowless's tracks and force him to retreat. This was too shocking. One had to know that Shadowless's assassination skills were extremely terrifying. Even they had a headache dealing with it. Many people could not even discover Shadowless and could only counterattack at the moment when he attacked. But now, Lin Xian had discovered Shadowless and attacked him when he was about 10 meters away, forcing him to retreat. Didn't this mean that he had discovered Shadowless's existence in advance? Damn it, how did this guy do it? He actually discovered Shadowless's existence. The Sky Prides were very confused. Meanwhile, Shadowless's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to discover his tracks and attack so decisively. He did not even have the chance to get close to Lin Xian. Who is this guy? How did he discover me? He was too shocked. Lin Xian's sharpness was beyond his expectations. Moreover, this had never happened before. One had to know that he was not called the King of Assassins for nothing. He had never failed before. Even those with higher cultivation than him had been successfully assassinated by him. That was why he was called the King of Assassins. However, he had failed now. And he had failed at the hands of a young man who was younger than him. He could not believe it. But little did he know that his bit of cultivation was not even worth an ant in Lin Xian's eyes. One had to know that although Shadowless was powerful, he was only equivalent to those 5-star assassins that Lin Xian had brought along. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was an existence that even Luo Bingshan would tremble upon seeing. Shadowless is Shadowless. The others didn't know about this, and Shadowless didn't either. His expression was solemn as he quickly tried to figure out how the other party had discovered him. Therefore, he could only give up on assassinating Lin Xian and look for other prey. Next, everyone tried again. However, no one dared to provoke Lin Xian. Because of the previous 2 attacks, they knew that Lin Xian's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. Even the King of Assassins, Shadowless, could not get close. This was undoubtedly a warning. Finally, after a series of battles, everyone arrived at the central area. Next, please place your bets. At this moment, a low voice came from the octatic treasure chessboard. The voice was cold and emotionless like a machine. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The other prodigies were expressionless. They quickly took out the treasures they had prepared from their storage rings and placed them in front of them. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood that this was something like a bet. Therefore, Lin Xian took out something from his storage ring. It was an Earth Street treasured long blade. Seeing this long blade, everyone had different expressions. Shadow's face darkened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because the long blade Lin Xian took out was the one he had bought from the auction. However, it was later snatched away by Lin Xian. That was a treasured blade. He had spent millions of spiritual stones to buy it. He did not expect it to be snatched away by Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was using it as a bet. This was infuriating. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that if he had that long blade now, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. If that was the case, he would definitely succeed in assassinating Lin Xian. However, now that everything was gone, he could only watch helplessly. The other prodigies' faces darkened as well. This was because Lin Xian had not only snatched that one item. All the treasures they had bought from the auction had been snatched away by Lin Xian. This time, seeing Lin Xian take out an item from the auction, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Yu Luosha gritted her teeth and said, "Kid, do you dare to take out the Blood Soul Stone as a bet?" Don't even think about the blood soul stone. I've already absorbed all of it, Lin Xian said calmly. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Hearing this, her face turned pale and she stomped her feet. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Lin Xian and kill him right now. However, she did not have the chance because the octatic treasure chest game changed again. Under the feet of Lin Xian and the other prodigies, balls of light were emitted and enveloped all of them. Then, the light around them dimmed as if they had arrived in a special space. Just as Lin Xian was about to investigate, the space in front of him rippled and another figure appeared. It was a handsome young man in a robe. He had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he did not care about anyone. Nangong Hao. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he saw that figure. When Nangong Hao saw Lin Xian, he was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Kid, I have to say that your luck is really bad. You actually met me on your first try. Very well, let me send you on your way. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Nangong Hao's voice was sinister and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not have a good impression of Lin Xian in front of him. Not only did Lin Xian snatch his spiritual medicine, but he also stepped on his head. This was something that the arrogant him could not tolerate. Lin Xian directly ignored him. He walked in all directions and said with a frown, "What is this place? Is this a martial arts competition? Only the winner can walk out?" Lin Xian did not understand. However, from the looks of it, the 8 of them should have been divided into many groups and competed with each other. Only the winner could walk out successfully and proceed to the next step. As for why he and Nangong Hao were placed together, Lin Xian did not understand yet. Perhaps it was random distribution, or perhaps it was related to the stakes. Nangong Hao's eyes were sinister and his expression was cold. His entire body emitted a murderous aura, but he did not attack. Chapter 1386. However, in the next moment, he understood. After the 2 of them entered, the void fluctuated again, and another figure appeared. It was a human figure, or more precisely a shadow. It was only a vague outline, and even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a low voice could be heard. 2 people were assigned to each other. Only the winner could proceed to the next round, and the loser would be eliminated. The voice was also cold, mechanical, and emotionless. The shadow continued, "This time, we'll be using flames. Whoever has the strongest eye of fire will be the winner." What? A competition of flames? Lin Xian was confused. He had never seen such a competition before. When Nangong Hao heard this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Boy, you dare to compete with me in flames? You're dead. He was overjoyed. Lin Xian's performance had shocked him. His strength was completely beyond his expectations. Therefore, he was very worried at first. He was afraid that the competition would be a direct fight, because if that was the case, he really didn't have much confidence in winning. But now, the competition was actually a competition of flames. This made him very happy. Among the 7 geniuses, he was a member of the Divine Pill Hall. Moreover, among the fire-based martial artists, no one had a stronger flame than him. Nangong Hao was even confident that, except for the mysterious fire spirit, no one could beat his flame. Although his opponent was mysterious, from the strength that he had displayed, he could tell that his opponent had the thunder and ice attributes. He definitely did not have the fire attribute. Therefore, the flame that his opponent had condensed with spiritual power was just an ordinary flame. It was definitely not comparable to the flame in his hand. Lin Xian also grinned. Competing with him in flames? What a death-seeking question. Even the 2 terrifying fire spirits were burned to ashes by his black flame martial soul. One could imagine how powerful his black flame martial soul was. Now, they were competing with flames? Wasn't this giving him points? Looking at Nangong Hao's arrogant look, Lin Xian asked with a smile, "You seem to be very happy? Kid, are you an idiot?" Nangong Hao sneered. "I'm the leader of the Divine Pill Hall, and I have an extremely powerful flame. Moreover, I have a flame martial spirit. What do you have to compete with me?" Other than a natural fire spirit, No one else in the younger generation has a stronger flame than me. Nangong Hao's voice was sonorous, and his words were full of confidence. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. So you're saying that you still can't compare to Hualing? Even the two fire spirits were killed by me, let alone you. I really don't know what you're so happy about. Stop trying to scare me. Although I don't know how the two fire spirits disappeared, I think it's definitely not caused by your true strength. Moreover, I admit that you're strong, but what we're competing in here is not strength, but flames. Do you have a flame martial spirit? Do you have a deviant flame? You have nothing. You still dare to be arrogant here? Brat, I'll let you know what the difference between heaven and earth is. Nangong Hao's expression was arrogant, and even his nostrils were almost in the sky. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and countless purple flames surged out from his body, forming a purple flame armor on his body. Brat, listen carefully. This is the Purple River's spiritual fire, which came from underground and was formed after thousands of years of nurturing. Even a 9th-level honorable couldn't withstand a trace of my flame, let alone you. You'd better admit defeat obediently, because the flame that you condensed with your spiritual power is nothing in front of me. Nangong Hao looked up to the sky and laughed. He was like a fire god, looking down at Lin Xian. Lord Array's spirit, quickly kick him out. Anyway, this brat is wasting time here. Seeing Nangong Hao's smug look, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. What a fool. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers, and a black flame appeared on his index finger. The flame was deep, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding void was scorched and distorted. Not only that, but there was also an extremely hot energy accompanying the black flame. Even the purple flame on Nangong Hao's body dimmed instantly, as if it was frightened. Feeling the change in the purple flame on his body, Nangong Hao's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian and screamed, "Impossible! What kind of flame is this? It can actually scare my Purple River spiritual fire? Brat, how did you do it?" He was stunned, really stunned. His opponent actually had a black flame, which really surprised him. Moreover, from the aura that was emitted, he knew that it was definitely not a flame condensed with spiritual power, but a kind of strange flame. It was even more terrifying than his Purple River spiritual fire, because when the purple flame appeared, the purple flame on his body dimmed instantly. This kind of thing had never happened before. Even when he faced the fire spirit, it had never happened before. Damn it, impossible. I don't believe it. How can you have such a magical flame? Aren't you an ice-based martial artist? How can you have a flame? How can ice and fire exist in a person's body at the same time? Nangong Hao screamed crazily. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked in front of him in shock. Could it be the black dragon flame on the sect leader? Thinking of this, his body trembled. If it was really the black dragon sect leader's flame, he would definitely lose. No matter how powerful his Purple River spiritual fire was, it could not be compared to the black dragon flame. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not explain. It was better for him to misunderstand. However, after Nangong Hao recovered from his shock, he shook his head crazily. No, it's not the black dragon flame. I've seen the sect leader's flame before. Although it's also black, its aura is different. Brat, what kind of flame is this? Trash like you is not qualified to know the name of this flame. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shook his head. You, die. Nangong Hao's expression was ferocious. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. Was he being looked down upon? No one had ever dared to look down on him. This was intolerable. However, seeing the black flame in his opponent's hand, Nangong Hao hesitated again. That flame was too terrifying. He was not confident that he could withstand it. However, at this moment, the cold voice sounded again. The winner has been decided. After saying that, Lin Xian's feet shone and he instantly returned to the octatic treasure chest game. In fact, when Lin Xian entered the special space, the other Sky Prides had also entered the special space to fight. The content of each battle was different. Therefore, before these sky prides entered, they did not know who they would be fighting and what they would be fighting about. Chapter 1387. In fact, when Lin Xian entered the special space, the other sky prides had also entered the special space to fight. The content of each battle was different. Therefore, before these sky prides entered, they did not know who they would be fighting and what they would be fighting about. However, it did not take long for the outcome to be decided. The three victors were Yu Luosha, Bloodhand, and Shadowless. As for Feng Huti, Guili, and Gu Yuan, they had all failed. The three of them had ugly expressions. They retreated to the side and could not get close to the center at all. The remaining three did not relax because this was only the first round and had not reached the end. They had to defeat everyone to obtain the mysterious crystal. In the next moment, the three of them looked to the side because they realized that Lin Xian and Nangong Hao had not come out yet. I didn't expect that kid to be in the same space as Nangong Hao. I'm afraid he's doomed this time, Shadowless said in a deep voice. Humph, that kid got lucky. If I had met him, I would have killed him myself. Yu Luosha snorted coldly. Bloodhand, on the other hand, had a cold expression. Nangong Hao is very powerful and not easy to deal with. Looks like I have to be 120% focused in the next round. In their opinion, Nangong Hao would definitely be the winner because he was too powerful. Even they did not have the confidence to defeat him, not to mention Lin Xian. Soon, there was a flash of light and a figure appeared. He's out. Everyone took a deep breath and looked over. However, they were soon stunned on the spot. How could it be him? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned because they realized that the first person to come out was Lin Xian, and the first one to come out would be the winner. They did not expect that the winner would be Lin Xian. Damn it! How is this possible? How could it be him? Everyone was shocked. The martial artists who were watching from afar exclaimed. They knew how powerful Nangong Hao was. He was even qualified to be the number one among the younger generation. However, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by a young man who was younger and even more arrogant than him. What exactly were they competing for? Nangong Hao had actually lost. Guili, Feng Huti, and the others were shocked. They couldn't imagine what kind of situation could defeat Nangong Hao. Gu Feng's expression was also cold. He coldly snorted, "Humph. It must be Han Bing from the competition." Nangong Hao is a fire attribute martial artist. Naturally, he is not proficient in the ice attribute. That's why he lost. Or maybe it's lightning. That brat is also a thunder attribute martial artist, Bloodhand said in a deep voice. Yes, that must be it. It must be that kid's field of expertise. Otherwise, Nangong Hao wouldn't have lost. These people kept hypnotizing themselves to comfort their shocked hearts. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He took a step forward and stood at the front with his hands behind his back. On the other hand, Nangong Hao's face was terrifyingly dark. It was as if he had eaten a dead rat. He reluctantly went to the rear. At this moment, Gu Yuan quickly asked, Nangong Hao, what exactly did you compete in? How could he lose? He could not believe that the winner would actually be Lin Xian. Moreover, he had just lost to Lin Xian, so he wanted to know the truth of the matter even more. However, Nangong Hao coldly snorted and did not say a word. How could he say it out loud? They competed in the flame that he was best at. Losing in the field that he was best at, he would never say such a thing even if he was beaten to death because he could not afford to lose face. Seeing Nangong Hao's expression, everyone's hearts sank. They realized that things might be worse than they had imagined. However, they did not have the time to think too much because soon, one of the three of them would be facing Lin Xian. The treasures that their opponents had used as collateral now belonged to them. At this moment, they were floating in front of them, constantly floating and being distributed. In the next moment, a light flashed and Lin Xian and the other three disappeared. It was a dark space again, and the light was flickering. Lin Xian's figure flashed. However, this time, he did not look around because even if he did, he would not be able to find anything. He might as well wait for the competition. This time, his opponent was Shadowless. When Shadowless saw Lin Xian, his expression instantly turned ugly. One had to know that he had been knocked back by Lin Xian's punch and even suffered internal injuries. Now that he saw his opponent, his heart could not help but tremble. Damn it, please don't let me fight him directly. Shadowless prayed in his heart. If they fought directly, he did not have the confidence to defeat his opponent. It would be better to compete in something that he was best at. Next to him, a blurry figure appeared. Instantly, a cold voice was heard. This time, we'll compete in speed. What? Speed? Hearing this, Shadowless, who had always been calm, jumped up in joy. Speed, that was what he was best at. As an assassin, he was best at concealment, speed, and timing. Only by mastering these three could one become an excellent assassin. Furthermore, he was the king of assassins, so his speed was needless to say. Perhaps even Nangong Hao and Bloodrogue could not catch up to him. Thinking of this, he grinned. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. Haha, kid, you're dead. Competing in speed with me, you have no chance at all. Although I don't know how you found me before, I will definitely take revenge this time. Just wait to admit defeat. Shadowless sneered and swore to kill his opponent. Lin Xian also shook his head in disdain. As expected, these disciples of the Black Dragon cult are all arrogant and have never seen the real world. Competing in speed with him was courting death. One had to know that he had the illusory demonic steps and the wind and thunder wings. His speed could be said to be extremely fast, even comparable to a half-step king. In addition, he also had the sea god's ice. That terrifying cold air could definitely slow down the speed of the martial artists around him to the extreme, even slower than a snail. Of course, there was no need to use the sea god's ice to deal with Shadowless. He could definitely kill him with just his movement technique. In the dark space, the void rippled, and two rays of light appeared on both sides, floating in the void. The distance between the two rays of light was not long, only 10 feet. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, run back and forth between the two rays of light for a total of 10,000 times. Whoever finishes first wins. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, a distance of 10 feet was just a blink of an eye for them. However, to run 10,000 times while maintaining a high speed was quite challenging. Shadowless sneered, "Kid, just wait for your death." Then, the two stood on the same side, and as the cold voice sounded, the two started to move. Whoosh! The two turned into lightning phantoms and moved quickly. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already completed 10 times. Chapter 1388. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them turned into lightning phantoms and moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had completed dozens of rounds. If there were martial artists here, they would definitely scream. Teleportation. This was teleportation. The two of them were so fast that they left behind afterimages in the air. Time passed bit by bit. Not only did they not slow down, they even sped up. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. 3,000 rounds is enough. There are still 7,000 rounds left. Humph, he dares to compete with me in speed. That kid is definitely dead. Shadowless snorted in his heart. The next moment, his pupils constricted because he found that Lin Xian suddenly appeared and stopped beside him. What's going on? Why did he stop? Shadowless was puzzled. Humph, what a piece of trash. He can't even take 3,000 rounds? It seems that I overestimated him. Shadowless sneered in his heart and became even more proud. Then, he sped up and moved quickly. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The competition is over. The winner has been decided. What? It's over? In the air, Shadowless was stunned and his body appeared. His mind went blank and he could not believe his ears. What? It's over? How is that possible? I still have more than 7,000 rounds left. Shadowless shouted in exasperation. He thought that there was something wrong with the formation spirit, but soon his body trembled and his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the kid has finished? How is that possible? How can he be so fast? Shadowless was extremely shocked. Now, he understood that the reason why Lin Xian stopped running was not because he was exhausted, but because he had finished running. However, he could not believe it at all. One had to know that he had only run 3,000 rounds at that time, and Lin Xian had already run 10,000 rounds. That was a difference of 3 times. Who could be 3 times faster than him in terms of speed? Perhaps even a half-step king could not do that, unless it was a true king. However, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm, which was 1 level lower than his, but his speed was so fast. No, that's impossible. Shadowless seemed to have been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and he could not believe it. Even his expression became dull because he had suffered a great blow. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of light flashed and Lin Xian and Shadowless were forcefully sent out of the space. Then, the 2 of them appeared on the octatic treasure chest set. What's wrong? Who won? As soon as Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen appeared, the gazes of the surrounding prodigies locked onto them. Countless cultivators below even craned their necks, their faces filled with anticipation. In the next moment, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the other geniuses were all shocked because they found that Shadowless's eyes were lifeless. He stood there like a puppet, and his eyes had lost their luster. It can't be. His aura is so weak. Could he be seriously injured? Bloodhand frowned. Could it be that they are going to have a direct duel this time? Yu Luocha's expression was grave. Behind them, Nangong Hao, Guili, and the others were also shocked. They knew how strong Shadowless was. Although he had been punched by Lin Xian, they should be evenly matched if they really fought. But now, it seemed like Shadowless had lost his soul. Damn it, what the hell happened? Shadowless, say something. What exactly are you guys competing in? Could it be that you're seriously injured? Many people shouted coldly, wanting to know the inside story. However, Shadowless still refused to listen and remained rooted to the ground. Who's next? Lin Xian took another step forward and asked indifferently. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Luocha snorted coldly and retreated to the side. Obviously, he had lost the duel with Bloodhand. Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to make it this far. But against me, you have no chance of winning. Bloodhand's expression was cold, and he was very confident. Let's wait until you come out. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Those 2 guys from before were also very arrogant, but you've seen how they are now. I hope you'll be better than them when you come out later. Everyone had failed, and only Lin Xian and Bloodhand were left. In the next moment, the 2 of them disappeared again. This time, the duel was very direct. It was a direct duel. Bloodhand roared excitedly. He was the #1 division leader of the Blood Fiend Hall, and was a true battle maniac. If he was asked to compete in other things, he really wouldn't be willing. A direct duel was the most suitable choice for him. Kid, I'll split you in half later and let you know how powerful I am. Of course, if you can obediently hand over the Blood Soul Stone, I'll take your life and let you lose with dignity. Bloodhand's blood aura bloomed like a powerful god of war, looking disdainfully at everyone. Lin Xian said indifferently, I wanted to play with you, but if it's a direct duel, then I'll finish you quickly. Arrogant. Kid, since you're so stubborn, then die for me. Bloodhand roared, and a blood-red river appeared behind him. Blood River 9 tremors in unison. In the next moment, he pushed out both palms, and 9 blood-red palms rushed out quickly, blasting towards Lin Xian. For a moment, the entire void trembled rapidly, unable to withstand this power. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and his palms quickly formed a seal. Firmament 9 changes, Juyin change. As the palms fell, a huge red ape appeared. Then, the red ape roared into the sky, and with a shake of its arms, it tore the 9 blood-red palms in front of it into pieces. What? This is impossible. Bloodhand's eyes narrowed, and he screamed in disbelief. That was his strongest attack, and the 9 palms could even kill a few 9th heaven supremacies. However, at this moment, it had been torn apart so easily. How could he believe this? However, what was even more frightening was yet to come. The red ape smashed the 9 palms with a punch, then lifted its huge foot and stomped towards Bloodhand. Rumble. The void collapsed, and the ground sank. This foot was extremely terrifying, and it directly created a black hole. No, Bloodhand's face was filled with fear, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. In front of this power, he was like an ant that could be swallowed at any time. Boom! The huge foot landed, and Bloodhand was sent flying. This was even after the octatic treasure chest set had reduced its power by 90%. Otherwise, this foot would have turned him into minced meat. However, even with only 10% of its power left, it was not something that Bloodhand could resist. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In the outside world, after seeing Lin Xian and Bloodhand's figures disappear, the crowd immediately started discussing intensely. This was because this was the final battle, and the winner would not only obtain the treasures that the others had bet on, but also a mysterious crystal. Therefore, they were very concerned about this outcome. Many people even analyzed and discussed in detail, guessing who the final winner would be. I guess it must be Bloodhand. That guy is a battle maniac, and he's too terrifying. I'm afraid even Nangong Hao might not be able to suppress him. Chapter 1389. I'm guessing it must be Blood Rogue. That guy is a battle maniac. He's terrifying. Even Nangong Hao might not be able to suppress him. Of course, Blood Rogue is the number one among the younger generation. The disciples from Blood Fiend Hall were confident. It's hard to say. Hua Wufeng is very strange. He defeated Nangong Hao, Shadowless, and the rest. His strength is extremely strong. Who knows if he will create another miracle this time? What a joke. That guy must be lucky to have made it this far. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. That's right. Just wait. My Lord Bloodhand will be able to kill him with a single palm strike. Are you out of your mind? He's not on the same level as our Lord Blood Rogue. The martial artist from Blood Fiend Hall sneered. Then, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone's coming out." All of a sudden, everyone stopped discussing and focused their attention on the scene in front of them. Nangong Hao, Ghostly, and the rest held their breaths. When the first figure appeared, everyone was stunned. What? Why is it him again? Everyone was shocked when they realized that the first person to come out was Lin Xian again. Heavens, this guy is too powerful. He even defeated Blood Rogue? Dark Horse. He's definitely the biggest dark horse in our Saint sect. Everyone exclaimed. The disciples from Blood Fiend Hall were in despair. Impossible. He can't win. How can he defeat Lord Blood Rogue? Dream. I must be dreaming. Heavens, can anyone tell me what's going on? Many people screamed. Nangong Hao, Yu Luosha, and the rest looked cold. The result was beyond their expectations. They did not believe that Lin Xian could last until the end and win first place. ***, why is this guy so lucky? He always manages to win. Yeah, I wonder what they're competing for this time. Ghostly and the rest discussed in low voices. Their voices were filled with hatred. Lin Xian smiled in disdain. He was too lazy to explain. In the next moment, the void trembled and Blood Rogue appeared. However, as soon as he appeared, his body swayed and he knelt on the ground, vomiting blood. What? He's injured. How is that possible? Why is he so severely injured? Nangong Hao, Yu Luosha, Ghostly, and the rest were shocked. They originally thought that Lin Xian was just lucky to win because he was competing in something that Blood Rogue was not good at. However, it seemed that was not the case. Looking at Bloodhand's appearance, it was as if he had gone through a huge battle. They could not believe that Blood Rogue's injuries were caused by Lin Xian Blood Rogue. Impossible. Why was Bloodhand injured by that brat? 2. Course. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed it. He immediately felt a very pure energy contained within. That's the mysterious crystal? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, he did not absorb it. Instead, he kept it in his storage ring. Seeing this, Nangong Hao, Ghostly, Yu Luosha, and the rest narrowed their eyes. Then, their breathing became heavy. He did not absorb it. Everyone's heart pounded wildly. Their eyes burned with passion. If they had obtained it, they would have absorbed it immediately to increase their strength in preparation for the next battle. But Huang Xiaolong did not absorb it at all. Instead, he kept it. This meant that Huang Xiaolong's strength would not increase. This gave them great hope. There were a total of 3 rounds in this competition. In other words, as long as they worked together to suppress Lin Xian in the remaining 2 rounds, there was still a chance for them to obtain the white crystal. Moreover, as long as they obtained the white crystal, they would immediately absorb it, and their strength would increase by a large margin. After the Octatic Treasures chess game, they could even capture Lin Xian and take the mysterious crystal and blood soul stone from his storage ring. Thinking of this, everyone began to tremble with excitement. Lin Xian saw their expressions and sneered. The reason why he did not immediately consume the mysterious crystal was that he was very doubtful. This was because the effect of the improvement was too shocking. Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others were still small martial artists in the spirit-transforming realm half a year ago. However, after absorbing the mysterious crystal, they directly reached the 9th heaven of the venerable realm. The change could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xian had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, he could not guarantee that there would be no side effects after absorbing it. Therefore, he would wait until after the Octatic Treasures chess game and study it properly. As for these people, they wanted to snatch the mysterious crystal? That was simply impossible. Lin Xian was quite confident about that. In the next moment, a light flashed and everyone returned to their original positions. The second round began. The surrounding martial artists settled down again and watched carefully. However, their hearts were still in turmoil because the result of the previous round was indeed beyond their expectations. They did not expect that the final winner would be Lin Xian. A guy who had only appeared 3 days ago actually defeated Nangong Hao and the other geniuses to win first place. 3 days ago, they would not believe that someone would discuss such a thing. But now, it really happened. In front, the second round of the Octatic Treasures chess game began. However, this time, everyone changed their strategy because they realized that no one was a match for Lin Xian in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, these people decided to join forces. Bloodhand and Feng Huti joined forces and formed a powerful attack that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, a huge Cheongqi flew out from his fingertips and pounced forward, forcing the 2 of them back. What? The 2 of them were shocked. Impossible? How did he do it? Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others' faces were gloomy. Impossible. I don't believe it's not true. How can he be so powerful? These people counterattacked crazily. Outside the chessboard, the martial artists were even more shocked. Even the mysterious city lord who was hiding in the dark frowned. Impossible. This kid is obviously only at the 8th heaven, but his strength is far beyond Nangong Hao and the others. This doesn't make sense. What's going on with him? How can he have such powerful combat strength? The city lord frowned. He even began to suspect Lin Xian's identity. Soon, the second round ended. Lin Xian still won first place and obtained another mysterious crystal. Chapter 1390. Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, and the others gritted their teeth. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. That was a mysterious crystal. If they could get their hands on one, they might be able to reach the advanced stage, or even the peak stage of the 9th level of heaven. Then, they would become the most dazzling existence among the younger generation. However, that beautiful hope had been shattered, and it was all because of this hateful brat in front of him. The opponent was too terrifying. He forced everyone to retreat and took first place. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Next time, let's add more people. I don't believe that the bastard can fight against 3 of us. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth. Yes, let's work together. Let's put aside our conflicts and subdue the bastard first. Yu Luosha's face was also cold. This time, they came to an agreement. Yu Luosha, Nangong Hao, and Feng Huti would work together to kill Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian didn't fight them head-on, because he sensed that someone was spying on him. So, in order to not expose his identity, he decided to hide his abilities. He had to at least get his hands on the last mysterious crystal. Then, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Thus, in the end, Lin Xian quickly swam away, and did not fight against them at all. Damn it! Yu Luosha gritted her teeth. This is so infuriating. Nangong Hao roared crazily. When the three of them worked together, they were extremely powerful. Nobody could fight against them. However, the opponent changed his strategy and didn't fight them. Instead, he walked around them quickly. This made them feel like they were punching cotton. They didn't know where to start, and they couldn't use their strength. In the end, the last mysterious crystal was obtained by Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. No one expected the situation to turn out like this. The three mysterious crystals could even create three powerful experts. However, all of them were obtained by Lin Xian. The other seven heavens favorites didn't even get a single one. One had to admit that this was too hard to believe. Before this, the hot favorites were Nangong Hao, Shueshou, and Yu Luosha. Some people even speculated that the three of them could have gotten one each. But now, Lin Xian had obtained all three. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in disbelief. Nangong Hao and the others' faces darkened. They wanted nothing more than to run away. Fuck, I can't take it. I really can't. Nangong Hao was so angry that he was trembling. Brat, just you wait. When we get out of the octatic treasure chest game, I'll definitely kill you. The mysterious crystal must be mine. You're too greedy. Bloodhand's eyes were also red, and the blood energy on his body was surging. No matter what, I must get the mysterious crystal. Ghost Li's expression was even more ferocious, like an evil spirit. Brat, hand over the mysterious crystal and the blood soul stone obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, when you leave the octatic treasure chest game, it will be the time of your death. Yu Luocha's voice was even colder. The others were also crazy. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Obviously, as soon as the octatic treasure chest game was out, these people would make a move to snatch the mysterious crystal in Lin Xian's hands. In the past, such a thing would never happen because no matter who obtained the mysterious crystal, they would immediately absorb it on the spot. The others could only watch, but it was different now. Not only did Lin Xian obtain three mysterious crystals, but he also kept them in his storage ring. He did not absorb any of them. This was equivalent to having a small sun above his head, telling others that the treasure was here. Come, come, come. Therefore, not only Nangong Hao, Bloodhand and the others, even the martial artists outside, and even the city lord who was hiding in the dark, were extremely tempted. Because as long as the octatic treasure chest game was out, they could make a move without any worries. Without the restriction of the octatic treasure chest game, Lin Xian would definitely be dead. Everyone's eyes were red. There was no other way. The mysterious crystal was too important. Whoever obtained it would be able to reach the peak and stand above everyone else. Therefore, even if Lin Xian's current identity was the disciple of the third guardian, they would not care. If they could break through, why would they care about the third guardian? In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Xian with greed in their eyes. Nangong Hao waved his hand, and the martial artists from the Divine Pill Hall immediately rushed forward and surrounded the array. On the other side, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others waved their hands as well. All the elite martial artists from the various halls quickly rushed over and surrounded the octatic treasure chest game. The surrounding martial artists were terrified and quickly retreated. Damn it, I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome. That kid is too strong. He snatched 3 mysterious crystals and did not give the other Sky Prides a chance. He's too arrogant and overbearing. The other Sky Prides will not agree. There will definitely be a huge battle. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, you won't even be able to keep your life. This Hua Wufeng is too arrogant. He could have left 1 crystal for the others. Now that he has taken all 3, the Heaven Sect will not accept it. It's over. There will definitely be a huge battle. I'm afraid the enforcers will not care. Yeah, I'm afraid the City Lord will want a piece of the pie too. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated and kept discussing. Humph. In the crowd, Murong Qingcheng, who was dressed in purple, looked like a fairy. When she saw this, she snorted coldly. Beside her, Luo Bingshan looked cold. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, he would definitely take action. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, "The two of you don't have to do anything. Leave this small matter to that kid." As expected, Lin Xian looked around and sneered disdainfully. "Why? You can't beat me in a fair fight, so you want to snatch it by force? Kid, you're too arrogant. You can't take the mysterious crystals for yourself. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand it over. Perhaps you can keep your life. Otherwise, today will be your burial ground." Nan Gonghao snorted coldly. Bloodhand was also emitting a murderous aura. "I advise you not to make a mistake. Hurry up and hand over the mysterious crystals." "Hand over the crystals? I don't have the habit of spitting out what I've taken." Lin Xian shrugged. "Also, you losers, do you really think you can beat me? Hee hee, although none of us are a match for you in a one-on-one fight. What if we join forces?" Ghostly smiled sinisterly. "With the 7 of us joining forces, do you think you can escape? Moreover, there are elites from our various halls around." "That's right. The City Lord's mansion will not let you off either." Gu Yuan's face was ferocious. "Kid, kneel down obediently and hand over the mysterious crystals and blood soul stone. I can spare your life." Yu Luosha also shouted. The 7 Sky Pride's eyes were like lightning as they stared at Lin Xian. The killing intent and greed on their bodies were not concealed at all. Then, the 7 of them quickly turned around and left the octatic treasure chest game. This was because they could not kill anyone in the octatic treasure chest game. They could only attack after they came out. Chapter 1391. Kid, hurry up and come down to die. Stay up there forever if you dare. I don't believe you won't come out. Hee hee, you think you can stop me? If I want to leave, even God can't stop me." Lin Shui sneered, then stepped out and left the octatic treasure chest game. "What? He came out. He actually came out." The surrounding martial artists exclaimed in disbelief. "No way, this guy is too arrogant. He actually dared to come out? Yeah, he's definitely dead if he comes out." In the octatic treasure chest game, the array can block most of the damage, so it's absolutely safe. But once he comes out, he'll lose the defense of the array. With the strength of the 7 geniuses, I'm afraid no one can withstand their anger. It's over, it's over. That kid is dead for sure." Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They all thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Nan Gonghao, Blood Rogue, Ghostly, and the others laughed wildly. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come out. "Idiot kid, you're too arrogant. Today will be the day you die." "What an idiot. Do you really think you're invincible? Hand over the mysterious crystal. Kill." A series of cold shouts could be heard. Then, the 7 geniuses quickly attacked. This time, they were completely on the same side and decided to kill Lin Xian together. Nan Gonghao's figure was tall, and his cold face was filled with killing intent. He was too aggrieved previously. He actually lost to Lin Xian in the field he was best at. Therefore, this time, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. He had to blast Lin Xian into pieces. "Die, brat." Countless purple flames surged out of his body and turned into a purple qilin in front of him. It roared ferociously and terrifying heat spread out in all directions. "This time, I won't give you any chance." Blood Rogue's expression was cold as killing intent surged all over his body. A river of blood surged behind him, emitting a monstrous smell of blood. In the next moment, the river of blood danced and wrapped around his arm, forming a mysterious pattern. Then, he struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky, the ground, and the ground all turned blood-red. It was as if the space had become azure hell. The scene was extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp tingle in despair. "I will make you kneel until you die." Yu Luocha's beautiful face was very cold. She waved the human-faced peach blossom fan, and the pink mist formed an extremely strange light that slashed towards Lin Xian. "Kikik, your soul is mine." Ghostly laughed sinisterly, holding the white bone banner in his hand. Countless ghosts and vengeful spirits quickly rushed forward. "Kill." Feng Huti didn't say anything. She just gripped the black spear in her hand tightly and stabbed out quickly. Soul-extinguishing spear. This spear was like a black torrent, directly piercing through the void, quickly stabbing towards Lin Xian. Die, brat. Gu Yuan's face was ferocious and distorted. He waved the long sword in his hand and slashed out several sharp sword lights. Every single sword light contained all of his power. At this moment, when they flew out together, it was terrifying to the extreme. The 7 experts attacked at the same time, causing the entire space in front of them to collapse rapidly. An incomparably terrifying power instantly rushed towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Horrifying. This was too horrifying. Each of the 7 prodigies was an extremely powerful existence. When the 7 of them attacked, it could be said that no one could compare. The martial artists watching from afar felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with despair. In front of this power, they were like tiny ants, unable to resist at all. Many people were even suppressed by this aura until they knelt on the ground, trembling. It's over. That brat is really finished. Everyone shook their heads because in front of the 7 prodigies, even the hall master might not be able to resist. But Lin Xian was still calm, and there was even disdain at the corner of his mouth. To outsiders, these attacks were incomparably terrifying, and no one could resist them. But in his eyes, it was nothing. One had to know that he had once faced Prince Ling Feng's powerful attack. At that time, there were 10 peak 9th Heaven martial artists, plus dozens of 9th Heaven supremacies, and hundreds of 8th Heaven supremacies. That lineup was hundreds of times more than now. However, he could destroy any kind of lineup with a wave of his hand, let alone the ones in front of him. Is this all you've got? Really pitifully weak. People like you are worthy of being called prodigies? Today, I'll let you see what a true prodigy is. Lin Xian sneered. His black hair fluttered, and a powerful aura surged from his body, instantly exploding. An extremely powerful force exploded from Lin Xian's body, like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, and it was terrifying. His vitality was vigorous, and it shot straight into the sky. There was even a low dragon's roar coming from his body. He punched out, and the terrifying force directly caused the void in front of him to explode. The 7 fatal attacks that were charging toward him were shattered by this punch, turning into countless streams of violent energy. What? He blasted it apart with one punch? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile, the 7 prodigies' pupils constricted as they screamed. What was going on? They couldn't believe that the other party had blasted their 7 attacks apart with one punch. How was that possible? One had to know that they were all prodigies, and every one of them was extremely powerful. The 7 of them together could even defeat their hall master. But now, their 7 attacks had actually been blasted apart with one punch. What kind of technique is that? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even the 4 guardians of the sacred sect couldn't do it. Only the legendary left and right messengers and the Black Dragon sect leader could do it. But now, the person who had done it was only a 20-year-old young man, and his cultivation was only at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. They couldn't believe it. No, impossible. This can't be real. Nangong Hao screamed crazily. Damn it, how did you do it? Bloodhand's face was ferocious. Impossible. This must be a fucking illusion. Ghost Li's face was ugly, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Yu Luosha and Feng Huti lost their colors as well. At this moment, all 7 geniuses were stunned by this punch. You're just a bunch of ants. How dare you call yourself prodigies? Do you really think that 7 ants working together can kill a giant dragon? Ignorant. Lin Xian snorted. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. At that moment, he was like a god of war, looking disdainfully at his surroundings. His powerful aura suffocated everyone. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he charged towards the 7 prodigies. On the opposite side, the 7 prodigies' pupils constricted. Then, they roared and unleashed their most powerful techniques to counterattack. There was no way out now. They could only fight with their backs against the wall to survive. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's strength, they wouldn't be able to contend against him. Nangong Hao? Alchemy genius, unparalleled flame? Trash like you don't dare to play with fire in front of me? Chapter 1392. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had arrived in front of Nangong Hao. His speed made everyone's hair stand on end. That was because they hadn't noticed when Lin Xian had arrived. Nangong Hao's expression changed drastically. His handsome face was filled with fear. He had not expected Lin Xian to find him first. Why? Why did he find me first? Nangong Hao roared in his heart. However, he could not care less. He could only grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Let me show you my flame martial soul. Purple River martial soul. Condense. Nangong Hao roared crazily. Suddenly, countless purple flames condensed on his body and formed a purple Kylin in front of him. The Kylin was made up of flames. It was mighty and exuded a terrifying power. This was Nangong Hao's martial soul. Go to hell, brat. Along with the voice, the purple Kylin roared and pounced on Lin Xian. The heat from the flames burned black holes in the void. Is this how you can be so arrogant? Purple flame? Ridiculous. Let me show you what a real flame Kylin is. Lin Xian roared. Then, countless black flames gushed out from his body and formed a huge monster in front of him. This time, it was also a Kylin. It was black and ferocious. Its aura was 10 times stronger than Nangong Hao's. The huge black Kylin was like a peerless demon. It looked down and slapped Nangong Hao's purple Kylin into powder. Puff. Nangong Hao was severely injured. He vomited blood and knelt on the ground. No, impossible. He could not believe that Lin Xian had used the same move as him. Moreover, the power was 10 times stronger than his. He was in despair. Humph, trash. Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. The huge black Kylin disappeared quickly. However, only a black palm was left hanging above Nangong Hao's head. With just a little bit of strength, Nangong Hao would be burned to ashes. No. Feeling the terrifying aura above his head, Nangong Hao screamed in despair. He knew that he had been defeated. Lin Xian could easily kill him. He didn't know who the other party was to have such power, but he knew that he had to survive. No, you can't kill me. I'm a genius of the Divine Pill Hall. If you kill me, the Divine Pill Hall won't let you off. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored him. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of Bloodhand again. Blood Demon King, come out. Bloodhand's face was ferocious as he shouted with all his might. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. He could only fight with everything he had to survive. Therefore, he did not hesitate to summon his martial soul. Blood chi surged from his body, emitting a monstrous killing intent. A figure slowly condensed from the blood river behind him. It was a blood-colored giant that was 2 meters tall. His limbs were thick and muscular, and his face was ferocious. He did not look like a human at all, but a blood demon. Not only that, but there were blood-colored patterns all over his body, forming an extremely mysterious pattern. This was Bloodhand's martial soul, the Blood Demon King. As soon as he walked out, his surroundings turned blood-red. His monstrous killing intent made everyone tremble. This Blood Demon King's aura was too fierce. It was definitely formed by killing countless people. Kid, do you know how my martial soul was formed? Bloodhand's voice was ferocious. This Blood Demon King was formed after I killed 10,000 elite martial artists. 10,000. When the surrounding people heard this, they all trembled. This was the real 10,000 massacre. No wonder he had such a terrifying Blood Demon King. Ordinary martial artists had no chance of winning against Bloodhand. This was because Bloodhand did not even need to make a move. Just the terrifying Blood Demon King's aura alone was enough to crush the opponent's will. 10,000 massacre? After Lin Xian heard this, he laughed disdainfully. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Is this what you're so proud of? With this little bit of Blood Demon King's aura? You're still far from it. Today, I'll show you what the real Blood Demon King's aura is." He snorted coldly and quickly displayed the Blood Sword Massacre Inheritance. An extremely terrifying Blood Demon King's aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body and instantly filled the surroundings. The surrounding sky turned blood red. Not only that, a vast sea of blood appeared around him, instantly turning the southern desolation ancient town into a blood-red azure hell. Blood Sea. This was the real Blood Sea. It was as if it had materialized and appeared in the surroundings. In the Blood Sea, countless white bones and corpses floated, emitting a monstrous, murderous aura. What? How is this possible? Bloodhand was shocked and could not believe it. He did not expect his opponent to have such a powerful Blood Demon King's aura. Moreover, from this aura, it was more than 10 times stronger than his. If the blood-red murderous aura on his body was a surging river, then Lin Xian's murderous aura was a boundless ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The murderous aura on Lin Xian's body was countless times bigger than his. How was this a battle? This was a comparison between an ant and a giant dragon. They were not on the same level at all. Boom. In front of Lin Xian's blood massacre, Bloodhand's martial soul could not withstand it at all and exploded. Puff. Bloodhand vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted and turned to leave, walking towards his next target. The blood sea around him quickly condensed, forming a blood-red palm, floating above Bloodhand's head. As long as it lightly padded, it would be destroyed. Everyone was shocked. This method was too terrifying. Because Bloodhand and Nangong Hao were defeated, completely defeated. They lost in their strongest and most confident domain. And Lin Xian was like a demon god, once again walking towards Ghostly. You? What do you want to do? Ghostly's face was pale with fright. His heart was shocked. He gritted his teeth and coldly snorted, "Good method. It is indeed a good method. I didn't expect your mastery of fire and blood to be so high. Even Bloodhand and Nangong Hao are not your opponents. But I do not believe that you also cultivate the Soul Dao. If you have the ability, use the same method to defeat me." Ghostly madly roared. He could already see that Lin Xian was obviously trying to attack them, but he did not believe that he would lose this time, because he cultivated the Soul Dao, possessing millions of souls. And such a person's characteristics were very obvious. But the other party did not have the aura of vengeful spirits. So, he did not believe that the other party could use the same martial skill as him. In the next moment, Ghostly roared and quickly waved the white bone banner. Immediately, millions of vengeful spirits whistled out. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. In Qi permeated the heaven and earth, causing one's scalp to go numb. On the huge white bone banner, countless white bone claws stretched out. It was very terrifying. Ghost Dao? Lin Xian coldly snorted. To be honest, he did not know this martial skill. But he had the great dragon sword spirit, which was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It could evolve and simulate everything. Chapter 1393. Soon, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a terrifying vengeful spirit appeared in his hand. As soon as the vengeful spirit appeared, it stirred up a chilly wind, causing everyone to tremble. As for Gue Li and the rest, they all knelt in the air and kept worshipping as if they had met their emperor. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Gue Li's expression changed drastically, and even his body started to tremble. He did not believe that Lin Xian could summon the same spirit as him. Moreover, his aura was 10 times stronger than his. Illusion. You must be using an illusion. Gue Li gritted his teeth and waved the white bone banner, quickly attacking. Lin Xian snorted coldly and controlled the vengeful spirit formed by the great dragon sword soul to attack. Boom! Instantly, Gue Li's vengeful spirit shattered, and the white bone banner also cracked into 2 halves. Defeated again. In an instant, the terrifying Gue Li was also defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, and the remaining 4 Sky Prides felt their scalps go numb. They looked at each other and then quickly attacked. This time, they would definitely take the initiative. Human Face Peach Blossom Fan. Yu Luosha shouted and waved the folding fan in her hand. Immediately, the folding fan expanded rapidly and opened up. There was a human face formed by peach blossoms on it. It was extremely strange and emitted a terrifying aura. The human face was ferocious, and it spat out a pink mist that was extremely terrifying and corrosive. As soon as it appeared, black holes were burned in the void. Even a ninth heaven supremacy would be turned into a pool of pus if they touched it. The mist formed a ray of light that charged towards Lin Xian. Soul Extinguishing Spear. Daluo Sword Technique. A black spear, a sharp sword light, and an extremely terrifying saber light quickly attacked Lin Xian. The black spear was powerful enough to extinguish souls, and it could extinguish the souls of others. The sword light was even more dazzling, and it was completely golden. It was as heavy as 10,000 pieces of gold, and it was like a golden mountain that came crashing down. Shadowless also slashed out a saber light. He did not attack at close range, but directly attacked. That blade light was dazzling like a shooting star. Moreover, it was swift and fierce to the extreme. That killing intent was not the slightest bit weaker than Bloodhand's. Moreover, it was soundless and impossible to guard against. The 4 attacks were incomparably terrifying. They were all the absolute arts of the 4 people. Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved his arms rapidly. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, the terrifying spear light was as sharp as a black dragon. Furthermore, there was an extremely powerful soul power entwined around it. Soul Extinguishing Spear. He had used the great dragon sword art to create this spear. What? That's impossible. How did you do it? Feng Hudi's beautiful face lost all color. Her face was full of shock. Not only that, Lin Xian waved his arm again, and a golden sword light, like an ancient demonic mountain, pierced through the sky and covered the entire space with a layer of gold. The Daluo sword technique was exactly the same, and it was even more terrifying than Gu Yuan's. What? That's impossible. Gu Yuan screamed. A ray of light flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip. Like the Milky Way, it instantly split the entire void into 2. Windless Slash. Shadowless's pupils shrank. He did not expect his absolute art to appear in the hands of others. That was not the end. Lin Xian used his spiritual power to form a folding fan and slapped it forward. The power of the human-faced peach blossom fan was 10 times stronger than Yu Luocha's. That's impossible. Yu Luocha was extremely shocked and could not believe it. That was her absolute art. But it was actually used by the other party. Furthermore, the power was even more terrifying than what they had used. Although they had seen Lin Xian's technique before, they still could not believe it when they saw it again. The so-called absolute art was naturally something that only they knew. Others could not grasp it at all. However, the other party could use it. Not only did it look the same, but its power was even more terrifying. They could not understand what kind of technique was used to achieve this. Boom, 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 boom. Their attacks were instantly broken, and the 4 of them were heavily injured and fell to the ground. In an instant, the 7 Sky Prides were defeated once again. This time, they were all heavily injured. Lin Xian waved his hand again. Immediately, 4 terrifying palms appeared and pressed on the Sky Prides of those people. Brat, you dare to touch me? I will make you wish you were dead. Yu Luocha screamed. She had never been threatened like this before. The corner of Shadowless's mouth twitched and his expression turned ugly. Feng Hudi also snorted coldly. Gu Yuan knelt on the ground and begged loudly for mercy. I beg you, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to target you previously. Now, I apologize to you. Please let me go. The last person, Gu Yuan, started to beg for mercy. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they all had different expressions. Some shook their heads, some felt pity, and some sneered. They did not expect Gu Yuan to kneel and beg for mercy. In the sky, Elder Linghu's expression was also ugly. As for the city lord, who was hiding in the dark, he snorted coldly in his heart. Lin Xian ignored the threats and curses of those Sky Prides. He slowly raised his palm and was about to land it. Nangong Haoqi's face was pale and filled with despair. He had never expected that he would die here one day. However, at this critical moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. It was as if there was an earthquake. or as if thousands of soldiers and horses had arrived. What's going on? The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not know what had happened. Lin Xian also frowned and did not continue to attack those 7 people. This made the 7 of them heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, hope rose in their hearts. This is great. As long as we can delay for a while, the hall masters of their respective halls will arrive. At that time, they will be safe. Humph, brat, just you wait. When our hall masters arrive, they will definitely kill you. I will make you wish you were dead. Nangong Haoqi and the others roared in their hearts. Lin Xian turned around and looked into the distance. His eyes were like 2 rays of sword light that pierced through the void. Soon, the crowd understood what had happened. This was because countless figures were flying towards them. These people were dressed in black robes and had blood-red hair. Their faces were ferocious and each of them had a strong, murderous aura. They were like death gods. Shura Hall. The Shura Hall's army is here. The crowd exclaimed in horror. They did not expect the Shura Hall to arrive at this critical moment. It's over. It looks like the Shura Hall is here for revenge. That's for sure. The Shura Hall lost 3 elders and more than 10 disciples. They have also lost face. No matter what, they will not take this lying down. But that Hua Wufeng is not simple either. Those 7 sky prides are no match for him. I wonder if the Shura Hall can subdue him? Are you stupid? No matter how powerful those sky prides are, there are only 7 of them. The Shura Hall has brought hundreds of experts this time. Even their hall master is here. Chapter 1394. In the distance, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others who were kneeling on the ground were overjoyed when they saw the Azura Hall. With the Azura Hall's help, they could definitely kill them. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least buy some time for their hall master to arrive. Therefore, they didn't say anything and just watched the scene with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The Azura army arrived and countless cold gazes swept across the area. When they saw the miserable state of Nangong Hao and the others, they were stunned for a moment. However, they quickly swept past them and stared at Lin Xian. You're that Hua Wufeng? A tall young man asked coldly. He was the Azura Hall's prodigy and the first division master, Ming Xiu. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered as he looked at the black mass of people before him. What's the matter? Killing the old redhead actually provoked so many redheads. Are you all here for revenge? Impudent. You're courting death. Slap him. Kid, you're courting death. The Azura Hall's martial artists roared. The surrounding martial artists' mouths twitched. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to call the Azura Hall's members redheads. Kid, you killed my Azura Hall's elder, and now you're insulting my Azura Hall. You deserve to die. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a ferocious face shouted coldly. He was the Azura Hall's hall master, Venerable Azura. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent, and it quickly spread in all directions. Everyone's mind went blank and their ears trembled. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't withstand the killing intent and fainted. Terrifying, too terrifying. As expected of the Azura Hall's hall master. He was much stronger than Nangong Hao and the others of the younger generation. Nangong Hao and the others were only at the intermediate 9th rank, but the Azura Hall's hall master was at the late 9th rank. He was extremely powerful. The Azura Hall's hall master was comparable to the 7 prodigies from before. You want to compete with me in killing intent? You're still lacking. Get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Suddenly, the sound waves turned into countless blades and swords that rushed in all directions. The killing intent turned into sword chi that swept across the sky. The terrifying sound waves tore the void apart. It was too terrifying. The killing intent released by Lin Xian was stronger than the Azura Hall's hall master. The Azura Hall's martial artists were horrified. Not only that, the murderous aura swords in the sky quickly condensed into a huge sword of slaughter, which then slashed toward the people of the Azura Hall. Boom! With a loud bang, the terrifying sword of slaughter descended. Instantly, the entire space shook violently. That terrifying murderous chi surged, as if it could destroy everything. Not good. Damn it. How dare you? Those from the Azura Hall were shocked, and the Azura Hall's Hall Master was furious. He waved his hand and quickly slapped the air in front of him. The momentum of this punch was extremely frightening. The terrifying fist directly shook the sky to the point of shattering. In the next moment, the fist collided with the Sword of Slaughter, and an earth-shaking sound was heard. Countless lightning bolts flashed at the point of collision. Violent energy swept out in all directions. This aura caused the surrounding martial artists to tremble, their bodies trembling all over. What was even more shocking was that the Azura Hall's Hall Master's punch didn't shatter the sword sky. The sword chi shone in the air like a sword of death. It was extremely sharp. What? He's fine. How is this possible? The Azura Hall's members were shocked. The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could contend with the Azura Hall's Hall Master. No wonder he could beat the other Sky Prides. The next moment, the Azura Hall's Hall Master's Azura Hall fist was split in half. The sword chi didn't disappear. It continued to slash at the Azura Hall's members. Damn it! Who is this kid? He's so strong. The Azura Hall's Hall Master was shocked. Although he didn't use his full strength in that punch, he still used 70% of his strength. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to contend with a Sky Pride. However, Lin Xian withstood it. Not only that, Lin Xian even broke his fist. He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. You're courting death. The Azura Hall's Hall Master roared and punched again. This time, he used all his strength to shatter Lin Xian's sword chi. He wasn't the only one. The hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists behind him roared and attacked as well. Palm shadows and fist forces shot up into the sky and bombarded the Sword of Slaughter. Boom! The next moment, the sky exploded again. Boundless energy surged and covered the entire space. Many martial artists were sent flying by the energy storm. Some of the weaker martial artists screamed in agony. The Azura Hall's members retreated as a whole, leaving deep grooves on the ground. This scene was too terrifying. So many Azura Hall's elite martial artists attacked together. There was even an honorable Azura among them. However, they still couldn't withstand Lin Xian's sword. This was too unbelievable. The honorable Azura roared, "Kid, you've angered me. I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead." Behind him, the hundreds of Azura Hall's elite martial artists also roared crazily, "Kid, kneel down and accept your death." Their voices vibrated and their momentum shook the sky. The terrifying sound waves seemed to overturn the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Cut the crap. Get over here and accept your death." Formation: Azura God Slaughtering Formation. The Honorable Azura roared. Immediately, the hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists behind him moved quickly and formed a terrifying formation. Murderous intent gushed out from these people and quickly condensed in the air, forming a terrifying killing formation. This formation was extremely powerful. Now that it was formed by hundreds of Azura Hall's elites, it was even more powerful. Even a Hall Master-level martial artist wouldn't be able to escape death if he entered. On the other hand, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. The furious dragon art in his body was circulating rapidly. His body was full of vitality, like a huge dragon. Then, his palms quickly formed a seal. Qiong-Chi transformation. A deep voice sounded. Then, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was the ancient beast, Qiong-Chi. This was the first transformation of the 9 firmament transformations. At this moment, Lin Xian fully displayed it. His huge body was like a real demonic beast that had been reborn. It was extremely terrifying. Taking a step forward, heaven and earth shook. Then, Qiong-Chi moved his huge body and rushed toward the hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists. Boom! Qiong-Chi's power shook the sky and the earth. He crashed into the Azura God Slaughtering Formation that had just been formed. "You're courting death. Destroy him." The Azura Hall's martial artists roared. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian's attack. The 9 firmament transformations was a true Earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, Lin Xian had used the furious roar art and the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that his attack was unstoppable. Soon, the blood-colored formation that had just been formed shattered into pieces. The sound of metal breaking could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless Azura Hall's martial artists were smashed into meat paste. Even more were sent flying. In an instant, the smell of blood and screams could be heard. What? The Azura god slaughtering formation was broken? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. The Azura Honorable's eyes were red. Brat, how dare you kill my Azura Hall's disciples? I want you dead. Die. Chapter 1395. What? The Azura god slaughtering array was broken? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The Azura Venerable's eyes turned red. Brat, you dared to kill my Azura Hall's disciple. I'll kill you. Die for me. A figure flew out. It was the Azura Hall's prodigy, Mingxiu. He roared and rushed into the sky with the blood-colored spear in his hand. Azura god slaughtering spear. The spear thrust out, causing the wind and clouds to change. Blood-colored runes revolved around the spearhead and emitted a terrifying power. Lin Xian coldly snorted and changed his palm again. Qiong-Qi changed into a sky-shaking roar. Suddenly, the huge Qiong-Qi in the sky turned around and faced the Azura prodigy. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and emitted a terrifying sound wave. Roar! The sound wave burst forth and quickly spread, causing the sky in front of it to explode. The blood-colored spear exploded in the terrifying sound wave and turned into countless fragments. The Azura Hall's prodigy, Mingxiu, screamed miserably as his body was cut into countless pieces. His corpse fell and blood dyed the sky red. A prodigy was killed just like that. What? He's dead. Nangong Hao and the others, who were kneeling in the distance, narrowed their eyes and had a drastic change in expression. They didn't expect that Mingxiu, who was on the same level as them, would be killed so easily. That was a prodigy of the Azura Hall. How could he dare to kill him? Damn brat, I'll kill you. The four elders of the Azura Hall soared into the sky like bolts of lightning, bringing with them a torrential killing intent. They were mad with anger. The other party had killed their Azura Hall's prodigy. It was an unforgivable crime. However, Lin Xian changed his palm again. Skyrock transformation, golden sword. Suddenly, the sky trembled and a golden figure appeared. It was a giant bird. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but the golden feathers also transformed into 100,000 long swords that slashed downward. Puff, puff. In an instant, the four elders were cut in half. Not only that, but the Azura Hall's martial artists below were also pierced by several golden swords. In an instant, all the Azura Hall martial artists were killed. The only person still alive was the Azura Hall's Hall Master, Venerable Azura. They were all wiped out? They were all wiped out in an instant? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe what they were seeing. What kind of method was this? Is he really the disciple of the third guardian? How could this be? I'm afraid even the third protector doesn't have that kind of ability. Let alone the third protector. I'm afraid that even the left and right emissaries might not be able to do it. I'm afraid that only the sect master would be able to do it. Everyone was in a daze. The venerable Shura roared madly, "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." His heart was bleeding. Those were the elites of his Azura Hall. He couldn't accept the fact that all of them had been killed in an instant. Perhaps, after this battle, the Azura Hall's strength would drop to 1,000 feet. They wouldn't even be able to defeat the weakest Nether Hall. And all of this was caused by this detestable brat in front of him. Therefore, he had to kill him. Die, brat. The venerable Azura's expression was ferocious as he charged toward Lin Xian at lightning speed. Countless purple lights gushed out from his body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Azura palm. A dazzling light burst out from his palm. The entire void could not withstand it at all. This time, he was determined to kill. Not only did he use all of his strength, But he also used the Azura Hall's ultimate technique, the Azura Palm. No one of the same level as him dared to resist this palm. Lin Xian was as fast as lightning. He shouted coldly, then raised his arm and slashed out with his sword. Lin Xian slashed out a sword light that emitted a sharp aura. It instantly collided with the purple palm. The venerable Azura's expression changed immediately. He had gone crazy and attacked recklessly. However, when his opponent's sword really slashed his body, he regretted it very much. That was because the sword chi was too sharp, and he could not withstand it at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the purple Azura palm that he unleashed was instantly cut in half. Not only that, but the sword also split his palm and severed his entire arm. Ah! The venerable Azura screamed miserably at the sky. However, that was not the end. The sharp sword light was still descending rapidly and was about to kill him. However, at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the void. Stop! The voice was very loud and clear. It was like a clap of thunder that shook the void. Buzz! The long sword stopped and hung above the venerable Azura's head. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the distance. Then, he said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want to say?" The void moved quickly, and a majestic figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with tiger eyes and a lion's nose. He looked very dignified. As soon as the figure appeared, Elder Linghu and the rest of the people from the Law Enforcement Hall hurriedly exclaimed, "Greetings, City Lord." "He's the City Lord of the Southern Wilderness Ancient Town?" Everyone was shocked as they looked at the sky. They did not expect that the mysterious City Lord had finally appeared. Below, when Gu Yuan, who was being controlled, saw this scene, he also shouted loudly, "City Lord, quickly save me." "Humph." The City Lord snorted coldly and ignored him. Previously, when Gu Yuan knelt and begged for mercy, he had embarrassed the Southern Wilderness Ancient Town. How could he save him? Moreover, he was doing this to save the venerable Azura. Hence, he quickly said, "You can't kill him." "Can't kill him?" Lin Xian sneered. "Give me a reason." "Because he's the Hall Master of the Azura Hall." "Nonsense. Of course, I know that he's the Hall Master of the Azura Hall. However, that's not a reason to not kill him." The Hall Master of the Azura Hall said in a ferocious voice, "Brat, are you really touched by my actions? When the time comes, I'm afraid that even the Third Law won't be able to protect you. The sacred sect will definitely not let you go. Hua Wufeng, did you hear that? Hurry up and release the venerable Azura. Everything can still be discussed. Don't make a big mistake. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets." The City Lord said coldly, "That's what you want to say? It seems that you can't give any other reason. In that case, get lost." "You." The City Lord was furious. His face was gloomy. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, before he could get angry, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian, who was in front of him, waved his arm. The sword light directly slashed down and split the venerable Azura in half. Bang! The Hall Master of the Azura Hall was killed. His corpse fell to the ground and his blood dyed the sky red. What? The Hall Master of the Azura Hall is dead. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. That was the Hall Master of the Azura Hall. He was an extremely important figure. Even the four great protectors did not dare to kill him easily. However, now, a 20-year-old young man had killed the Hall Master of the Azura Hall. This was the rhythm of breaking through the sky. Chapter 1396. In the distance, Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, and the others were in despair. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to kill the Hall Master. This made them extremely terrified. With the other party's way of doing things, he would definitely kill the 7 of them if he had the time. "Hall Master, please come quickly." Nangong Hao and the others quickly prayed in their hearts. The City Lord's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to really kill him. Moreover, the thing that he had been guessing for a long time was now clear. "You're too bold. No one dares to be so bold, at least not the disciples of the sacred religion." The City Lord's voice was cold. "You're not the third guardian's disciple. Who are you? He's not the third guardian's disciple? Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. For a moment, everyone looked at the sky and stared at Lin Xian. Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to my southern wasteland ancient array? The city lord's eyes were piercingly cold. A powerful aura surged from his body, making him look like a god of war. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He stretched out his index finger and gently pointed forward. Void-shattering finger. A streak of purple light shot out like a ghost. You're courting death. How dare you attack me? The city lord was furious. He was about to counterattack, but in the next moment, his body trembled and his pupils dilated. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. No, impossible. The city lord opened his eyes wide and said a few words with difficulty. Then, his neck tilted and he fell from the sky. Boom. The ground trembled and dust flew. The city lord's body didn't stand up again. What? He's dead? Everyone was shocked. The enforcers were even more terrified. Among them, Elder Linghu quickly moved to the city lord's corpse. He quickly checked it and then gasped. He was really dead. There was a finger-sized hole in the city lord's forehead. Black blood flowed out from it. This was the power of Lin Xian's void-shattering finger. What? The city lord is dead. He was killed by a finger. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Previously, the venerable Azura had resisted for a while before he was killed. However, the city lord had been killed with a single finger. He didn't even have the chance to resist. Impossible. This can't be true. The people from the city lord's mansion shook their heads frantically, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, Elder Linghu and the others were horrified. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts, not daring to take revenge. Lin Xian snorted, then turned around and looked at the 7 people kneeling on the ground. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Nangong Hao and the others trembled in fear. Before this, they were furious and wanted to take revenge. But now, after witnessing the scene of Lin Xian killing the Azura Hall Master and Southern Wasteland City Lord with their own eyes, they were completely dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a method before. It was simply not something they could imagine. It should be known that even if they were to join forces, they might not necessarily be able to kill the Azura Hall's Hall Master. Yet, the Azura Hall's Hall Master had done so easily. What was even more shocking was that the other party had killed the Southern Wasteland City Lord, whose cultivation wasn't any weaker than the Shura Hall's Hall Master, with a single finger. Such a method was too horrifying, making it impossible for them to resist. I beg you, don't kill me. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I apologize for what happened before. Please let me go. At this moment, the Sky Prides were all kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. No one dared to say anything. They didn't want to think about anything else now. They just wanted to save their own lives. Lin Xian snorted. These people were from the Black Dragon sect. Their hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. How could he let them go? He raised his hand and was about to kill the 7 people. However, at this moment, another angry roar came from afar. Who dares to touch the people of the Blood Evil Hall? How dare you? Let my disciple go. 2 cold shouts were heard. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky like lightning. The 2 figures were too fast. In an instant, they were in front of the crowd. When the crowd saw them, they immediately cried out in surprise. Nangong Hao and Blood Rogue, who were kneeling on the ground, cried out loudly. Master! Hall Master, save me! It turned out that the 2 of them were the Hall Masters of the Divine Pill Hall and the Blood Evil Hall. They didn't expect them to come personally. The Hall Master of the Divine Pill Hall was an old man. He wasn't tall and wore a white robe. However, his eyes were as sharp as a divine eagle's. His body exuded a terrifying aura. He was more powerful than the governor of the Southern Desolation Ancient Town and the Azura Honorable from the Azura Hall. He was the Hall Master of the Divine Pill Hall, known as the Divine Pill Honorable. Beside him was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had a powerful aura. He wore a bright red robe with blood flowing on it. It was shining brightly. This person had a murderous aura, as if he was a bloody devil. He was the Hall Master of the Blood Evil Hall, the Blood Evil Honorable. His aura was several times more powerful than Blood Rogue's. Divine Pill Honorable, Blood Evil Honorable. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect two Hall Masters to appear. It's over. Hua Wufeng is in danger. That's right. With the two Hall Masters taking action, their strength can be considered heaven-defying. Looks like Nangong Hao and Blood Rogue's lives are saved. Just as the crowd was discussing, two angry shouts came from afar. Kid, how dare you touch the people of the Evil Ghost Hall? You must be tired of living. Humph. How dare you touch the people of the Pink family? Kneel down and accept your death. Hearing the two shouts, the crowd was shocked again. Ghostly and Yu Luosha, who were kneeling on the ground, were overjoyed. Hall Master, Master, save me. Shush, shush. Two figures appeared in front of the crowd. They stood in the void. Their powerful aura shrouded the area and invisible killing intent filled the air. The Evil Ghost Honorable, the Pink Honorable. The crowd was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The scene was too shocking. The person on the left was a middle-aged man. He was skinny and wore a huge black robe that covered his entire body. He wore a black robe on his head as well. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could occasionally see two balls of flames dancing in his eyes. On his shoulders, there were two hideous ghost heads that exuded a cold and terrifying aura. In his hand, there was a white bone wand. As he waved it, countless ghost shadows and vengeful spirits were entangled in it. That aura was enough to make one feel hopeless. He was the Hall Master of the Evil Ghost Hall, the Evil Ghost Honorable. The person on the right was a middle-aged woman. She looked to be in her 40s. However, there were no signs of aging on her face. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's. Not only that, there was a mature charm to her. She was like a blooming peach blossom. Her every move was filled with endless charm. The woman was the leader of the Pink family. However, her eyes were filled with killing intent. She glared at Lin Xian and shouted, "Kid, how dare you touch my people? Kneel down and accept your death." Lin Xian lifted his head and looked at the people in the sky. His eyes flickered. 4 Hall Masters? Interesting. Chapter 1397. Lin Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the people in the sky. 4 Hall Masters? Interesting. But it's not enough. Everyone's lips twitched and their scalps went numb. 4 Hall Masters are not enough? Is this kid crazy? The 4 Hall Masters in the sky shouted coldly and were about to attack. However, at this moment, another angry shout came from behind. Then, 2 bolts of lightning rushed over. Suddenly, Feng Hudi and Shadowless screamed from below. 2 more Hall Masters? Everyone exclaimed and felt a little dizzy. That's right. 2 more figures appeared in the sky. They were the Black Wind Hall Master and the Assassination Hall Master. The Black Wind Hall Master was a middle-aged man in black armor and held a black spear. However, his aura was many times more powerful than Feng Hudi's. The Assassination Hall Master was an old man. He looked ordinary and expressionless as if he was an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on him because he could assassinate a guardian. Apart from Gu Yuan, who was in despair, the rest of the supreme talents who were kneeling on the ground were overjoyed because their elders and Hall Masters were all here. The Hall Masters gathered in the sky and locked their gazes on Lin Xian. They did not hide their cold killing intent. Any one of the 6 Hall Masters could dominate a region and make countless people kneel before them. However, at this moment, the 6 of them were even more terrifying. Perhaps no one could fight against them. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the 3rd guardian might not be able to fight against them. Master, that kid got 3 mysterious crystals. Take him down quickly. Nangong Hao shouted crazily from below. Yes, not only did he steal my mysterious crystals, but he also stole the Blood Soul Stone. We must kill him. Yu Luosha screamed. He stole 3 mysterious crystals and a Blood Soul Stone. Hearing that, the 6 Hall Masters in the sky looked fervent. Kid, Kneel down and hand over the mysterious crystals and the blood soul stone. I can give you a quick death. Let him go. Young man, I advise you not to make a mistake. Although you are strong, you can't fight against the 6 of us. Hand it over, or die. The 6 hall masters were like 6 huge mountains pressing down on the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding martial artists were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. In front of the 6 massive auras, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. However, Lin Xian's expression remained the same, and there was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He ignored the 6 people and turned to look at Nangong Hao and the others. Brat, hurry up and let her go, or you're dead. Hand over the mysterious crystal, and I can spare your life. I'm going to return the pain I suffered 100-fold. Nangong Hao and the others roared crazily with ferocious faces. Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others roared madly. They were no longer afraid. What? Just because 6 hall masters have arrived, you've become arrogant again? Have you forgotten your own situation? Lin Xian looked at Nangong Hao and the others and harumphed coldly. Brat, I advise you to be sensible. Quickly surrender and obediently allow yourself to be captured. I admit that you're strong, but in the face of 6 hall masters, you have no power to fight back. Surrender, and I can spare your life. The 7 people who were kneeling on the ground sneered. Idiots. Even if 6 challenger-level martial artists were here, they wouldn't be able to save you, let alone 6 hall masters. No one can stop me from killing those I want to kill. Lin Xian stopped smiling and waved his hand. Instantly, the light palms that were floating above Nangong Hao and the others slammed down. How dare you? No. Master, save me. Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others screamed madly, their faces full of despair. They had never thought that Lin Xian would really dare to attack them. Impossible. How dare he do that? Is he not afraid of the revenge of the 6 hall masters? However, they definitely did not know what would happen to Lin Xian, because when the 7 light palms landed, the 7 sky prides who were kneeling on the ground were instantly smashed into a mist of blood. Boom! Their bodies exploded, their flesh and blood splattered, and their bones shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, and they could not believe it. As for the 6 hall masters in the sky, their pupils abruptly shrank. To be honest, they were also dumbfounded, because they could not believe that the other party would attack them. One had to know that they were the 6 hall masters. In the face of such an attack, even the protectors could not do anything, let alone a young boy. However, the other party still attacked without hesitation. Good, good, good. Boy, I've underestimated you. The Divine Pill Honorable laughed out of anger. Boy, how dare you? However, since you dared to kill the people of the Blood Fiend Hall, your end will be extremely miserable. The Blood Fiend Honorable's expression was ferocious. Brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to capture you and torture you alive for 49 days. I'll let you die in endless despair. The Pink Honorable's face was also pale, and her body was trembling with anger. In the next moment, the 6 hall masters were completely enraged. They swore that they would capture Lin Xian and let him know what regret was. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked up to the sky and laughed. 6 hall masters? Good, good, good. Together with the dead Shura Hall Master and Nether Hall Master, the 8 Hall Masters of the Black Dragon Sect are finally gathered. I was still thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to send yourselves to me. In that case, I'll personally send you on your way. What did you say? What Shura Hall Master and Nether Hall Master? Black Dragon Sect? How dare you call them Black Dragon Sect? Who are you? When the 6 Hall Masters heard Lin Xian's words, they were stunned and their brows furrowed. They knew about the death of the Shura Honorable, but what about the Nether Honorable? They had not received any news about the Nether Hall, and now the other party had mentioned that the Nether Hall Master had been killed. Damn guy, I'm afraid he's not from the Black Dragon Sect. Hurry up and capture him. Let's see who he is. Kill. The Blood Fiend Honorable roared, and his blood chi surged to the sky. Then, Countless blood-red runes surrounded his fingertips. Suddenly, a huge blood-red light palm covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The palm slammed down, and the space in front of it collapsed, forming a terrifying black hole. However, Lin Xian's figure still disappeared. What a fast speed! The blood fiend Honorable frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could dodge his attack. Be careful, this kid is not weak, the Black Wind Honorable said in a deep voice. When they came, they had received news that Lin Xian had killed the Shura Honorable and the city governor. Therefore, they did not let their guard down. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Chapter 1398. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept across, and Lin Xian's figure instantly appeared in front of the six of them. In the next moment, he drew out the Lone Star Sword, and a terrifying sword in tint erupted from his body. With a slash of the sword, the heavens and earth shook. With a clang, the huge blood-red palm in the sky was instantly split into two halves, and endless blood splattered everywhere. You're courting death. Venerable Blood Demon roared and let out a miserable shriek. Then, endless blood-red light burst out from his body, covering the entire sky. However, just as the aura reached its peak, it stopped abruptly. Puff! Venerable Blood Demon's head flew up, and blood spurted out. His face was filled with horror. Even until his death, he could not believe that his opponent could kill him with a single slash. What? He was killed with a single slash. This is impossible. When the remaining 5 venerables saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, let's join forces. This guy is hiding his strength. The Divine Core Venerable roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart because he realized that he had indeed underestimated his opponent's strength. With such means, his opponent was definitely not weaker than the Guardians. He had already reached the peak of level 9. They were no match for him in a one-on-one fight, so they had to join forces to kill him. However, just as the Divine Core Venerable finished shouting, he encountered a big problem. A phoenix bathed in black flames flew out from Lin Xian's palm and quickly pounced on him. You're courting death, get lost. The Divine Core Venerable roared and struck out with both of his palms. Endless flames were also waved out from his palms, forming a row of fire walls. He was very confident in competing with flames. His flames were extraordinary, and they were even more powerful than the fire spirit. However, in the next moment, he let out a miserable shriek because the fire walls and fireballs that he had unleashed were all burned up in an instant. On the other hand, his opponent's Black Phoenix was unscathed. Nothing happened to it, and it instantly enveloped him. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? The Divine Core Venerable screamed in horror. He realized that this flame was not any weaker than his sect masters. After 2 miserable shrieks, the Divine Core Venerable was burned into ashes. What? The Divine Core Venerable is also dead. The 4 Hall Masters felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned ugly. In just an instant, they had lost 2 Hall Masters. This was something they simply could not accept. As for the Black Dragon Church's disciples below, they were all stunned. They did not dare to believe their eyes. That was a Hall Master, an existence that they could only look up to. But now, he was being slaughtered like a dog. This kind of huge contrast gave them an infinite shock. He is definitely not the disciple of the Third Protector. Who is he? Damn it, this kid's strength has already surpassed the Third Protector. By now, everyone understood that this person was definitely not Hua Wufeng, nor was he the disciple of the Third Guardian. If they were disciples of the Saint, they wouldn't dare to kill so many Hall Masters at the same time, no matter how arrogant they were. Capture his companions. We can't beat him, but can't we capture his companions? Below, the Divine Pill Hall and Blood Fiend Scattering Hall's martial artists roared madly. They wanted to capture Lin Xian's companions and threaten Lin Xian. Suddenly, nearly 100 martial artists madly rushed towards Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the sky, even the King of Assassins, the Honorable Assassin, made his move. This was because he had also received news that Lin Xian had attacked the Azura Hall. It was because someone had insulted the purple-clothed lady beside him that a series of tragedies had occurred. Hence, at this moment, he desperately wanted to capture Morong Qingcheng so that Lin Xian could capture her quickly. The elite martial artists of the Bloodfiend Hall, Divine Pill Hall, and Malicious Ghost Hall all rushed towards Morong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan. According to their thinking, Lin Xian, who was in the sky, would definitely surrender as long as they captured the two women. However, they were too naive. Looking at the martial artists rushing towards him, Luo Bingshan snorted coldly and pulled out the long saber at his waist. Whoosh! Saber radiance flashed and filled the surroundings. With a slash, the terrifying saber radiance was like a vast galaxy, enveloping the surroundings. Several heads flew up. Hundreds of martial artists were killed in an instant. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Everyone was terrified and quickly retreated. They did not dare to move forward. Careless. They were too careless. They thought that the two ladies beside Lin Xian should not have much strength and would be easier to capture. However, they did not expect the other party to be so strong. Looking at the might of his saber, it was not any weaker than the Hall Masters. In fact, it was even stronger. This was natural. Luo Bingshan was a peak 9th layer venerable and had the strength to assassinate half-step kings. In front of him, these people were simply not enough. Morong Qingcheng also snorted coldly. She raised her lily-white hand and pressed towards the void behind her. Puff! A figure appeared from the void. His body kept retreating, and his face was filled with horror. He was the Hall Master of the Assassination Hall, Venerable Assassination. He originally wanted to capture Morong Qingcheng, but he did not expect the other party to be so terrifying and discover his existence in an instant. That terrifying palm even made him feel suffocated. This was an existence that he could not contend against. Venerable Assassination was so scared that his scalp went numb. He could feel that the purple-clothed lady before him was far stronger than him. Even the Protector was not his match. I must escape quickly. He was scared out of his wits. This was too terrifying. The two ladies and one man before him were far stronger than him. Any one of them could easily defeat him. The appearance of such a strong person in his Black Dragon sect was definitely a disaster. He had to report this to the sect master. Humph! Morong Qingcheng snorted. The other party dared to assassinate her. He was courting death. She waved her lily-white hand. Suddenly, a purple light shone brightly. A purple cloud like a saber cut the Venerable Assassination in half. What? The Venerable Assassination is also dead? Seeing this scene, everyone screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The remaining 3 Hall Masters in the sky also felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with fear. Stop, stop fighting, stop fighting. The 3 hurriedly shook their heads. It was a misunderstanding. Everything before was a misunderstanding. Since you have already obtained the mysterious crystal, we will naturally not snatch it from you and will not attack you. If you want to leave, then leave. We will definitely not stop you. Pink Venerable also quickly shook his head. Now, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they were terrified and could not wait to escape. What a joke. In the blink of an eye, half of their Hall Masters were dead. The remaining 3 were naturally no match for Su Quebec. However, Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Then, I will consider taking you as my slaves. Otherwise, only death awaits you. What? Kid, you are courting death. The Hall Master of the Malicious Spirit Hall looked ferocious. The other 2 Hall Masters also looked terrible. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Kowtow 10 times? Become their slaves? What a joke. Chapter 1399. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and I'll consider keeping you as my slaves. Otherwise, you'll die. What? Kid, you're courting death. The Malicious Spirit Hall Master looked ferocious. The other 2 Hall Masters also looked terrible, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Kowtow 10 times? Become slaves? What a joke. Although they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't accept such a condition. Kid, don't be so arrogant. If you push me too far, we'll fight to the death. Humph. Even if we die together, I won't agree to your request. Black Wind Venerable snorted. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's fight. Then, the three of them quickly burned their spiritual energy and released a powerful aura, raising their combat strength to the peak of LV9. This was the secret technique of the Black Dragon sect, which could increase their strength in times of crisis to save their lives. However, after that, they would suffer a serious backlash. But in the face of danger, they couldn't care less about that. They had to kill Lin Xian first. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The three of them greatly increased their strength to the peak of LV9 and surrounded Lin Xian. King of Ghosts, Malicious Spirit Venerable shouted and quickly waved the white bone staff in his hand. Suddenly, countless ghosts and vengeful spirits rushed out and formed a Ghost King. Earth-destroying spear. Black Wind Venerable roared, and the long spear in his hand rushed out like a raging dragon. Aurora Slash. Pink Venerable also pulled out a treasured sword, held it in her hand, and quickly slashed out 18 times. The terrifying sword radiance was terrifying. The three Hall Masters burned their spiritual energy and attacked without thinking of the consequences, releasing an unparalleled power. Lin Xian snorted and quickly activated the astral armor. Suddenly, a set of blue armor appeared and covered his body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His palms kept changing as he shouted, 9 changes of the firmament, 9-headed snakelet transformation. The void fluctuated, and a huge monster rose from the ground. This monster was extremely terrifying. It had 9 heads, and each of them was extremely ferocious. It was as if the Demon King was reborn. Ancient vicious beast, 9-headed snakelet. It was extremely brutal. This was the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the firmament. At this moment, it was executed by Lin Xian. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. The 9-headed snakelet swung its 9 gigantic heads, and 3 of them roared angrily, spewing out flames, lightning, and hailstones. Immediately, they bombarded the attacks of the 3 Hall Masters in the sky. Rumble. The void trembled as energy exploded. Violent energy swept out in all directions. This energy was too violent. Even the Hall Master found it hard to resist. Instantly, the 3 Hall Masters were blasted back. Lin Xian, on the other hand, remained as still as a mountain. He activated the cosmic battle armor to the extreme. This battle armor could defend against 7 layers of damage. Therefore, even if this energy was violent, he could still withstand it. Juing Go. Lin Xian's body moved like lightning. He controlled the huge, 9-headed snakelet and quickly counterattacked. Immediately, the other 3 heads roared ferociously and turned into demonic hands, biting toward the 3 Hall Masters. The 3 heads moved as fast as lightning and appeared in front of the Hall Master in an instant. They opened their bloody mouths and their sharp teeth bit through the Hall Master's armor. No, I won't die. Damn it, get out of my way. Brat, you dare to kill me? The pink aristocratic family will not let you off. Shrill screams rang out. However, in the next moment, the bodies of the 3 Hall Masters suddenly split open and were bitten into countless pieces. At this point, the 7 Supreme Talents and 6 Hall Masters were completely annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. What? They're all dead. Impossible. I don't believe it. Below, the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were horrified and filled with despair. 6 Hall Masters, including the Shura Hall Master and the Southern Wasteland City Master. There were 8 Hall Masters in total. They were the most solid force of the Black Dragon sect. However, at this moment, they had been completely annihilated. This was definitely going to pierce through the heavens. The Black Dragon sect would definitely be infuriated and retaliate crazily. However, Lin Xian did not care about this at all. He stood in the sky and looked down at the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect who were escaping. His face was extremely cold. After which, He activated his ice martial soul. Countless cold air spread out and quickly shrouded the area below. Ka 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 ka. Below, the southern wilderness ancient town quickly formed ice. In an instant, a frozen ancient town was formed, freezing all the buildings and martial artists inside. In the next moment, Lin Xian called out to Murong Qingqing, the falling ice mountain, and the dark red divine dragon. The group flew into the sky. Only the ancient town of ice was left, shining with a cold light under the sun. Soon, Lin Xian and the group left the place and arrived at the spirit ship high in the sky. Next, the dark red divine dragon drove the spirit ship and left the southern wilderness ancient town. Lin Xian rested for a day. On the second day, he took out the blood soul stone and quickly absorbed it to increase his blood chi and soul power. This time, he had killed so many hall masters and martial artists of the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect would definitely go crazy and hunt them down. Therefore, he had to increase his strength to deal with the danger when the time came. The others were fine, but the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king. He was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian thought as he absorbed the blood soul stone. This blood soul stone was extremely mysterious. Lin Xian held it in his hand and absorbed it continuously. The blood chi in his body was tumbling like a big furnace, emitting rumbling sounds. Even outside the room, there was a red light shining. That was the sign of Lin Xian's vigorous blood chi. His soul power was also increasing bit by bit. He tried the sixth diagram of the sky spill visualization diagram. Although he did not succeed, there was a huge improvement compared to before. After cultivating for a day, Lin Xian adjusted his condition to the peak. Then, he called the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan over. The four sat together. Then, Lin Xian took out the 3 mysterious crystals he had obtained. Look, do you recognize this thing? Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and Luo Bingshan were very curious. Each of them picked up a mysterious crystal and carefully examined it. What rich energy! The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. His mouth was smiling from ear to ear. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. No wonder those people's cultivation could increase so much. It seemed that this mysterious crystal was indeed extraordinary. It actually contained such rich energy. Luo Bingshan was also moved. She thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I've never seen this thing before. Moreover, it shouldn't be in the Tianwu continent. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. Kid, you have 3. Why don't you give them all to me? And Hong was reluctant to let go. You dare to absorb this energy? Aren't you afraid of the side effects? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say that if you found these mysterious crystals, you would be able to unlock the secret of the demon abyss? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon pondered for a moment and said slowly, these mysterious crystals shouldn't have been taken from the demon abyss. They were man-made. What? You said they were man-made? What's with the demon abyss? Chapter 1400. Kid, let's put it this way. I've heard of this crystal before. It's called the subdivine crystal. It contains a terrifying amount of energy, but it's only for people above the king realm. The subdivine crystal is very magical. It can strengthen the king realm and make it evolve. That's why it's so precious. And this mysterious crystal has very little energy. It's obviously diluted. So, I guess that the Black Dragon sect must have obtained the subdivine crystal. But they used the subdivine crystal to create countless energy crystals, which are the stones in your hands. These stones are useless to King Realm people, but if people below the King Realm absorb them, they can greatly increase their cultivation. That's why there are so many sovereigns in the Black Dragon sect. So, you're saying that the treasure in the Devil Abyss is the subdivine crystal? Lin Xian asked. That's right. It's definitely the subdivine crystal. The subdivine crystal could increase the King Realm. If this news were to spread to the Tianwu continent, it would definitely make the King Realm families go crazy. Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he frowned. If the Black Dragon sect's leader obtained the subdivine crystal, wouldn't his strength increase greatly? No, he had to enter the Devil Abyss and obtain the subdivine crystal. At least, He couldn't let the Black Dragon sect get this precious thing. Then, if I absorb the energy in the crystal now, will there be any side effects? Lin Xian asked. If there wasn't, he could directly absorb it and increase his cultivation again. He was looking forward to it. He wondered how much he could increase after absorbing it. However, the dark red divine dragon poured cold water on him. There are side effects. What did you say? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. You still dare to absorb it? The dark red divine dragon snorted. Kid, I'm different from you. I'm a real king realm. It's just that my cultivation has dropped, but my realm is still there. But you're different. No matter how strong you are, you're just a sovereign. You've never condensed a domain. Let me tell you, if you absorb the energy of the subdivine crystal, although it can greatly increase the cultivation of people below the king realm, their path will come to an end, because they'll never be able to condense a king realm again in their lifetime. What? How could such a thing happen? Lin Xian was shocked, and Murong Qingqing also threw away the mysterious crystal in her hand. You don't have to be surprised. This kind of crystal is meant for kings to use. Anyone below the king level won't benefit from using it. Although one's cultivation base will immediately rise greatly after absorbing it, one's martial path will be severed. I can guarantee that after absorbing it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. However, you will never be able to condense a king's domain in this lifetime, let alone reach a higher level. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. This was not what he wanted. At this moment, the dark red dragon spoke again. But you don't have to be too discouraged. Although you won't be able to use it for the time being, you can keep it for now and use it after you become kings. Then, everything will be fine. However, it isn't very effective against king realm experts. But if it's a true subdivine crystal, then king realm experts would definitely go mad upon seeing it. So, we have to make a trip to the Devil Abyss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. For the sake of attaining the king realm in the future, he had to make a trip to the Devil Abyss now. After all, the Martial Sky continent didn't have such a thing, and other places might not have it. It could be said that they were extremely lucky to have encountered it. Let's go to the Devil Abyss. Lin Xian tossed the 3 mysterious crystals to the dark red dragon to recover. He couldn't absorb it now, and he wouldn't need it even after he became a king. So, he wouldn't keep it. If he wanted to keep it, then he would keep the true subdivine crystals and not these diluted crystals. After that, their group set off towards the Devil Abyss once more. The death of the 7 Hall Masters wasn't a small matter, so it wasn't long before the Black Dragon sect found out about it. For a time, the entire Black Dragon sect was shaken, and countless experts gathered to discuss it. Even the third guardian who was in closed-door cultivation came out ahead of time. What's going on? The third guardian had the appearance of a middle-aged man. After he came out, he looked at the second guardian with a gloomy expression. Don't be in closed-door cultivation. Something big has happened in the Saint sect, and we need you there immediately, said the second guardian. Something big has happened? What is it? Asked the third guardian. The hall masters of the 7 halls have been killed in the southern desolation ancient town. Not only that, none of the martial artists in the southern desolation ancient town managed to escape. In fact, even that city was turned into an ice crystal palace. And the culprit called himself Hua Wufeng. He's your disciple. What? Hua Wufeng? Hearing that, the third guardian was shocked. He hadn't expected such a big thing to happen. However, he quickly shook his head. What a joke. Do you think I don't know Hua Wufeng's strength? He's only an 8th level honorable. He's even weaker than the geniuses of the halls. Not to mention killing the hall masters. Don't be nervous. We think so too. Someone must have impersonated Hua Wufeng. However, we still need you to confirm the details. All right, let's go. The third guardian nodded, and the 2 of them left quickly. At the same time, the news of the Nether Hall's destruction reached the Black Dragon sect. Instantly, the upper echelons of the Black Dragon sect were shocked again. An entire hall had been destroyed. How was that possible? The Black Dragon sect had already controlled the entire Tianan region. They could be considered an overlord that no one dared to offend. Even the Martial Alliance could only resort to guerrilla warfare. They didn't dare to fight them head-on. However, 8 of their halls had been destroyed. Moreover, they were the last to know about it. It was too shocking. The culprit was only a 20-year-old young man, but his combat strength was terrifying. He was at least at the Guardian's level or even stronger. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? Could he be from the Martial Alliance? Impossible. If the Martial Alliance is so powerful, they would have retaliated long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Moreover, the Martial Alliance hasn't done anything. Could it be someone who was lucky enough to obtain the subdivine crystal and absorb the energy within it to become so powerful? The third guardian said in a deep voice. He was now certain that the culprit wasn't his disciple, Hua Wufeng. Someone had impersonated him. That's possible. Otherwise, how can we explain where this powerhouse came from? Then what should we do? Let's report it. The sect leader will decide what to do. The group of elders and guardians had solemn expressions. However, it didn't take long for another shocking piece of news to spread. There was a mutation in the demon abyss. Challenger-level beasts had appeared. Chapter 1401. However, it wasn't long before another shocking news came. The Devil Abyss had mutated, and a king-level demonic beast had appeared. A king-level demonic beast. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that in the entire Tianan region, only their leader was a king-level demonic beast. However, there was now another one. It seemed that something unexpected had happened in the mysterious Devil Abyss to cause such an anomaly. Quickly report this to the leader. There's no need. The leader has already set off, and the left and right envoys have also followed. The first protector said, "What should we do? Should we go too?" The third protector asked, "For protectors, come with me. The rest of you, activate the defensive formation and guard the sect. We can't let anyone take advantage of this." In the past, they didn't care at all. They didn't even put the Martial Alliance in their eyes. However, it was different now. A mysterious youth with extremely strong battle strength had appeared. If they all went out at this time and the other party came in, it would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. However, as long as the formation was activated, it would be fine. This formation was personally set up by their leader. No one below the king level could break it. Soon, the 4 protectors moved and flew towards Xia country. On the other side, Lin Xian was also moving quickly. Of course, he still didn't know that the Devil Abyss had mutated. However, something had happened during this time. The Dark Red Dragon's cultivation had recovered to the half-step king level. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. The Dark Red Dragon's breakthrough to the half-step king level was undoubtedly great news for Lin Xian. This way, their chances of entering the Devil Abyss had increased by a lot. At this time, the mysterious Devil Abyss had already undergone earth-shattering changes. The surrounding 10 miles was completely covered in a layer of thick fog. Above this thick fog stood 3 figures. The figure at the front was extremely tall, more than 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe, and his cold face was covered in black scales. His eyes were dark green and flickered with a terrifying light. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. It had reached a peak, causing all the sovereigns to tremble when they saw him. He was the leader of the Black Dragon sect and the only king-level demonic beast in the Tianan region. However, this was no longer the case, because another king-level demonic beast had appeared below. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men, one in a white robe and the other in a green robe. Although their auras were not comparable to that of the Black Dragon Church's sect master, they were much stronger than pinnacle 9th rank exalted experts. The 2 of them were the left and right envoys of the Black Dragon sect. They were existences second only to the Black Dragon sect's leader. At this moment, the left and right envoys stood respectfully behind him. They looked down with furrowed brows. This was because an extremely shocking aura came from below, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. They knew that this was an aura that only King Tears could emit. When did the King Demonic Beast appear? At this moment, the Black Dragon cult's leader asked in a deep voice. 2 days ago, the Green Flood Dragon left envoy said that because the Nether Hall was destroyed, we received the news late. The carefree envoy of the right also asked, Sect Master, who is it that dares to kill so many of our hall masters? The people from the Martial League don't have such strength at all. Could it be that there are also people like the demonic beast below who obtained benefits from this mysterious demonic pit? Humph. No matter who it is, I will make them pay a painful price for daring to touch my people. The Black Dragon cult's leader snorted coldly. His words were filled with intense killing intent. As soon as he said this, the left and right envoys trembled. Countless cracks appeared in the space around them, spreading out in all directions. It was too terrifying. This was the strength of a king tier. Just a cold snort was enough to cause the space to explode. If the Black Dragon cult's leader wanted to deal with a 9th-rank exalted expert, he did not even need to lift a finger. He could kill them with just a look. There was no time to care about that brat now. He had to figure out the changes in the demonic pit first. Then, the Black Dragon cult's leader's body swayed and quickly descended. The left and right envoys followed closely behind. However, when they were about 3,000 meters above the ground, a low roar suddenly came from the demonic pit below. Then, a red figure flew out from the ground quickly. Red light flashed and boundless killing intent surged. An arm that was close to 3,000 meters long rose from the ground and quickly grabbed at the Black Dragon cult's leader and the left and right envoys. This arm was too terrifying. It was like a blood-red river that instantly pierced through the space. Humph! The Black Dragon cult's leader coldly snorted and quickly grabbed forward with his hand, fiercely colliding with the red hand flying out from the ground. Immediately, a violent explosion sounded in the sky. Countless energy ripples spread out in all directions, and countless cracks appeared in the space. The ground below also cracked open, forming numerous canyons. The left and right envoys behind him were blown away by this violent energy. They were blown away for 5,000 meters before they could stop. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? It's actually so terrifying. The two were shocked. With their strength as half-step kings, they were actually unable to block the energy ripples. Fortunately, their cult's leader had blocked it. Moreover, it looked like he had blocked it easily. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Their bodies swayed, and the two arrived behind the Black Dragon cult's leader once again. At this time, the Red Hand also rapidly retreated and confronted the Black Dragon cult's leader from afar. Not only that, a low roar came from below from time to time. It seemed like a warning. You two retreat and seal the demonic pit for me. I'll go teach that bastard a lesson. The Black Dragon cult's leader said in a deep voice. Then, his body swayed and turned into a huge black dragon, rushing down. The unknown monster below also roared angrily. Once again, it swung its 3,000-meter-long arm and quickly grabbed at the Black Dragon cult's leader. Immediately, a terrifying explosion sounded. Violent energy rippled out, and a storm quickly swept out in all directions. The left and right envoys looked at each other and quickly retreated. The two waved their hands and formed two huge light screens, sealing off the surrounding paths and preventing anyone from entering. Not long after the two of them were done, Lin Xian's spirit boat arrived nearby as well. Although they had not reached the demonic pit, Lin Xian and the others could feel an extremely terrifying energy ripple from afar. Someone's fighting. Lin Xian frowned. This terrifying aura far surpasses ours. Murong Qingqing's expression was also grave. On the other hand, An Hong jumped up and said, D****, this is a battle between kings. Damn it! Two kings. When did two kings appear? It was too shocked. Wasn't there only one Black Dragon cult's leader in the Tianan region? How come there was another one now? Chapter 1402. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. D****, this is a battle between kings. D****, two kings. How is this possible? Since when were there two kings? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Wasn't there only one king in the Tianan region? Why was there another one now? What? Two kings? Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan were all stunned. They didn't expect two kings to be fighting. No wonder there were such terrifying energy fluctuations. What's going on? One of the energy fluctuations is very familiar. It should be the Black Dragon Sex King. But who is fighting with him? Could it be the legendary Martial Alliance? It's not a human. Judging from its aura, it should be a demonic beast. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. I think it should be a new king, but I'm not sure why. But I think it must have something to do with the real subdivinity crystal. Although they had guessed the reason, their expressions didn't look good. There were two kings fighting in front of them, and they couldn't enter at all. With their current strength, they couldn't compete with kings. It would be good enough if they could protect themselves. No, the spiritual boat can't go any further. Lin Xian stopped the spiritual boat. Ruffian dragon, come with me. I'll go too. Murong Qingsheng and Luo Bingshan said quickly. Lin Xian didn't refuse and nodded. They were just scouting, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Then, Lin Xian and the others got off the spiritual boat. He had the 3 5-star assassins stay on the boat and let them drive away. There was no other way. Kings were too terrifying. Moreover, there were 2 of them. If they were found, the Lin family members on the spiritual boat would be in danger. Lin Xian didn't dare to take this risk. Seeing the spiritual boat fly away, Lin Xian was relieved. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked ahead. Hide your auras, Lin Xian said. Then, he used the heaven-changing technique to hide his aura and flew forward carefully. Everyone carefully flew toward the demonic abyss. Not long after, they stopped because they saw a light screen in front of them that blocked their path. It seemed that someone had sealed the demonic abyss. Don't worry. It's not a king. We should be able to pass, the dark red divine dragon said quickly. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He didn't want to fight the 2 kings inside. Murong Qingcheng. Bingshan. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others were stunned because an intense battle was taking place in front of them. Black? The black-robed man must be the leader of the Black Dragon religion. The leader of the Black Dragon religion was fighting with 9 blood-red arms. They stretched out from the demonic abyss. Each arm was more than 3,000 meters long. They were like rivers of blood, waving in the air. The leader of the Black Dragon religion fought with the 9 arms. The terrifying energy was so vast that it could easily kill a peak stage 9. Lin Xian and the others came back to their senses and carefully floated down. Since the 2 kings were fighting, it would be convenient for them to search the demonic abyss. However, they were discovered as soon as they moved. Who's there? The leader of the Black Dragon religion snorted. He waved his hand and countless black dragon flames gathered to form a black palm. It grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. The palm carried the power of a king. It made one feel despair. The king demonic beast below also sensed the presence of Lin Xian and the others. It quickly waved its arm and tried to grab them. Not good. Retreat. Lin Xian's expression changed. He did not expect the king demonic beast to be so powerful that it could discover them in an instant. Next, he used the red lotus armor and summoned the starry armor. The 2 armors surged out and wrapped around his body. Murong Qingqing also covered herself with a layer of starry armor. The 4 of them turned into streaks of light and retreated quickly. However, the king demonic beast was too terrifying. It caught up with them with a casual attack. Don't hesitate. Attack. The dark red divine dragon snorted. Then, it swung its tail and launched a sharp attack. Lin Xian also formed a seal and used the 9 infants transformation. The 9 heads roared ferociously and spat out flames, lightning, hailstones, fog, and countless other attacks. Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He held a long saber in his hand and slashed out a shocking saber light. Murong Qingqing took out the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and combined it with her bloodline power to create a purple phoenix. The 4 of them used their ultimate moves and attacked the king demonic beast. Bang! Terrifying energy exploded out, and an energy storm slammed into the 4 of them, sending them flying. The dark red divine dragon was still fine. He was already a half-step king. Moreover, his life force was also at the king realm. Therefore, he only cried out in pain and did not suffer any injuries. However, Lin Xian's group was not so lucky. Although Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing both had the star battle armor, which could reduce 70% of the damage, and Lin Xian even had the Red Lotus battle armor, which could reduce 80% of the damage, Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian had the star battle armor, which could reduce 80% of the damage. However, the remaining 20% was not something they could contend with. In an instant, the two of them suffered heavy internal injuries. Luo Bingshan was even more miserable. She did not have starry armor, only a half-step earth armor. Therefore, she was the most injured. In fact, she had almost died. Let's go. The dark red divine dragon's body expanded, wrapping around Lin Xian's group and rapidly retreating. Not dead? Behind them, the black dragon hierarch frowned, clearly surprised by this result. It should be known that although it was just a casual attack, he was still a King Realm expert. Even venerables could not block such an attack. However, the other party was unharmed. This was indeed beyond his expectations. What made him even more puzzled was that he felt a familiar aura from the other party. However, he could not recall it for the time being. Who the hell are those people? They are clearly only venerables. How could they dodge my attack? The black dragon hierarch's gaze was like lightning as he looked into the distance. However, he found that his vision was blocked and could only see a blur. In the next moment, he coldly snorted and wanted to attack again. However, he was once again entangled by the red monster below, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Therefore, he could only send a voice transmission to the nearby left and right emissaries to capture the other party. He would ask them when he had the time. Chapter 1403. This was because they had not sensed anyone entering. However, the other party had actually entered. This had greatly surprised them. Fortunately, the sect leader was powerful enough to discover the other party. Otherwise, if the other party had secretly obtained the subdivinity crystal, they would have committed a great sin. Their faces were gloomy as they quickly attacked to find the dark red divine dragon and the others. Where do you think you're going? Stay here. Soon, the two discovered Lin Xian and the others and quickly attacked. A beam of green light lit up. Like a green python, it quickly streaked across the sky and charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Rumble. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and slapped the sky, blocking the green flood dragon's shadow. However, the carefree right emissary also attacked on the other side. A blade light lit up like cold iron, shining brightly in the void. A terrifying and boundless power quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. The two emissaries were both half-step kings. At this moment, they attacked at the same time. The power was so terrifying that the entire void exploded in an instant. This power was too terrifying. Even a ninth heaven venerable would not be able to resist it. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he crazily activated the great dragon's sword soul in his body, erupting with unparalleled fighting strength. He pulled out the Lone Star sword and waved it in the air. Suddenly, a huge sword light fell from the sky as if it was going to cut the sky in half. At the same time, his palms kept forming seals. Qiong Qi, Tianpong, and Dijiang appeared in the sky and roared in all directions. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he raised his fighting strength to the extreme. Rumble. Terrifying energy exploded, but it blocked the attacks of the two half-step kings. What? How is this possible? The left and right emissaries were shocked. One had to know that they were half-step kings with terrifying strength. Venerable realm martial artists could not compete with them at all. Although there was a half-step king Red Snake on the other side, the other youth was only a venerable realm martial artist. However, he was still able to resist their attacks. It was too unbelievable. While they were in a daze, the dark red divine dragon wrapped around the group and turned into a red light, disappearing into the sky. Damn it! Damn it! When the left and right messengers saw this scene, their faces instantly darkened as they roared continuously. However, they didn't chase after him in the end. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the rest flew quickly with Lin Xian and finally returned to the spirit vessel. Puff. Luo Bingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale. The attacks from the two kings had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Murong Qingqing's jade-like face was also deathly pale, and her entire person seemed incomparably dispirited. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect two kings to be so terrifying. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he suppressed the injuries in his body. He quickly took out some spirit pills and fed them to the two of them. Fortunately, he had many spirit pills and miraculous medicines in his possession that were able to suppress their injuries. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would probably not be able to leave alive. After feeding Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan a large amount of elixirs, Lin Xian sent them to a secret room to rest. Then, he himself went to a secret room and went into seclusion. This time, they had experienced the terror of a king. Although it was only one attack, it was not something they could withstand. Fortunately, they had the cosmic armor. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. No, I have to increase my strength. I have to increase my strength. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Although he was now in the supremacy realm and a peak 9th level supremacy could not contend against him, it was still not enough. Once he encountered a true king, he would not be able to fight back at all. Today was a very good proof. However, he was unwilling. He would not give in. He wanted power. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the subdivine crystal at all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian swallowed a few spirit pills and quickly recovered from his injuries. Fortunately, he had many spirit pills in his possession. Moreover, the art of longevity was extremely magical and could greatly increase his recovery speed. Moreover, during this period of time, he had been cultivating the Furious Dragon Mantra, causing his qi and blood to be exuberant and his vitality to be extremely strong. Therefore, he recovered very quickly. In just one day, he had recovered from all the injuries on his body. If other supremacies saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that that was an attack from a king. If it was anyone else, it would probably take them a year and a half to completely recover. As for Lin Xian, it only took him a day to completely recover. After recovering his body, Lin Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he continued to cultivate and adjusted his condition to the peak. Then, he took out the Blood Soul Stone and crazily absorbed it. Not only that, he was also multitasking. While absorbing the power of the Blood Soul Stone, he was also increasing the speed of absorbing the Sea God Ice. There was no other way. He had to cultivate with all his might and break through to the 9th level of the Supremacy Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the Demon Abyss if he was not strong enough. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the battle in the Demon Abyss was still ongoing. The two kings fought until the sky was dark, but in the end, they realized that neither of them could do anything to the other. The Black Dragon sect leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He remembered that half a year ago, there was no such terrifying monster below. But in just half a year, a king-level monster had appeared, and its strength was not weaker than his at all. This made him so angry that he went crazy. With the king-level monster below, he could not enter the Demon Abyss again, let alone obtain the subdivine crystal. Humph! The Black Dragon sect leader snorted coldly and sat cross-legged above the Demon Abyss. As he cultivated and recovered, he thought about how to enter the Demon Abyss below to snatch the subdivine crystal. The king-level monster below did not attack again. Instead, it retracted its 9 arms that were more than 3,000 meters long. However, although it did not attack, it still looked around vigilantly, especially the Black Dragon sect leader on the Sky Palace. The left and right envoys who were wandering around were even more careful. Not only that, the 4 protectors of the Black Dragon sect had also rushed over. They were also careful in their defense. Last time, the enemy had entered without anyone noticing, which made them extremely alarmed. Therefore, this time, they were especially careful and absolutely did not allow anyone to come in and disturb them. On the other side, the Dark Red Dragon sect had returned once again. This time, it also brought the snow-white little monkey. The two of them secretly sneaked nearby. He wanted to use the power of Little White's treasure bowl to see if he could directly steal the subdivine crystal. Wu Ji, the snow-white little monkey, held the small bowl and kept casting spells. However, it did not succeed this time. This made Little White scratch its ears and cheeks anxiously and stomp its feet. Alas, it really didn't work. The dark red dragon sect also sighed. This result was not too surprising. After all, the demon abyss ahead was enveloped by the king-level domain, and Little White had not entered the king level yet, so it was probably unable to steal anything from the king-level domain. Forget it, let's go back. The dark red dragon sect's figure flashed and brought the snow-white little monkey back. For a time, the demon abyss calmed down, but the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Chapter 1404. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from somewhere high up in the sky of Xia country. It was like a volcanic eruption. However, the aura quickly disappeared. This aura was emitted by Lin Xian. In the past 10 days, he had successfully absorbed the energy in the Blood Soul Stone and half of the Sea God's Ice's energy. This allowed his cultivation to break through again and reach the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. After entering the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, Lin Xian's strength had improved greatly in all aspects. Especially his combat strength, it was several times stronger than before. Right now, Venerable Realm martial artists were no longer his match. Even half-step kings might not necessarily be his match. Sensing Lin Xian's breakthrough, everyone came out. Among them, Murong Qingqing had recovered from her injuries after 10 days of recuperation. Luo Bingshan's face was still a little pale, but his life was no longer in danger. You broke through? Murong Qingqing asked. 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He had done his best in the past 10 days. However, the dark red dragon sighed. Although I broke through and my strength increased greatly, I still can't defeat a King Realm martial artist. It couldn't be helped. The King Realm and the Venerable Realm were two different realms. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. No matter how amazing a genius was, it was impossible for a Venerable Realm martial artist to fight a King Realm martial artist. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Ruffian Dragon was right. Once one entered the King Realm, one's life and strength would change. It was not something a Venerable Realm martial artist could fight against. Moreover, a King Realm martial artist had a King Realm, which was extremely terrifying. Unless one had the help of a King Realm martial artist remnant soul in the remote sky secret realm, it was possible to fight against a King Realm martial artist. It was really impossible under other circumstances. Even if Lin Xian used the Thousand Beast Cauldron, he couldn't do it. Although the Thousand Beast Cauldron was a complete Earth-rank artifact, with Lin Xian's current strength, he couldn't unleash the true power of the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Sigh, I'm so angry. If I still had my strength, how could I let those two guys who had just entered the King Realm be so arrogant? I would have sent them flying with a single slap. The dark red divine dragon was very depressed. One had to know that he could beat up the black dragon religious leader before. You guys should rest on the spirit boat. I'll go out with Ruffian Dragon and see if there's any other way. Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing. All right, be careful. Don't ever provoke a king again, Murong Qingqing said with concern. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he left the spirit boat state with the dark red divine dragon. When the two of them were far away, the dark red dragon asked excitedly, Kid, do you have an idea? I do have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with boundless light. There is a way, but I don't know if it will work. But no matter what, we have to try, Lin Xian said in a low voice. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. The dark red divine dragon said anxiously. Up until now, he still hadn't thought of a way to deal with the king. Have you forgotten about the king's killing array? Lin Xian said. What? You want to use the king's killing array? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. That's a life-saving item. If you use it now, what will you do in the future? We'll talk about the future in the future. At most, we'll leave the Tianan region after we get the Subdivinity Crystal Scripture. Lin Xian's voice was firm. No matter what, he had to get the Subdivinity Crystal. After all, if he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one in the future. Indeed, The subdivinity crystal was extremely precious. Even the Tianwu continent didn't have it, let alone other places. Perhaps this was his only chance. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to give up at all. Damn, if I knew this would happen, I would have set up a few more king's killing arrays. The dark red divine dragon stomped his feet in anger. He didn't expect the situation to be so troublesome. One king's killing array wasn't enough. There's no point in complaining. Moreover, one king's killing array already used up the materials we prepared. Even if you want to make a second one, there won't be any materials left. Lin Xian said, "What we need to do now is to determine the location of the subdivinity crystal as much as possible. We must get it in one strike. After all, the king's killing array won't be able to last for long. We have to maximize its effectiveness." The two of them conversed as they flew. Finally, they arrived at the vicinity of the Devil Abyss. There's more people? The dark red divine dragon scanned his soul force and discovered that there were 4 more people. Judging from their auras, they should be the 4 great protectors of the Black Dragon religion. Lin Xian's gaze was piercingly cold. Now that the 8 hall masters were all killed by him, the auras of the 4 people in front of him were even stronger than the 8 hall masters. Clearly, they were the 4 great protectors. He didn't expect that apart from the left and right envoys, there would be another 4 great protectors. It seemed that the Black Dragon religion's leader was determined to obtain the subdivinity crystal. Ruffian Dragon, think of a way to make the 2 kings fight again. Otherwise, we won't have a chance, Lin Xian quickly said after observing for a while. Indeed, the 2 kings hadn't moved yet. If they made a move now, it would definitely attract their attention. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, if they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to make the 2 kings fight first. At that time, the 2 kings wouldn't have any extra energy to deal with them. Using the king's killing array to enter the Devil Abyss was the best plan. That's easy. Leave it to me. The dark red divine dragon quickly waved his dragon claws. Although he hadn't fully recovered his strength, it was still easy for him to make the 2 kings fight. A terrifying divine dragon's aura gushed out and transformed into a huge dragon shadow. It quickly rushed down towards the Devil Abyss. Although the attack wasn't powerful enough, judging from the aura, those who didn't know would think that it was an attack from a king. It seemed that the dark red divine dragon really had a way. Sure enough, when the king monster saw the huge dragon shadow, he immediately roared in all directions. That roar was filled with anger. Moreover, he quickly counterattacked. Boom! 9 terrifying arms instantly flew out from the Devil Abyss and grabbed at the sky like a blood-red river. The huge dragon shadow released by the dark red divine dragon had the same aura as the Black Dragon religion's leader. Therefore, the king monster below thought that the Black Dragon religion's leader had attacked again. This made it furious. It naturally knew that the other party had come to steal the subdivinity crystal. However, it wouldn't let the other party succeed no matter what. Therefore, this time, it launched a fierce counterattack. The 9 arms waved and tore apart the huge dragon shadow released by the dark red divine dragon. Then, it charged towards the Black Dragon religion's leader. Buzz! Chapter 1405. Buzz. The Black Dragon sect leader suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his emerald eyes, shattering the void in front of him. He had naturally sensed the giant dragon's shadow and knew that someone was trying to sow discord between them. Their goal was to make him fight with the king demonic beast below, so that they could reap the benefits. Without a doubt, it should be the group of people who had escaped earlier. Instantly, he snorted coldly. So what if he fought with the king demonic beast below? Did those people really think that they could enter the demonic abyss below? They are too naive. One had to know that the demonic abyss below had a king domain. Even he did not dare to go down there easily, let alone a few supremacies. Thinking of this, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the left and right messengers and the 4 great protectors around him to find the other party quickly. Meanwhile, he moved quickly and dodged the attack of the 9 arms. Then, he stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his body emitted the terrifying aura of a king. Terrifying energy surged, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and countless black dragon flames gathered to form a black fire dragon. The two kings fought again. The left and right messengers and the four great protectors received the order to quickly search for the other party. At the same time, they set up a formation to completely cover the surroundings. This time, they absolutely could not allow anyone to enter. Who is it? Who are you hiding there sneakily? Come out. Soon, the left and right messengers shouted coldly. Their voices were like thunder, sweeping through all the rooms. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and descended from the sky. This time, he did not hide because he wanted to deal with the people in front of him here. Who are you? The left and right messengers and the four great protectors saw the figure in front of them and immediately became vigilant. The person who wants your lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly pulled out the Lone Star Sword and strode forward. Go, kill him. The left green dragon envoy shouted coldly. However, he did not attack. Instead, one of the four great protectors behind him smiled maliciously and walked out quickly. He was the fourth great protector, and his cultivation was at the peak of the ninth heaven realm. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to come here, then die. The fourth protector grinned maliciously as he raised his palm and slapped out swiftly. Boom! A resplendent light blossomed from his palm. As he waved his hand, the sound of wind and thunder was deafening. This attack was terrifying. Ordinary venerable ones would not be able to resist it at all. However, Lin Xian was different. His battle prowess had already surpassed that of a ninth heaven venerable. Moreover, he had just broken through, and his strength had increased greatly again. It could be said that he was invincible in the venerable realm. Lin Xian didn't even try to dodge his opponent's attack. Instead, he roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. Whoosh! Wrapped in a terrifying cold air, this fist ruthlessly collided with the opponent's palm. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy burst out, shaking the entire space. Boom! His voice shook the heavens, and waves of energy rolled out. They were like ocean waves, reaching 100 zhang high as they spread out in all directions. However, as soon as these air waves had the courage, a layer of blue ice crystals condensed and froze in the void like an ice sculpture. No! The fourth protector also screamed in agony. His palm suddenly exploded, revealing eerie white bones. He roared crazily as his pupils constricted in disbelief. His opponent's cultivation was only at the ninth heaven, which was inferior to his. However, this punch was too terrifying. It directly exploded his palm. ***, who is he? What kind of power is this? The fourth protector's scalp went numb as he quickly retreated. However, as soon as he moved, countless ice crystals formed on his body as if they were going to freeze him into an ice cube. Get lost! The fourth protector roared angrily as a majestic energy burst out from his body. His entire body was glowing, forming materialized sword and saber radiance that rushed in all directions, trying to shatter the ice on his body. However, no matter how he resisted, it was useless. Soon, his body was frozen by the ice. Even the chi and blood in his body were frozen into ice cubes. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture, and he instantly stopped breathing. What? How is this possible? Behind him, the three protectors and the left and right messengers were shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. What kind of technique was this? How could it kill the fourth protector in an instant? Perhaps even the first protector couldn't do it. Only the left and right messengers could do this. However, the left and right messengers could do it because they were half-step kings, surpassing the peak of the ninth heaven. But why did the other party do it? One had to know that the other party's cultivation was only at the early ninth heaven. In their eyes, he was pitifully weak. However, his combat strength made them shudder in fear. The three of you go together. You must capture this brat. The right messenger said coldly. He was very curious as to why the other party had such powerful combat strength. Only by capturing the other party would he be able to find out the secret. Hearing the right messenger's words, the three protectors didn't hesitate and quickly flew out. If it were any other time, the three of them would definitely disdain to deal with a ninth heaven brat together. This was because they didn't care about such an ant. However, they couldn't do it now. The other party's strength was too strong. They had to go all out and take him seriously. The first protector was an old man. He had a pale face and white hair. Although his eyes had seen the vicissitudes of life, they were incomparably sharp. As his eyes moved, there was a boundless, murderous aura surrounding him. The second protector was a middle-aged woman. She wore a long white dress and had a pair of hidden swords on her back that flickered with a cold light. The third protector was a middle-aged man. He also wore a black robe. However, under the black robe, one could see that he was wearing a golden armor. Upon receiving the order, the three of them exploded with all their strength in an instant. Terrifying auras spread out in all directions, setting off thousands of waves. Then, the three of them stomped their feet and soared up almost at the same time. They turned into lightning and charged toward Lin Xian. What a waste of time. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was in a hurry and didn't want to be entangled with the other party. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately used the void-shattering finger. With a flick of his finger, 3 void-shattering fingers flew out like arrows. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, 3 deep sounds rang out. Blood splattered in the air. The 3 protectors' bodies also appeared in the air and stopped in midair. No, can. The 3 of them were bleeding from between their eyebrows. Their faces were full of shock. They didn't believe that the other party could instantly kill the 3 of them, because this wasn't something that a venerable could do. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 of them fell from the sky. What? They're all dead? The left and right messengers widened their eyes in disbelief. This method was too terrifying. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the 9th heaven venerable realm, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to the 2 of them. Chapter 1406. What? They're all dead? The left and right emissaries widened their eyes in disbelief. This method was too terrifying. Although the other party was only a 9th heaven venerable, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to them. Thinking of this, the 2 emissaries' faces turned ugly because their 4 protectors were all dead. This was an unimaginable loss to them. Because their black dragon religion did not have many mysterious crystals left, it would be difficult for them to produce such experts again. Unless their religion master could obtain another piece of subdivine crystal. This was not difficult at first, but now that another king-level monster had appeared in the demonic abyss, it would not be easy to obtain another subdivine crystal. Therefore, the 2 emissaries were furious. Kill! With a roar, the 2 emissaries charged toward Lin Xian with murderous intent. Light shone like the sun, and he looked like a powerful god of war. One each. Hurry up! Lin Xian said to the dark red divine dragon beside him. Piece of cake. The dark red divine dragon had recovered his half-step king cultivation and was very powerful. Coupled with his experience and cultivation technique, dealing with a half-step king was no different from beating a half-step king. Soon, the dark red divine dragon faced the left emissary. As for Lin Xian, he was up against the right envoy. A great battle broke out. The right emissary did not have the fog. He raised his fist and waved it like an ancient demonic beast with the power to tear the heavens and earth apart. The terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. Puff! A sword light shone like a peerless divine sword and split the opponent's fist aura apart. Then, the long sword stabbed out like a dragon. Unfettered palm. The right emissary shouted and waved his palms, forming a huge white vortex. The white vortex was like a combination of countless heavenly blades. It spun rapidly in the air, trying to cut Lin Xian in half. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a serious expression, he quickly activated the star armor and covered his body. Then, his long sword trembled. Countless sword lights turned into blazing rainbows and swept in all directions. Pung pung. Lin Xian's sword light was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely sharp. It forced the right emissary to retreat. The right emissary was pushed back, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He roared and went into a berserk state. He could not bear to be injured by a ninth heaven venerable. Kill. Lin Xian also let out a loud roar as he charged forward with his sword in hand. He was like the god of slaughter. His entire body was emitting a terrifying sword radiance. Countless gigantic swords were descending from the sky. This scene was too terrifying. The right emissary of freedom was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. His combat strength still surpassed his own. I. The carefree right emissary seemed to have gone mad. His entire body was radiating with light, making him look like a peerless beast. You're just a piece of trash who used external force. Do you really think you're invincible? Let me tell you, in front of me, you're just an ant. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. His battle intent was high, and his whole body emitted a powerful battle intent. In the next moment, he waved the lone star sword in his hand and slashed at his opponent. Lin Xian's aura was too powerful. He was like a killing god. He waved his long sword continuously as if he wanted to destroy the entire sky. The right emissary spat out blood again and continued to chase. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian's aura was too powerful, far surpassing his own. Run. He was terrified. Lin Xian was right. He had used external force to increase his cultivation. Therefore, his foundation was extremely unstable. His battle strength was also lower than a normal half-step king. Normally, this was nothing because there were not many people in Tianan region who had a higher cultivation than him. But now, facing Lin Xian, all of his weaknesses were exposed. It was like having a powerful strength, but being unable to use it to its fullest extent. This was because this strength was not cultivated by himself. However, Lin Xian was different. Every step of his cultivation was obtained by himself. Moreover, he had experienced hundreds of battles and could be said to be extremely powerful. He also had many kinds of earth-tier martial arts. Once he used them, his strength would exceed his own by more than 10 times. Therefore, the two sides were not on the same level. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His whole body was surrounded by dazzling sword light. The long sword in his hand also erupted with a boundless aura. The long sword pierced out like a heavenly sword. This sword caused the whole world to tremble. The right emissary's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with fear. There was nothing he could do. This sword was too terrifying. It caused him to tremble. He knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he quickly patted his body 18 times and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Black Dragon's secret art. This was a life-saving technique given to them by the Black Dragon sex leader. He originally thought that he would not need to use it, but he did not expect to use it now. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, the right emissary became extremely pale. It was as if he would fall at any time. However, he still gritted his teeth and quickly waved his hand. Suddenly, the 3 clouds of blood mist in front of him condensed and a black flame appeared. It wrapped around the right emissary and quickly rushed into the sky. Puff! The long sword slashed down and hit the black flame that was trying to escape. The right emissary screamed inside and blood spurted out again. However, the black flame quickly disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expect the right emissary to have such a life-saving technique. Judging from the aura, it seemed to be the aura of the Black Dragon sex leader. It seemed that it would be troublesome to kill the right emissary. On the other side, the left green dragon emissary was beaten up by the dark red divine dragon. His body was covered in wounds. When he saw the right emissary escaping, he also used the same method to escape. The dark red divine dragon coldly snorted and wanted to give chase. However, it was stopped by Lin Xian. Forget it. It's just 2 pieces of trash. Let them escape. Let's move quickly. Okay, I'll listen to you. The dark red divine dragon nodded, and the 2 quickly flew down. The battle seemed to take a long time, but it was actually very short. The Black Dragon sex leader did not even have time to react. When he finally reacted, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already descended to an altitude of 500 meters. Lin Xian floated in the air with a serious expression. At this height, he could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the king's domain below. That aura forced him to use the cosmic armor to protect himself. This is the power of a king's domain. It's too terrifying. Chapter 1407. This is the power of a king realm expert. It's too terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and emitted a resplendent light. He swore that he would definitely enter the king realm and possess this power. At this moment, the king realm expert and Black Dragon sex leader who were fighting fiercely noticed the existence of Lin Xian and the other king realm expert. However, this time, the two king realm experts didn't attack and instead revealed a trace of disdain. Because in their opinion, it was simply a fantasy for these two to enter the devil abyss below. Reckless things. With your strength, you want to enter the devil abyss below? The Black Dragon sex leader coldly snorted with disdain. Even he had to be careful and use all his strength to deal with the devil abyss. How could the two venerables below enter? He probably didn't even need to make a move as the two would be mercilessly killed by the energy within the devil abyss. These two fellows actually didn't make a move? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were stunned for a moment before they became overjoyed. They also understood why the other party didn't make a move. Because in everyone's opinion, the two of them didn't have the qualifications to enter the devil abyss. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter. Although the dark red dragon was a king realm expert and Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, the two of them were still too weak to contend against a king realm expert. However, the real situation was different. Lin Xian had a king realm expert's killing formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than a king realm expert's. Therefore, they had a chance to enter the devil abyss below. This was something that the Black Dragon sex leader and the king realm expert didn't know. Therefore, this created an opportunity for Lin Xian and the other king realm expert. Attack! Lin Xian roared and then used the king realm expert's killing formation. Instantly, he and the dark red dragon each held a corner of the formation and turned into a gust of wind as they quickly charged down. You really dare to go down? What an idiot. You're courting death. When the Black Dragon sex leader saw this scene, he sneered with disdain. The other king realm expert also snorted. However, they were soon stunned because they discovered that the two people below had actually broken through the fog outside the devil abyss. How is this possible? The Black Dragon sex leader's eyelids twitched and his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, that was a king domain. Even he had to be careful when dealing with it, and there was no way anyone below king level could break through it. Not to mention breaking it, he probably couldn't even get close to it. Yet now, two kids at the Exalt realm had actually accomplished it? This was too inconceivable. The unknown king demonic beast also roared. Suddenly, 3 blood-red arms shot down from the sky, trying to stop Lin Xian and Yishiwen. The Black Dragon religious leader also coldly snorted. He extended a black dragon-like palm and quickly pressed it downward. However, the two of them were still a step too late. Below, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon wielded the king-killing array. Like a heavenly blade, they quickly broke through the surrounding fog and entered the demon abyss. Boom! The attacks of the king beast and the Black Dragon religious leader collided in the air and exploded with resplendent light. Countless bursts of energy erupted and swept across the world. However, it did not have any effect. Damn it! The Black Dragon religious leader's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that he would be careless and allow 2 ants to enter below. At the thought of this, he felt like he was going crazy. With a low roar, his body swayed and like a black ghost, he quickly charged downward. However, he was quickly stopped by the other 6 arms. The 6 arms waved like heavenly rivers, forming a powerful defense and blocking the Black Dragon religious leader. You're courting death. Get lost. The Black Dragon religious leader roared. His body erupted with terrifying energy as he quickly counterattacked. Then, the two kings started fighting again. Below, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon relied on the king-killing array to completely enter the demon abyss. The king-killing array was created by the Dark Red Dragon using countless natural treasures and several months of time. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to a king domain for a short period of time. As long as the king-killing array was present, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon would definitely be safe. However, the only drawback was that the king-killing array had limited energy and could not exist for long. Therefore, there was not much time left for Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. After entering the demon abyss, Lin Xian quickly spread out his soul power to investigate the surroundings. The Dark Red Dragon was also constantly looking around. The periphery of the demon abyss was the same as before. Countless stone tablets were inserted, and the fog was emitted from these stone tablets. Lin Xian also discovered that the king beast below was not in the demon abyss, but was only in the periphery. In the depths of the demon abyss, the fog was very dense. Soul power could not pass through at all. Therefore, he did not know what was happening inside. However, the two of them controlled the king-killing array to cut through the thorns and thorns. They tore through the thick fog and quickly walked inside. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's body trembled. He felt as if he was being stared at by a huge monster. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and saw that in the distance, two red dots lit up in the fog. They were like red flames. It was a pair of eyes. They were very angry, with monstrous anger and terrifying pressure. Even if it was a peak 9th level venerable, under this gaze, his mind would probably shatter and his body would explode and die. Fortunately, Lin Xian was now in the king-killing array. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which could resist a part of the king-killing array's pressure. Therefore, he was safe and sound under this gaze. However, this gaze still made his heart jump. On the side, the Dark Red Dragon's expression was also serious. Damn it, this should be the other king beast. Be careful, don't be entangled by it. Our time is limited. Lin Xian nodded and controlled the king-killing array with all his strength. The two of them quickly moved forward. Behind them, the fiery red eyes saw this scene and were incomparably angry. In the next moment, a low roar came from all directions, shaking the surrounding void and shattering the fog. A red light, like lightning, with a crystalline aura, quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. Fuck. If I don't show my power, you really think we're easy to bully? The Dark Red Dragon was very unhappy. He controlled the king-killing array and slashed out a sword chi, which collided with the red light behind them. Suddenly, the energy exploded, and a terrifying wave rushed towards them. Boom, 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 boom. Even though they were in the king-killing array, they still felt a huge impact. Ignore it. Hurry up and find the subdivinity crystal. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The current situation was very bad. Once the king-killing array's energy was depleted, they would definitely die here. Therefore, they had to find the subdivinity crystal quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon gritted their teeth and moved forward while enduring the attacks of the king beast behind them. Finally, they left the periphery and entered the inner area. There's something. Chapter 1408. Finally, they left the outer area and entered the inner area. There's something. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a sparkling light spot in front of him. Fuck. Substandard divine crystal. The Dark Red Dragon screamed when he saw the item. He did not expect to find the substandard divine crystal so quickly. Kid, go over. Hurry. Hearing the Dark Red Dragon's words, Lin Xian was also very excited. He did not expect his luck to be so good. He had just entered the demon abyss and found a substandard divine crystal. The two of them controlled the king's killing array and carefully walked forward. On the ground, there was a white crystal the size of a walnut. It was sparkling and translucent. The energy contained in it was many times more powerful than the three mysterious crystals Lin Xian had obtained previously. The comparison was like a firefly and the sun. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. No wonder the dark red dragon said that once he became a king, he would not be interested in the mysterious crystals from before. Good stuff. Lin Xian reached out and picked up the substandard divine crystal on the ground. He was about to put it into the white bone ring. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The white bone ring suddenly made a cracking sound, as if it could not withstand the substandard divine crystal. Fuck! Lin Xian's expression changed. He quickly took out the substandard divine crystal. Then, he showed a pained expression. There was a crack on the white bone ring. Although it was small, it would not last for long. Fortunately, he still had other storage rings in his possession. Thus, he hurriedly transferred everything from the white bone ring out. Fuck, what a waste of a storage ring. Lin Xian was very pained. He had obtained this white bone ring from an ancient expert. The space inside was very big. It could be said that it was the best storage ring that Lin Xian had. He did not expect it to be unable to withstand the substandard divine crystal. Stop shouting. Compared to the substandard divine crystal, this white bone ring is nothing. The dark red dragon was very dissatisfied. I can guarantee that if you dare to take out the substandard divine crystal, you will be able to exchange it for hundreds of storage rings that are better than the white bone ring. All right, I got it. Lin Xian sighed. But how do we store it? You can't possibly hold it in your hands, right? Why don't I eat it first? The dark red dragon looked at the subdivinity crystal and drooled. Cut the crap. Lin Xian glared at him. Let's talk about this after we get out. Let's see if there are any other subdivinity crystals. Thus, the two of them started searching again. Just at that moment, the king monstrous beast that was fighting against the black dragon hierarch suddenly let out a mournful cry. That cry was filled with endless berserk and fury. At the next moment, the 9 terrifying arms moved away from the sky, no longer fighting with the black dragon sect's sect master. Instead, they quickly sank into the thick fog below. Clearly, the beast king was enraged. In the sky, the black dragon sect's leader also had a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent. This is the aura of the subdivine crystal. Looks like those 2 ants actually found the subdivine crystal. How lucky! However, the subdivinity crystal will definitely be mine. He snorted coldly, turned into a black bolt of lightning, and instantly rushed down. Below, in the depths of the demon abyss, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were quickly searching. Not sure if they were lucky or not, they actually found another piece not long after. This made the dark red dragon so excited that it almost jumped up. Therefore, it did not care about anything else and directly hugged the subdivine crystal, drooling. We've agreed that each of us will get 1 piece, and we'll split it equally. You can't be too greedy. The dark red dragon hugged the subdivine crystal and did not let go. Okay. Here. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. At the next moment, his expression changed drastically and even revealed a look of shock. The smile on the dark red dragon's face also disappeared, and it became extremely solemn. Damn it, let's go quickly. The two of them did not hesitate. They controlled the King Azura to increase its speed to the maximum and flew out horizontally. As expected, in the next moment, the place where they were originally standing suddenly cracked open. A ball of black flames and a red arm appeared there, causing the entire void to explode. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, who had already retreated far away, saw this scene and their faces darkened. Fortunately, they ran quickly. If they were any slower, they would have been killed. Fuck. The 2 kings are coming down. Damn it. We've been targeted. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and it was very gloomy. It should be that the black dragon hierarch and the king demonic beast had both felt the power of the subdivine crystal, so they stopped fighting and directly targeted them. What should they do? The 2 kings were simply no match for them. Moreover, if the other party sealed the way back, they could only watch helplessly. At that time, if the energy of the king-killing array was exhausted, they would really be finished. Sure enough, as Lin Xian expected, the 2 kings were charging towards them. In the fog ahead, a black figure appeared. It was the black dragon hierarch. That tall body was like a primordial demon mountain, standing in front of them, emitting an aura that made everyone tremble incomparably. In another direction, the thick fog rolled rapidly, and a red figure was also faintly discernible. Although he couldn't see clearly, those two cold eyes were clearly visible. They were emitting a biting cold killing intent. Needless to say, that was the king demonic beast. His eyes were like a blade, and it was very terrifying. Accompanied by a low roar, it was like a peerless demon, causing people's hearts to tremble. These two incomparably terrifying kings, no matter which one it was, could make countless sovereigns kneel down and worship them. However, at this moment, both of them were targeting Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Ants, hand over the subdivine crystal or die. The black dragon hierarch's voice was piercingly cold, emitting an endless amount of killing intent. To be honest, he was incomparably furious. He did not expect that in a moment of carelessness, two ants would take advantage of the loophole and obtain the incomparably precious subdivine crystal. Fortunately, he had discovered in time. Otherwise, if he had let these two ants leave, his lungs would have exploded from anger. On the other side, the king demonic beast also let out an angry roar. Clearly, the threat was very obvious. Bah! The two of you still want to snatch the subdivine crystal from me? Dream on. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. If it weren't for my unsuitable body, I would have slapped the two of you away long ago. There's no room for you to be arrogant. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and his expression was incomparably solemn. No matter what, he would not hand over the subdivine crystal. Seeing this reaction, the king demonic beast let out an angry roar, and its voice was earth-shattering. However, its huge body was like a mountain, and it did not take a step forward. The black dragon hierarch's face also darkened, and his gaze became piercingly cold. The other party's attitude infuriated him. Two ants, how dare they behave so atrociously in front of him? They really did not know what death was. Chapter 1409. The Black Dragon sect leader's face darkened, and his gaze became extremely cold. Their attitude infuriated him. How dare these two ants behave so atrociously in front of him? They must be tired of living. However, even though he was furious, there was one thing that shocked him even more. He couldn't figure out how these two venerables had managed to enter this place. After all, even he didn't dare to enter the demonic abyss. What's that? A formation? It's so magical. The Black Dragon religious leader frowned when he saw the king formation around Lin Xian. Based on his intuition, he could naturally sense how terrifying that formation was. No wonder. I was wondering how these two ants could enter this place. It turns out that they're relying on a formation. It seems like this formation won't last for long. I really want to know if you two ants will still dare to be so arrogant when the formation is gone. I'm afraid that I won't even need to do anything. You won't be able to withstand the king domain here. The Black Dragon sect leader sneered. Fuck you. You're just a black dragon. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? It's not like I haven't slapped you away before. The dark red divine dragon was infuriated at being looked down upon. What did you say? The Black Dragon sect leader's face darkened. He felt that the auras of these two people were somewhat familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them before. Actually, this was normal. After all, 5 years had passed, and Lin Xian was no longer the young man he used to be. At this moment, he was already majestic and handsome. As for the dark red divine dragon, it had changed from a majestic dragon to a dark red snake. How could the other party recognize it? They probably wouldn't have thought of it. No matter how stubborn you are, don't even think about leaving here alive. Roar. On the other side, the king demonic beast roared furiously. The dark red dragon was annoyed and was about to use the king-killing formation to barge in when Lin Xian pulled it back. Ruffian dragon, calm down. I don't think they'll dare to enter this place. Otherwise, with their status and strength, they would have attacked us long ago. Lin Xian was already suspicious. With the value of the subdivinity crystals and their strength, they wouldn't waste time talking to them. For example, The king demonic beast was extremely angry, but its body didn't move at all. It didn't dare to move an inch. Lin Xian guessed that they did not dare to enter the devil abyss. This undoubtedly gave Lin Xian and Yi Zichen an opportunity. At the very least, they didn't have to risk their lives against the two kings. The divine crystals are here this time. If you have the ability, come and take them yourself. Lin Xian was still worried and wanted to test the waters. Brat, don't waste your time. When the killing array around you is gone, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The Black Dragon religious leader's voice was ice cold. The king demonic beast roared, but it did not move an inch. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that his guess was right. The two king tiers didn't dare to take another step forward. If you don't want to take it, you can just wait here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he and the dark red godly mountain dragon controlled the king's killing formation and walked deeper into the forest. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing them leave, the Black Dragon religious leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He couldn't understand how two venerable stage ants could enter the demonic abyss and not be affected. One had to know that this demonic abyss not only had a king's domain, but there was also a special energy that prevented kings from entering. Otherwise, he would have entered long ago. Why would he waste his breath on them? Not only him, but the other king demonic beast couldn't enter either. However, the two people opposite him could. This made him extremely puzzled. So what if they can enter? In the end, they'll still be working for me. The Black Dragon religious leader snorted coldly. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Just as well, the two of them went in to help him find the subdivinity crystal. When they came out, he would take them down in one fell swoop. That way, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking of this, the cold smile on his face became even more pronounced. On the other side, the huge king demonic beast had the same idea. Its hill-like body directly prostrated itself on the ground, and its two fiery red eyes slowly closed. It was actually taking a nap here. However, although it looked like it was sleeping, every movement in its surroundings didn't escape its soul power's perception. As long as Lin Xian and the Black Dragon religious leader returned, it would definitely launch its fiercest attack. Lad, how are we going to get out? After the two of them were far away, the Dark Red Dragon religious leader asked. Although obtaining the subdivinity crystal was a good thing, their escape route was still sealed. They couldn't leave at all. Moreover, the worst thing was that the king-killing array around them didn't have much energy left. It wouldn't be able to last for long. At that time, the two kings wouldn't even need to attack. The king's domain here would kill them. There's no other way. We can only try our best to find the subdivinity crystal. Ruffian Dragon, how many subdivinity crystals do you need to become a king? Lin Xian asked. You want me to make a breakthrough? Ruffian Dragon raised his brows when he heard this. Lad, let me warn you. Don't get your hopes up. Although the subdivinity realm is extremely miraculous, the energy of the dragon essence that I lost is far beyond your imagination. Moreover, it requires an extremely large amount of energy to enter the king realm. If there aren't enough subdivinity crystals, I won't be able to reach the king realm. The dark red divine dragon was right. Even kings were divided into different levels. He wasn't like the Black Dragon sect leader and the king demonic beast. Those two had just entered the king realm. Although they were stronger than exalted realm experts, they were much weaker than those ancient kings. Ruffian Dragon was one of those powerful kings. Therefore, he had lost an extremely large amount of dragon essence. These subdivinity crystals really weren't enough for him. The two of them discussed as they walked quickly in search of other subdivinity crystals. However, the dark red divine dragon's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. It can't be, right? Why are there so many subdivinity crystals in this demon abyss? In a short while, they found another 3 subdivinity crystals. Including the 2 subdivinity crystals from before, they now had 5 subdivinity crystals. Even the dark red divine dragon was shocked by such a large amount. After all, it seemed to have come too easily. All right, we have 5 subdivinity crystals now. Lin Xian reached into his pocket and wanted to take out the subdivinity crystal from before. However, he was stunned in the next moment. That was because he had grabbed empty air. There was nothing in his bosom. That subdivine crystal had actually disappeared. What? It disappeared? How is this possible? Lin Xin frowned, and his face darkened. He discovered that since he had entered this mysterious devil abyss, everything had exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to find subdivinity crystals. However, he hadn't expected that such a precious item would be casually thrown around like trash in this devil abyss. They had easily found 5 of them. Chapter 14:10. Lin Xian reached into his chest and wanted to take out the subdivine crystal from before. However, he was stunned the next moment. That was because he had grabbed empty air. There was nothing in his bosom. That subdivine crystal had actually disappeared. What? It disappeared? How is that possible? Lin Xin frowned, and his face darkened. He realized that ever since he entered the mysterious demon abyss, everything was out of his expectations. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to find the subdivine crystal. However, he did not expect that such a precious item would be thrown around like trash in the demon abyss. They easily found 5 of them. Just as he was about to take out the subdivine crystal, he realized that it was gone. It's gone? How could it be gone? The dark red divine dragon jumped up. However, when he realized that the subdivine crystal was still with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, you didn't lose it halfway, did you? The dark red dragon asked. Are you kidding? With our soul power, how could we not know if something dropped? Lin Xian's face darkened. Indeed, not to mention a subdivine crystal, even if it was a strand of hair, with his soul power, he would be able to sense it. However, he did not sense anything and the subdivine crystal was gone? Damn, what the hell? It's broad daylight. How is that possible? The dark red divine dragon was a little scared. He looked around cautiously and whispered, Don't tell me. When I entered the demon abyss, I felt an eerie feeling. Could it really be haunted? What kind of ghost is more powerful than us? It should be at least at the challenger level. Lin Xian shook his head and did not believe it. Don't talk nonsense. If a challenger-level ghost really appears, we'll be in trouble. The dark red divine dragon quickly interrupted. Hearing that, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, How about this? You take 2 of the 3 subdivine crystals and give me 1 of them. Let me try again and see if it will disappear. All right. The dark red dragon god took 2 while Lin Xian placed the last one in the same position as before. Then, they continued their journey. This time, Lin Xian was fully alert as he carefully observed the subdivine crystal in his bosom. The dark red divine dragon scanned the surroundings, searching quickly. Not long after, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with disbelief. The crimson divine dragon also turned around abruptly. No way, right? Don't tell me he disappeared again. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He carefully inspected the area and found that it was really gone. Fuck. It's really haunted. The dark red divine dragon observed its surroundings cautiously, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. Impossible. Even if it's the soul of a king, it's impossible for it to approach us. You should know that we are surrounded by the king's killing formation as well. It's impossible for him to approach us without making a sound. Damn it, what's going on? How could the subdivinity crystal disappear? The 2 of them searched for a long time but found nothing. In the process, they found another 2 subdivinity crystals. This time, Lin Xian took another one and was ready to test it again. Kid, don't mess around. This is a treasure. You wasted it in the blink of an eye. The dark red divine dragon was very pained. This time, Lin Xian held it in his hand directly. After walking for a while, he found that there was no change at all. It seemed that he was paying attention to it. The subdivinity crystal would not disappear. Therefore, he put it in his bosom again. This time, he did not walk. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the king's killing formation around him. He believed that even if there was a king's soul, it would not be able to escape from the king's killing formation. The dark red divine dragon was also waiting anxiously because it was also very suspicious. What exactly had happened? It should be known that the subdivinity crystal had only disappeared in Lin Xian's hands, but the subdivinity crystal on its side was still intact. After about 15 minutes, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. "Who is it? Get the hell out here." He swept his gaze around and shouted coldly. However, it was quiet all around. There was not a single soul. There was only a thick fog drifting in the air, like demons and ghosts. "Kid, don't be like this. I'm scared." The dark red divine dragon felt uncomfortable all over. It felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at it in the dark. Although it was once a king, the current situation was too strange. Someone could actually avoid the king's killing formation and attack them. That was not a good thing. Fuck. Lin Xian's small face was cold. He had never encountered such a strange thing before. Therefore, he slammed his palm to the side. Boom. Instantly, the nearby clouds trembled and even a small hole was torn open. Lin Xian did not care, but the dark red divine dragon was stunned. Its expression was as if it had really seen a ghost. "Kid, you? The dark red divine dragon stammered and could not say anything. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly said, "What's wrong? What did you find? Could it be that someone is attacking us?" "No, it's your power. Can't you feel it? Your power has increased." The dark red divine dragon finally said the reason. He was too shocked because Lin Xian's palm had actually broken through the fog. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock as he recalled the incident. When he had just entered, he had no way of dealing with the surrounding fog. Previously, he had just casually waved his palm to vent the anger in his heart. He did not expect that it would actually break through a trace of the fog. The change in power could be said to be very obvious. However, he had not sensed it before. To be precise, he had not thought in this direction at all. The dark red divine dragon shouted, "Kid, could it be that you absorbed the divine crystal that time? Don't joke around." Lin Xian was also extremely nervous. He clearly remembered that if he had absorbed the divine crystal before becoming a king, then he would never be able to condense a king's domain. Thinking of this, he immediately checked his cultivation power. When he saw that his cultivation had not increased, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he had imagined. However, when he felt the power again, his face immediately darkened. It had increased? His power had really increased, and it was an obvious increase. What's going on? Did I really absorb the divine crystal? But that shouldn't be. Lin Xian was extremely puzzled and could not understand. One had to know that he had carefully stored it and had no intention of absorbing the divine crystal at all. Therefore, his longevity art could not be activated. Now that the divine crystal was gone, his power had increased. Obviously, the power of the divine crystal had transformed into the power in his body. But how did it happen? Chapter 14:11. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces because they hadn't noticed how the subdivinity crystals had been absorbed. Moreover, Lin Xian wasn't sure if he had absorbed the subdivinity crystals or not. What was going on? Would he still be able to form a king's domain in the future? He was completely baffled by all of this. However, a deep dragon roar suddenly came from within his body. There was a hint of excitement in that roar. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard the roar. He seemed to have thought of a possibility. "Ruffian dragon, do you think it could be the dragon sword soul?" After being reminded by Lin Xian, the dark red dragon slapped its head and quickly said, "No, it's the dragon sword soul. How could I have forgotten about it?" Indeed, the dragon sword soul situation was special. It was a bit like the dark red dragon. It had lost its power, but with external power, it could quickly recover. Lin Xian had known this before. However, he hadn't expected that the subdivinity crystals would be effective on the dragon sword soul. Moreover, it seemed that the effect was not small. After understanding the situation, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was very excited now. If he could restore the dragon sword soul to the king's domain, he would have unparalleled power. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a king. Let's try again. Lin Xian took out 2 more subdivinity crystals for the dragon sword soul to absorb. Sure enough, all the power of the subdivinity crystals flowed into the dragon sword soul. Just these subdivinity crystals allowed the dragon sword soul to reach the middle of the 9th stage. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He realized that if he wanted the dragon sword soul to complete a breakthrough in quality, these subdivinity crystals were not enough. He needed more subdivinity crystals. This time, the dark red dragon gritted its teeth and quickly activated the king's killing array. The 2 of them flew deeper into the devil abyss. Along the way, the 2 of them picked up 7 or 8 more subdivinity crystals. They left some for the dragon sword soul and let it absorb the rest. They also realized that the deeper they went into the devil abyss, the more subdivinity crystals there were. Then, the 2 of them ran inside with all their might. The fog inside was getting thicker and thicker, like a layer of clouds, blocking all senses. Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen both possessed the king's killing array. The king's killing array was like a sharp knife, directly cutting through the thick fog. Boom! They cut through the thick fog in front of them. Just as they were about to continue forward, they felt as if they had bumped into a huge mountain, causing a deep sound to ring out. That terrifying power directly pushed the 2 of them back. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. He carefully looked ahead. Could it be that there was no way out? Damn it! What's that? So hard. Even the king's killing array was repelled. The dark red divine dragon was even more shocked. He was extremely confident in the king killing array that he had set up. Along the way, he had indeed played a huge role. However, he did not expect that he would be bounced back at this time. He couldn't help but be surprised. The 2 of them looked at each other, then carefully walked forward. After passing through layers of thick fog, the 2 of them finally discovered a huge black shadow in front of them. Standing in front of him was a white wall. Could it be that this is really the end? Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon also walked along the white wall. He realized that after walking for a long distance, he still could not see the end. It was as if there was really an endless wall blocking the way. It's not a wall. It's not a wall. However, the dark red divine dragon also made a new discovery. This was because he realized that it was not a wall, but something else. It's not a wall? Then what is it? Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon pointed ahead and said, "Look, doesn't this look like a door?" A door? Lin Xian took a closer look and realized that there was indeed the mark of a door on the white wall. However, the door was tightly shut, and there was a thick fog around it. Hence, it was impossible to see it at first glance. You don't say, this is a house? Lin Xian opened his mouth wide. He realized that there were really strange things happening in this demon abyss. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon retreated and used some secret technique. A pair of dragon eyes emitted a purple light. Then, he shouted in a low voice and looked ahead carefully. Soon, he was shocked. This isn't a house. We seem to have found something good. This looks like a spirit boat. Spirit boat? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect there to be a spirit boat in this demon abyss. Are you sure? It should be. It looks like a spirit boat. But why is it here? Kid, if this is an ancient spirit boat, then it's full of treasures. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. This was because he realized that the number of subdivine crystals near the spirit boat was the highest. Therefore, he guessed that there was definitely a huge treasure trove inside. Lin Xian was also excited. Originally, the 2 of them thought that there was no other way because the king's killing formation could not last for long. However, they did not expect to find this spirit boat. If they could enter and leave with the spirit boat, the 2 kings would definitely not expect it. Then, they would be able to leave this demon abyss safely. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Lin Xian directly activated the king's killing formation. An extremely terrifying aura erupted and quickly blasted towards the white door. Boom! A deep sound rang out. Then, a huge force came from the door and quickly blasted onto the king's killing formation. Instantly, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were blasted back. No way, it's so strong. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath. What the fuck is this? Even the king's killing formation could not be broken? One had to know that the king's killing formation could compete with a king. In other words, even a king could not open this door. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were stunned. What kind of material was this to have such a strong hardness? We're rich. We're definitely rich. Just by looking at the quality, it's definitely an earth-tier treasure. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Indeed, if it was an ordinary material, it would definitely be destroyed. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. What the fuck? We can only watch. We can't go in at all. He sighed. However, he did not give up. Instead, he quickly circulated his soul power and slowly penetrated it through the small crack on the door. Lin Xian wanted to explore what was inside. If there was some kind of mechanism inside, he could use his soul power to open it. However, Lin Xian discovered that even with his soul power, he was still unable to completely penetrate the door. This made him even more shocked. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and help me. Lin Xian did not want to give up. Therefore, he called Ruffian dragon to help him. The dark red divine dragon's soul power also spread out. The two soul powers fused together and formed a powerful force that quickly penetrated the door. Chapter 14:12. However, Lin Xian discovered that even with his soul power, he was still unable to enter the door completely. This made him even more shocked. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and help me. Lin Xian didn't want to give up, so he called out to Ruffian dragon to help him. The dark red divine dragon's soul power also stretched out. The two soul powers merged together and formed a powerful force that quickly penetrated the door. In the next moment, the two of them were stunned. They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon worked together and quickly sensed the situation inside. One had to admit that this spirit boat was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even with the two of them working together, they could only sense the situation within 10 meters. However, even so, they were still stunned. Shocking. Too shocking. Absolutely shocking. This was because there were subdivinity crystals on the ground in front of them. There were more than 50 subdivinity crystals, far more than what Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had obtained. One had to know that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had risked their lives to obtain more than 10 subdivinity crystals. But now, there were more than 50 subdivinity crystals just in the passage behind the door. This huge gap greatly stimulated them. Damn, this is intolerable. I must go in. The dark red divine dragon was so excited that he stomped his feet. There was no other way. He had been stimulated. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. He was so excited that he trembled. He wanted to take away all 50 subdivinity crystals on the ground. Now, he was completely capable of absorbing subdivinity crystals. Moreover, the more he absorbed, the more his great dragon sword soul would awaken. His strength would also increase. One day, when his great dragon sword soul reached the king realm, he wouldn't need to fear the black dragon sect leader and the king demonic beasts outside. But now, the only problem was that the two of them could only watch. They couldn't take it out. Even if they could use their soul power to wrap around the subdivinity crystals, they couldn't take them out. I'm not willing to accept this. The dark red divine dragon used his dragon claws to search around. He wanted to see what was behind the door. Later, Lin Xian also personally took action. He didn't want to give up this opportunity. However, when his hand touched the white door, the spirit boat shook violently. Boom, 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 boom. In front of them, the white door that could withstand the king-killing formation slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. What's the situation? The Crimson Dragon Deng's eyes widened in shock. Lin Xian was also shocked. Brat, what did you do? Why is the door open? The dark red divine dragon looked at Lin Xian curiously, because he knew that the door only opened after Lin Xian made his move. Could it be that he encountered some kind of trap? That's why the door opened? Lin Xian was also very puzzled because he didn't do anything special. He only touched the white door like the dark red dragon. Perhaps the dark red dragon couldn't figure it out either, but it didn't want to think too much about it. Its body turned into a red light and went in with a whoosh. The most important thing now was to take away all the subdivinity crystals inside. Lin Xian was also very excited as he strode into the room. There were a total of 53 subdivinity crystals on the ground. The dark red divine dragon took 25 of them, and Lin Xian took 28. As the subdivinity crystals couldn't be placed in the storage ring this time, the dark red divine dragon used its dragon scales to create a bag on its back to contain more than 20 subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian also used the astral battle armor to create a bag on his back to store all 28 subdivinity crystals. Excited, this was too exciting. They had worked hard and only found a dozen subdivinity crystals. As for the Black Dragon sect leader and the king demonic beasts outside, they probably only had one or two. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. However, they had obtained more than 50 subdivinity crystals. This was definitely an astronomical number. Boom. At this moment, the white door behind them suddenly closed, and the entire passage was sealed. The dark red divine dragon waved its palm and attacked. After trying for a long time, it realized that it couldn't open the door. However, this time, it wasn't anxious. Instead, it said excitedly, "Just this passage alone had more than 50 subdivinity crystals. Who knew what else was in this spiritual boat? Brat, why don't we go in and take a look?" Okay, Lin Xian nodded. To be honest, he was also very excited. This spiritual boat was too amazing. First, it could block the king-killing array, and now, they found so many subdivinity crystals. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. He also wanted to know what was in this spiritual boat. Although he couldn't see clearly from outside, how big was this spiritual boat? Just from inside, Lin Xian could sense that this spiritual boat was definitely huge. It was at least twice as big as the one in his hand. In front of them was a 50-meter straight passage. About 50 meters away, there was a right-angled corner. This passage was also made of white metal. Lin Xian tried to break it, but the king-killing array couldn't break it at all. It couldn't even leave a scratch on the surface. This made the two of them extremely shocked. The king-killing array was extremely powerful. It could kill Supremacy Realm martial artists as easily as cutting vegetables. Even if it encountered a king, it could contend with him. However, such a powerful killing array couldn't even leave a scratch on the metal wall. One had to admit that this was too amazing. Treasure. This was definitely a treasure. It was at least an Earth-rank treasure. The dark red divine dragon was so excited that it drooled. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A passage was so precious, there must be treasures in the spiritual boat. However, when they reached the end of the East Passage, before they could enter the right-angled passage, the two of them were stunned again, because there was a palm print on the white wall in front of them. A palm print was slapped on it. It was incomparably clear, causing the entire wall to slightly cave in. Previously, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were too excited, so they didn't notice it at all. Now that they were so close, they naturally noticed the palm print. No way, who is it? To be able to leave a palm print on this white metal. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was a metal that even the king-killing array couldn't leave a mark on. The dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath because he realized that even at his peak state, he probably couldn't leave a mark on this white metal. However, now, someone actually did it. One had to admit that the other party's strength was too terrifying. Even if it was a king, it was probably the best kind. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that this palm print was 3 times larger than an ordinary person's palm. Ordinary humans didn't seem to have such a large palm. Chapter 14:13. To be honest, they were truly stunned this time. In fact, they were even more shocked than before. This was because they had discovered a corpse. It was a perfectly intact corpse. The corpse was extremely tall, even taller than the Black Dragon sect leader outside. It was at least 5 to 6 meters tall. Logically speaking, It was impossible for an ordinary human to have such a physique. Only the demon race could have such a physique. However, the corpse in front of them had the face of a human. It did not have any characteristics of a demon race. It was a tall, middle-aged man. His skin was bronze, and he was wearing ancient clothes. He was not wearing any armor. However, judging from the condition of his muscles, he was definitely stronger than Lin Xian's cosmic armor. There were no injuries on his body, but his eyes were wide open. There was even boundless anger and fear in his eyes. Lin Xian took a closer look at the man's palm and realized that the man's palm matched the palm print on the white wall very well. The dark red divine dragon also noticed this. Then, the two men's heads exploded. If they guessed correctly, the palm print on the white wall was left by the middle-aged man in front of them. To be able to leave a palm print on the white wall, this middle-aged man was definitely a king. Moreover, he was an extremely terrifying king. However, such a terrifying king had died. Moreover, he had an extremely terrified expression on his face before he died. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. When they thought of this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Ruffian dragon, do you know what's going on?" "I don't know." The dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, "To be honest, this middle-aged man's cultivation far surpassed mine. Moreover, I'm very surprised. I didn't expect that a place like the Tianan region would have such a secret." The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Xian's expression turned grave after hearing this. He knew that the dark red divine dragon had always been arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. However, this time, he actually said such a thing. One could imagine that this middle-aged man must have been an extraordinary person when he was alive. Lin Xian and the dark red mystical dragon were both shocked and curious. They carefully controlled the king-grade array formation and circled around the corpse. Truth be told, the middle-aged man had quite a few treasures on him as well. However, the two of them did not dare to take them. Although the middle-aged man was dead, the remnant pressure from his body was too terrifying. They didn't dare to have any ideas. What a terrifying king! Lin Xian was shocked. It wasn't as if he had never seen a king before. King Pillfeather's fragmented soul, the countless king corpses in the remote sky secret realm, and old Taoist Song Song's fragmented soul, but none of them were as impactful as this. This was because the kings from before were either broken souls or piles of bones. None of them were as intact and lifelike as they were now. In fact, the oppressive might on his body did not dissipate by much. Lin Xian knew that this was a true powerhouse. He had already reached the realm where his body would not rot. However, such an expert was actually killed. Moreover, there was no trace of injury at all. Just what kind of person could have such strength? To kill such a king? What was the realm above the king realm? What techniques did such a person have? Lin Xian was very curious. He asked the dark red divine dragon, but the dragon only shook its head and sighed. The two of them walked forward again. Not long after, another round arched door appeared in front of them. This time, it was still Lin Xian who placed his hand on it, and the door opened automatically. Lin Xian was already numb to such a strange situation. However, when he opened the door, he was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged out in time to suppress this fear. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon screamed and retreated 100 feet. It couldn't be helped. It was frightened by the scene in front of it. This was because they saw a pair of eyes. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by a pair of eyes. They were cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a demon god looking down on the world. The eyes did not move. They must have lost their vitality. However, judging from the energy and pressure it contained, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could not breathe at all. One look was enough to make one's heart and soul shatter, and one would be lost in it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and activated the great dragon sword soul again. Suddenly, a loud sound came from his body, and a cold feeling surged out, waking Lin Xian up. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly looked away from the eyes. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Terrifying, too terrifying. That pair of eyes was more terrifying than any king he had ever seen. It was as if everyone was an ant under that pair of eyes, and they could only crawl on the ground. The dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath. Then, it carefully came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them controlled their emotions and did not look at that pair of eyes. Then, they discovered that there was a huge corpse standing behind the arched gate. The corpse was not much different from a normal person, and it was also wearing ancient clothes. Although it had lost its vitality, its flesh and blood were still intact. If one did not know better, they would have thought that it was a living person. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took a closer look and found that there were no wounds on the corpse. Just like the previous one, it had died mysteriously. Two top-notch kings, who were extremely terrifying, had died in such a strange way. It was very suspicious. What kind of power was it? How could it cause such a terrifying result? Carefully walking around the corpse at the door, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon came to the hall. Then, the two of them screamed again. That was because there were other corpses in the hall. Previously, they were blocked by the one at the door, so they did not see it. Now that they were inside, the situation inside was clear. There were a total of 3 corpses, and they were very well preserved. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other 2 were still in a state of battle. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the hall. One of them was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure and a cold face. However, his chest was sunken in, and 2 blood-red arms pierced through his body, coming out from the back. The owner of the arms was a person wearing a blood-red robe. It was an old man with a cold face. Even though he was dead, he still exuded a terrifying murderous aura. However, there was a long sword in between his eyebrows that directly pierced through his entire head. Obviously, the 2 of them had perished together. Although the 2 of them had been lost, they could still feel the horror of the battle. There was even a terrifying aura left in the void. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took a look and felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts beat wildly. This person was too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even if the dark red divine dragon was at its peak, it would not be able to stop him. Chapter 14:14. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at each other and felt their scalps go numb and their hearts beat wildly. These people were too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even if the dark red divine dragon was at its peak, it would not be able to stop them. Damn it! Who are these people? Why are they here? The dark red divine dragon was too shocked. One must know that even in the Tianwu continent, there were no such talented experts. But now, in this remote Tianan region, there were actually so many mysterious experts. Come to think of it, in the distant ancient times, Tianan region must have some unknown secrets. Sigh. Suddenly, a deep sigh was heard, echoing in the spacious hall. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon jumped up. Damn it! You scared me to death. Who is it? Hurry up and come out. The dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian looked around and felt their hair stand on end. One must know that there were several peerless experts' corpses here. If there was a voice, could it be that the corpses had come to life? If there was really a peerless expert that had come to life, then the 2 of them were completely finished. Lin Xian was also extremely nervous. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said coldly, "Who is it? Don't be sneaky there. Hurry up and come out. Lin Xian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come so late." A leisurely voice sounded again. Fuck. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was completely terrified. He did not expect that the other party would know his name. "Kid, I'm here for you. It has nothing to do with me." The dark red divine dragon retreated to the side with a whoosh. "Who are you? How do you know my name? Hurry up and come out, or don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xian shouted coldly. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul in his body to eliminate the fear in his heart. No matter if the other party was a human or a ghost, he would not surrender. Good, good, good. As expected of the successor of the Way of the Sword. This courage is really rare. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. From the other party's words, he seemed to know that he had the great dragon sword soul. But how is that possible? Only he, the dark red dragon god, and the wine lord knew about this. No one else knew. However, the voice in front of him seemed to know as well. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Even the dark red divine dragon jumped up in fright. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. That voice sounded again, and then a broken sword appeared in the void. It was a broken sword. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was only a third of its normal length. Furthermore, the remaining half of the sword was filled with cracks. At that moment, the voice came from the broken sword. You're a sword spirit? Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This was not the first time he had encountered something like this, because the Thousand Beast Cauldron also had an artifact spirit. As long as it wasn't some demon or ghost, everything was fine. I'm not a sword spirit. To be exact, I'm the weapon spirit of this spirit boat. It's just that I'm currently possessing this broken sword. The voice replied, this spirit vessel is called Black Earth. You can call me Black Earth, Heitu? What a lousy name. The dark red divine dragon came to its senses and muttered softly. On the other hand, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask, who are you? Who are these corpses? Also, how do you know my name? How much do you know about the great dragon sword spirit? Indeed, Lin Xian had too many questions, so he had to clarify these things. I've said it before. My name is Black Earth, and this is Black Earth. I've been waiting for you for 10,000 years. What? You've been waiting for me for 10,000 years? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense. I'm only 20 years old. How could you wait for me for 10,000 years? Could it be that you knew I was going to be born 10,000 years ago? Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. 10,000 years was simply too shocking. One had to know that a king could only last for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Who knew if the Tianan region existed 10,000 years ago? You're wrong. I wasn't waiting for you, but for the successor of the great dragon sword. After 10,000 years, I've finally waited for the successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian, you're the one I've been waiting for. The successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, then it was still possible. Because the great dragon sword had existed since ancient times, he wasn't the first to obtain it. How do you know I have the great dragon sword spirit? It's very normal. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword spirit on your body because my master was also the successor of the great dragon sword. Your master too. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect to receive this news. Who is your master? Is he still here? What's the situation with the corpses around here? Lin Xian continued to ask. That's my master. The broken sword in the air suddenly emitted a weak light that swept towards the majestic man in the center. What? He's your master? And he was once the successor of the dragon sword. How was he killed? What's going on? Lin Xian was also shocked. Beside him, the dark red dragon also asked, that Heitu, what realm are they in? To be honest, the dark red dragon was also very shocked, because the aura emitted by the corpses alone made his hair stand on end. So he wanted to know what realm these people were in. Could it be the legendary realm? My master is called Yigu Cheng, the fourth successor of the dragon sword. The fourth successor of the dragon sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. However, he quickly frowned and said, that's not right. Hasn't the great dragon sword spirit existed since ancient times? Why is it only the fourth generation? Hearing this, the dark red dragon's eyes flickered, while the broken sword Heitu said in a deep voice. That's right. The great dragon sword spirit has existed since ancient times. As for how many people have it, we don't know. However, ever since the great Emperor Shiman appeared out of nowhere, swept through the 8 barren lands, and ruled thousands of races, he became the first successor of the dragon sword. After that, there was the second, third, and fourth generation. Great Emperor Shiman? Who's that? Lin Xian was puzzled because from the other party's words, he could tell that this was definitely an incredible person. The great Emperor Shimin is definitely a peerless figure who suppressed the ancient times. He's an existence that countless people look up to. The dark red divine dragon sighed as well, its eyes filled with deep respect. Obviously, he knew about the great Emperor Shimin. The great Emperor Shimin shocked the ancient times and had countless glory in his life. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for his descendants to reach his height. Heitu said, now you understand, right? In other words, I'm the fifth generation? Lin Xian's face was serious. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the fifth generation or the sixth generation, but no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Chapter 14:15. In other words, I'm the fifth generation? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the fifth generation or the sixth generation, but no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Then how did your master die? Why did you wait for me? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he and Yi Guqing both possessed the great dragon sword soul, they didn't know each other at all. Why did He Tu wait for him for 10,000 years? My master, Yi Guqing, was extremely powerful and brilliant. He could be said to be the most dazzling genius of that era. Genius? Isn't that used to describe the younger generation? Lin Xian looked at Yi Guqing in puzzlement. His appearance was already that of a middle-aged man. What do you know? Great emperors can live for 20,000 years, but my master is only 40 years old. He can be said to be very young. He Tu's voice was excited. Did you know that my master became an invincible king at 40 years old? He could be said to be the most dazzling person of that era. If he was allowed to grow, he could definitely become another great emperor in the future. What? An invincible king at 40 years old? This time, it was the dark red divine dragon's turn to exclaim. To be honest, it was too shocked because it had never seen such a young invincible king. What does invincible king mean? Can you tell me the details? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he could guess the meaning behind this, he still didn't know the specifics. Looks like your place is too backward. You don't even know the martial Dao realms. He Tu said slowly. All right, kid, let me give you some knowledge. Let's talk about cultivation first. The martial Dao realms are divided into 9 major realms, starting from the meridian condensing realm, spirit sea realm, harmonious spirit realm, spirit transformation realm, and spirit detecting realm. Above that is the honorable realm, king realm, saint realm, and great emperor realm. You're now in the honorable realm, so I don't need to explain the previous realms. I'm sure you know. After the honorable realm is the king realm. The king realm is divided into 9 minor realms. Every time one advances, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It isn't just that, the domain would grow stronger and stronger as well. It can be said that every single advancement in the king realm is more difficult than all the previous realms. Invincible king realm cultivators are invincible in the king realm. My master, Yi Guqing, is an invincible king. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He already knew that above the Venerable One was the King Realm, but he did not expect there to be another realm above the King Realm. That was the Sage Realm, the Great Emperor. And the Great Emperor Shimin mentioned by He Tu before should be the pinnacle figure of martial Dao. No wonder the dark red divine dragon showed that kind of reverence before. Great Emperor. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. The 9 realms gave Lin Xian a new understanding of martial arts cultivation. Meanwhile, the dark red divine dragon continued. Kid, the king realm is even more terrifying than you imagine. For example, the black dragon sect leader and the king beast outside are only 1-star kings. I'm afraid that even the kings of the martial sky continent are at most 2-star kings. It's very difficult to advance any further. Those old fellows, the most conservative of them, are more than 1,000 years old, and some are even more than 2,000 years old. However, in this lifetime, they will probably stay at the 1-star or 2-star king realm. It's impossible for them to advance any further. And invincible kings are existences that even 9-star kings can't contend against. You can imagine how terrifying those people are. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the dark red divine dragon was right. The further one went on the path of martial Tao, the harder it was to cultivate. He had felt this when he was in the venerable realm, not to mention the even more profound king realm. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually an invincible king. To be able to be called invincible, one could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, this made Lin Xian even more puzzled. Since he's already an invincible king, how could he be killed? Because the enemy is even stronger. He too sighed. Although my master is an invincible existence in the king realm, he is not invincible in the entire path of martial Tao. Above the king realm is the saint realm and the legendary great emperor. The enemy's strength is even more terrifying. Unfortunately, my master is too young. If he was given time, with his aptitude, he would be able to become a great emperor. Great emperor. When Lin Xian heard this title again, he asked in puzzlement, "What kind of existence is that?" The great emperor is the last realm of the 9 great realms. Anyone who becomes a great emperor is an existence that has shocked the ages. Their combat strength is something that you can't imagine. Let me put it this way. The great emperor can directly destroy the Tianan region that you are in with a single slap. What? Destroy the entire Tianan region with a single slap? Lin Xian was shocked, and his eyelids twitched. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon continued, not just the Tianan region. Even the Tianwu continent can be completely destroyed with a single slap and disappear from this world. So powerful. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. One had to know that the Tianwu continent was very big. Even if the kings fought, they could only destroy some mountains and rivers. The stronger ones could destroy countries. However, he had never heard of a king who could destroy an entire continent with a single slap. But now, the legendary great emperor was able to do it so easily. It had to be said that it was too shocking. The great emperor's strength is incomparably terrifying. His strength is beyond your imagination. When your cultivation deepens, you will understand the reason. He too continued, also, don't think that the Tianan region and the Tianwu continent are that big. In the real world, they are just islands. What? The Tianan region and the Tianwu continent are islands? Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. Although he knew that there was an even bigger world outside the Tianwu continent, he didn't expect the gap to be so big. He knew what an island meant. It is indeed an island. However, the people here have never gone further. So everyone thinks that the Tianwu continent is a continent. However, to the people of the real continent, this place is just an island. Our world is called the true spirit world, and there are a total of 5 large continents in this world. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Between these continents, some are adjacent, some are separated by the sea. The Tianan region and the Tianwu continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. Chapter 14:16. Our world is called the true spirit world, and there are a total of 5 large continents in this world. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Some of these continents are adjacent to each other, while some are separated by an ocean. The Tianan region and Sky Marshall continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. That's all. If you compare them in terms of size, it's the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. Lin Xian was speechless and shocked. This news was too shocking. Originally, he thought that the Sky Marshall continent was big enough, and that kings were very powerful existences. But he didn't expect that compared to the real world, they were like dust. Of course, this is only the simplest summary. As for the real wonders of the world, you need to personally experience it. Lin Xian also knew that just from this description, he couldn't imagine how vast the land was. However, he believed that one day, he would leave this place and step into the real true spirit world. Then why are you waiting for me? Lin Xian asked again. My master only had one wish in his life, and that was to pursue the supreme martial Tao and become a great emperor. However, the path of martial Tao is very dangerous. My master finally met a great enemy, a person even more terrifying than him. In the end, my master Yi Gucheng unfortunately died in battle. However, although he died in battle, his will was not extinguished. So, I followed his dying wish and found the successor of the great dragon sword and nurtured him into a true great emperor. What? You want to nurture him into a great emperor? Don't joke around. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. Brat, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you want to become a king, or even an invincible king. Maybe you'll be lucky and become a saint. But to become a great emperor, that's simply impossible. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Since ancient times, there have only been a few great emperors, and every one of them was a figure that could crush all of eternity. This kind of person, other than being strong, their luck and talent are all the strongest. If one can't reach it, it's impossible to become a great emperor. The dark red divine dragon quickly said. It was clear that the great emperor held a very special position in their hearts. You're right. However, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I still have to try. After all, this was Master's wish when he was alive. Is it so difficult to become a great emperor? Lin Xian didn't understand. Although he knew that the great emperor realm was the final realm, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Judging from the dark red divine dragon's words, this was a height that could not be reached. He Tu said, It's right, it is indeed very difficult. Isn't the great dragon sword spirit powerful? However, out of the 4 masters of the great dragon sword spirit, only the first one managed to become the great Emperor Shiman. As for the second generation, the third generation, and even my master, none of them became great emperors. There are even rumors that the successor of the great dragon sword has been cursed. It is impossible for him to become a great emperor. My master wanted to become a great emperor in order to break this curse. What? Even the second and third generations did not succeed. This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. One had to know that the great dragon sword spirit was an extremely powerful offensive saint technique. Although he could only unleash a portion of its power, the effect was still very shocking. It could be said that Lin Xian knew very well how powerful the great dragon sword spirit was. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the great dragon sword spirit, he would definitely be able to become a great emperor. However, he didn't expect that to be the case. You mean that even if your master didn't die, it's impossible for him to become a great emperor? Lin Xian asked. 100%? You're thinking too much. According to my estimation, it can only reach about 10%. He Tu shook his head. 10%? You're saying there's only a 1 in 10 chance? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Kid, what's with that expression? He Tu was unhappy. Is 1 in 10 very little? Let me tell you, ordinary people can't even reach 1 in 100 million. Even those saints only have 1 in 10,000 chance. My master only has 1 in 10,000, and that's already very heaven-defying. What? Even saints who are more powerful than kings only have 1 in 10,000 chance? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He now knew how terrifying it was to become a great emperor. That's natural. From ancient times until now, there have only been a few great emperors. They can all be counted. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and sighed. I've even read in ancient books that there wasn't a single great emperor in 100,000 years. You can imagine how terrifying that was. Got it. Lin Xian nodded and almost bit his tongue. There were already billions of people in the Sky Martial continent, and the true spirit world was probably hundreds of times bigger than the Sky Martial continent. The population was also hundreds of times bigger. However, with so many billions of people, there wasn't a single great emperor in hundreds of thousands of years. One could imagine how terrifying the difficulty of becoming a great emperor was. It could be said that to become a great emperor, other than having extremely powerful strength, One also had to have extremely powerful luck. Only then could one become a great emperor. Lin Xian finally understood why He Tu said that he would nurture him into a great emperor. The dark red divine dragon's performance was like that, because it was simply impossible. However, after the initial shock, Lin Xian clenched his fists, because now he finally had an ultimate goal in life, and that was to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor. "You're really willing to help me?" Lin Xian looked at the broken sword and asked. To be honest, after knowing the difficulty of becoming a great emperor, Lin Xian was very curious about how He Tu would nurture him. Furthermore, there was another problem. He wanted to know if he could bring the Black Earth spirit ship away. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful flying tool. Whether it was leaving the Devil Abyss or leaving the Sky Martial Continent, he would need the Black Earth spirit ship to go to the real great world. I have cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and some experiences left behind by my master. As long as you're willing, I'll do my best to help you. However, I have a condition, He Tu said. To avenge your master, Lin Xian replied with a question. You guessed right. That's what I want. He Tu's voice was firm. Obviously, he had thought of this condition long ago. Then who's the enemy? I won't tell you now, so as to avoid giving you pressure. When you have the qualifications to take revenge, I'll naturally tell you. He Tu said slowly. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Chapter 14:17. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. This matter wasn't too bad for him. Moreover, it was good to have an enemy as motivation to move forward. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately walked to Yi Guqing's side and swore solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. If I go against it, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing Lin Xian swear, He Tu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Great, there's finally hope for revenge. He Tu was very happy. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. From now on, you're my new master. After He Tu finished speaking, he gently tapped the ground with half of his sword. Suddenly, the ground in front of him emitted a gentle light. Then, countless subdivine crystals appeared. The subdivine crystals you were looking for were all released by me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find the Black Earth in this Devil Abyss. So that's how it is. Lin Xian suddenly understood. He Tu was secretly controlling everything in order to let him in. Damn, so many subdivine crystals. Seeing the subdivine crystals on the ground, the dark red divine dragon's eyes immediately turned red. He pounced on them. Ha 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 ha. So many subdivine crystals. Mine, mine, it's all mine. The dark red divine dragon went crazy with excitement. Lin Xian also opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The number of subdivine crystals here was many times more than the 50 subdivine crystals he had obtained before. Then, he excitedly clenched his fists. With so many subdivine crystals, he believed that he could definitely let the great dragon sword soul enter the king realm. At that time, his combat strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Even if he encountered the Black Dragon sect leader and the king demonic beast outside, he wouldn't have any fear. All right, He Tu, I have something to ask you, Lin Xian said. Can the Black Earth still be operated? Although the Black Earth has been stored for a long time, it hasn't been damaged. It's just that it doesn't have any energy now. Therefore, in the coming days, not only do you have to increase your cultivation, you also have to search for the energy of the Black Earth. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the Tiannan region and the Sky Martial Continent for the rest of your life. Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't think that there would be a shortage of energy. This was indeed a thorny problem. This was because ordinary spirit boats were unable to cross the endless sea and reach the true great world. Only a genuine Earth-rank flying ship like this could pass through the endless sea. That was why so few people were able to leave the Martial Heaven continent. All right, Looks like I can only increase my strength and leave this place. I'll make plans for the raw materials in the future. However, Lin Xian did not forget to send a message to Murong Qingqing and Ruo Bingshan, telling them not to worry. Otherwise, if the other party were to rush into the demon abyss and encounter danger, that would be bad. Black Earth was directly responsible for sending messages. Apart from not being able to fly, the Black Earth was still able to operate other things. For example, it wasn't difficult for it to activate a few formations and send messages out. This time, Lin Xian did it in time because Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, who were far away, were indeed anxious. Not only them, Old Master Lin and the others were even more anxious. That was because they realized that Lin Xian had left for a long time and had not returned. Therefore, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan wanted to go to the demon abyss to investigate. However, before they could move, they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. After knowing that Lin Xian was safe, the two of them did not move. Otherwise, if they were to rashly go, they might really bump into the Black Dragon Sect's leader or a king demonic beast. If that was the case, the two of them would definitely be in danger. With nothing to worry about, Lin Xian began to cultivate here. At the side, the dark red dragon was also rapidly absorbing the subdivine crystal to recover its strength. Even the snow-white monkey came out and hugged a subdivine crystal to absorb it. He didn't know if Little White could absorb the energy inside, but it seemed like it wouldn't be a problem. No matter what, he had to enter the King Realm. Because according to He Tu, only by entering the King Realm would one be able to survive in the large world. Below the King Realm, one was an ant-like existence no matter where one went. Moreover, Lin Xian was even more special. If others found out that he possessed an offensive saint technique like the Dragon Sword Soul, it would definitely cause countless people to madly hunt him down. Therefore, it was impossible to not have strength. Just like that, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon started to cultivate madly. On the other hand, the Black Dragon Sect's leader and the King Demonic Beast outside grew more and more impatient. Because according to their own estimates, the killing formation around them would not be able to hold on for long at all for two ants. Therefore, in order to save their lives, they would definitely retreat. Moreover, they had blocked their path of retreat and could just wait for them to come. However, after such a long time, they had not seen a single person at all, and this caused them to feel more and more uneasy. Could it be that those two ants died inside because they were too greedy? When he thought of this possibility, the Black Dragon Sect's leader's face became terrifyingly gloomy. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, 1 month. After a month had passed, the Black Dragon Sect's leader was in complete despair. He knew that with the strength of those two ants, it was impossible for them to survive for such a long time. Presumably, they had died inside. Thinking of this, he sighed. It was a pity that he did not obtain a single divine crystal after so many attempts. Moreover, this devil abyss was such a dangerous place that he could not take the risk to enter. Moreover, there was a king demonic beast beside him that was eyeing him covetously. Therefore, with a cold snort, the Black Dragon Sect's leader soared into the sky and left. The king demonic beast let out 2 roars of dissatisfaction and quickly retreated. The entire devil abyss fell into silence once again, and only the thick clouds and mist drifted here. Lin Xian was still cultivating, and Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were also waiting patiently outside because they had received Lin Xian's voice transmission and knew that he was safe now. The only thing they could do was wait for Lin Xian to return. During this time, in the heavenly south region, although the Black Dragon Sect had suffered heavy losses, as long as the Black Dragon Sect's leader was around, the Martial Alliance and others could not overthrow the Black Dragon Sect. Therefore, the entire heavenly south region was still under the Black Dragon Sect's rule. As for the distant Tianwu continent, the situation was also changing secretly. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Zhan, was still in seclusion and had not come out. After the Duan clan suffered a heavy blow, they also became quiet. However, it was obvious that they were waiting for the Duan clan's old ancestor to come out of seclusion, and then it would be time for them to counterattack. In a primitive forest far away from the cities in the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon that was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge body. It was a strange bird that was completely black, and there were countless black flames burning on its feathers. Chapter 14:18. Tianwu Continent. In a primeval forest far away from the cities. There was a huge canyon here. It was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge body. It was a strange bird. Its body was pure black, and there were countless black flames burning on its feathers. These flames were many times stronger than the flames of the black dragon leader. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize it. This strange bird was naturally the heavenly netherbird. Previously, after the remote sky secret realm ended, the heavenly netherbird had followed everyone out and caused a ruckus. However, due to the astral chains on its body, its strength was limited. Coupled with the joint attack of the kings, the heavenly netherbird had suffered a great loss. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird did not appear after that. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others did not find any traces of it. They did not expect it to be in this uninhabited canyon. At this moment, the heavenly netherbird was sitting there. The 9 underworld black flames were burning on its body. There were still 4 astral chains on its body. However, one of them was very dim, as if it would break at any moment. Pong! Sure enough, under the burning of the 9 nether black flames, one of the chains of stars cracked and broke into 2. The blue chains fell from the heavenly netherbird's body. Feeling this change, the heavenly netherbird suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a black divine spear, piercing through the void. A human-like smile appeared on the bird's face. Ha 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 ha, I've finally succeeded. No matter how strong these astral chains are, they can't block my 9 underworld black flames. Just you wait. When I burn all 4 astral chains, it will be your doomsday. Damn, brat, I won't forgive you. And this entire continent will become hell under my flames. The heavenly netherbird laughed crazily like a demon. Then, it closed its eyes again and burned the other 3 astral chains with all its strength. No one knew about the heavenly netherbird, but one could imagine that once it broke free from the shackles of the astral chains, it would definitely be a demon. Perhaps the entire Tianwu continent would be plunged into a catastrophe. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. Ever since he went into seclusion, he had not woken up. The great dragon's sword soul in his body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the energy of the sub-god crystals. During this time, the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey woke up a few times, but Lin Xian still sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating. This one building lasted for a year. A year's time was not long, but it was not short. However, this year, Murong Qingqing and Ruo Bingshan were extremely worried. Even though the 2 of them had received Lin Xian's voice transmission earlier and knew that the other party was safe, they still didn't know what to do. But they did not expect Lin's and Lin Xian's. At first, it was 1 month, then 2 months. By the 3rd month, Murong Qingqiang could no longer sit still. Lin Xian Xian Xian, Lin Xian 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 Xian, Xian, and Xian. Perhaps something had happened on the other side, so he used the transportation formation on the spirit boat to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. But she never received a response. This made Murong Qingqiang very anxious. She knew that Lin Xian would definitely respond if he heard her voice. But there was no response. This confirmed her suspicions. However, Murong Qingqiang did not believe that something had happened to Lin Xian, so she waited for another month. But this time, she could not wait any longer. She could only go to the demon abyss. Although she was a young prodigy, the demon abyss had a king's domain. She could not enter without becoming a king, unless she was like Lin Xian and had a king's killing formation. But there was only one king's killing formation. Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan could not enter at all. They could only wait outside anxiously. In the following days, Murong Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian every 10 days, but she never received a response. Not only that, she insisted on going to the demon abyss every other month, but there was still no response. Just like that, it was the 9th month. This time, she was finally discovered by the Black Dragon sect. But fortunately, it was not the Black Dragon sect's leader, but other Black Dragon sect cultivators. These people were nothing to Morong Qingqing, so she left easily. However, this matter attracted the Black Dragon sect's attention. Later, more and more Black Dragon sect experts came to patrol the vicinity of the Demon Abyss. They even wanted to capture Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the following days, the two of them did not dare to go out casually. After all, if they encountered the Black Dragon sect's leader, they would not be able to resist at all. In the spirit boat, not only were the two women anxious, but the Lin family members were even more anxious. Especially Old Master Lin and Second Uncle Lin, who were extremely anxious. Even Old Master Lin wanted to go out to search, but he was stopped by Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Going out now was tantamount to suicide. However, although they were extremely careful, they were still discovered under the Black Dragon sect's crazy search. Later on, the left and right envoys personally led countless experts to hunt them down. Everyone, listen up. Seal that spirit boat. No need to do anything. Wait for the sect leader to come and deal with them. Hee hee, little beauty, just you wait. When the time comes, you will suffer a fate worse than death. The left and right envoys' expressions were ferocious. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan snorted coldly, but the Lin family members were extremely nervous. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of ants. As long as the Black Dragon sect's leader doesn't come personally, we will not be in danger. Rong Qingcheng comforted Old Master Lin and the rest. Luo Bingshan's figure flashed as he rushed out of the spirit boat. Trying to run? Stop her. The right envoy shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and dozens of figures rushed forward. These people had ferocious expressions and powerful auras. They were all 9th level Honored Realm experts. It seemed like they were also experts of the Black Dragon sect. At this moment, more than 10 of them moved together. Even a half-step king would have a headache. Therefore, in these people's eyes, dealing with a little beauty was more than enough. Hee hee, little beauty, hurry up and surrender. Ha ha ha, I will take good care of you. The group of people laughed wildly, not taking it to heart. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. In this year's time, her injuries had already healed, and her strength had already reached its peak. Facing these 9th level Honored Realm experts, her gaze was cold as she quickly pulled out the long saber at her waist. Wong. A saber light slashed out like water, abnormally cold. This saber was like a heavenly river, emitting a powerful killing intent as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. What? Impossible. Not good, retreat. The Black Dragon sect's martial artists' expressions changed instantly. Their expressions were filled with fear. They did not expect a little beauty to be so terrifying. Chapter 1419. These people were too terrified. They did not expect a young woman to have such a terrifying blade light. Therefore, they could only retreat as fast as they could. At the same time, they activated their battle armors in an attempt to escape. However, this blade was too terrifying. They had no chance of resisting at all. Therefore, in the next moment, dozens of heads flew into the air as blood gushed out like a river. What? They're all dead. The surrounding Black Dragon cult martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. Even the left and right envoys were shocked. They did not expect the opponent's strength to be so terrifying. She did not seem any weaker than them. Damn it! How is this possible? Who are they? The left and right envoys' faces were gloomy. The strength of the woman and snake that appeared before was already beyond their imagination. They did not expect another woman to appear, and her strength was not any weaker than them. Where did these people come from? It should be known that in the South Heaven region, other than the two of them who were half-step kings, no one else could fight against them. But now, several of them had appeared at once. They could not accept this. Luo Bingshan killed dozens of 9th level sovereigns with a single blade. Then, his eyes flashed like lightning as his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Holding the long blade in his hand, he quickly slashed out several blade lights toward the left envoys. The surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples were scared and did not dare to stop him. However, the left envoys roared as his hair stood on end. He was too angry. Although the opponent was a half-step king, she was not a true half-step king. However, the opponent still dared to charge at him. It was as if she did not put him in her eyes at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and exploded with an unparalleled strength. He decided to kill the woman in front of him personally to intimidate the others on the spirit boat. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy surged out of the left envoy's body and spread out in all directions. This left envoy was not a human. Their true form was a green flood dragon. At this moment, they used their full strength. Their dark green hair danced in the wind like countless little green snakes spiraling in the air. Their eyes were dark green and emitted a cold and gloomy light. This aura made all the surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples tremble as they involuntarily retreated. At the same time, they cheered excitedly. With the left envoy's help, they would definitely win. "Little girl, go to hell." The green dragon left emissary shouted and emitted a green light all over his body. He stretched out his hand, and it turned into a huge green python that covered the sky and rushed forward. Rumble. The terrifying green python tore through the void, creating a terrifying crack in the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it rapidly bombarded the surroundings. That momentum was exceptionally terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and disappeared like a ghost. Boom. In the next moment, the void where she was originally standing was shattered. Countless cracks and black holes appeared, but Luo Bingshan's figure had long since disappeared. What? He dodged it. The surrounding Black Dragon cult cultivators were shocked. As for the left Azure Dragon envoy, his expression was gloomy. He had not expected the other party's speed to be so fast, to be able to dodge his attack. So what if he managed to unleash one more attack? "I don't believe that you can dodge all my attacks," the left Green Dragon envoy sneered. He wanted to crush his opponent with his powerful aura. Just as this thought arose in his mind, suddenly, his expression changed drastically and even became ferocious. There was also a tinge of fear in his eyes. That was because an extremely sharp aura suddenly came from behind him, as if it was going to split him in half. "Damn it, get lost." The left Green Dragon envoy roared, and an unparalleled power exploded from his body. At the same time, countless green lights surrounded his body and formed a green snake armor. He was too shocked. He had not expected the other party to circle behind him in an instant and launch a fatal attack. Is the other party an assassin? His heart pounded wildly because he had not sensed the other party's aura at all. He also did not know that the other party had appeared behind him. It was too late to run now because the blade was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning that enveloped him in an instant. Therefore, he could only use all his strength to take the blade head-on. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade slashed the left Green Dragon envoy's body, emitting a dazzling light. Unparalleled power spread out in all directions. "Block it!" The left Green Dragon envoy's face was ferocious and even python scales appeared on his body. Countless green snakes circled around his body, and his armor shone with an unparalleled light, like a green sun. However, the blade was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that tore through all obstacles and even broke the left Green Dragon envoy's armor. In the next moment, the terrifying blade radiance slashed the left Green Dragon envoy's body. Blood spurted out and his bones broke. A miserable cry was heard. "Ah!" The left Green Dragon envoy screamed in a ferocious voice. Hearing this voice, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They had not expected the powerful and terrifying left Green Dragon envoy to be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated in one move. Who was this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Everyone looked at Luo Bingshan with fear in their eyes. The left Green Dragon envoy used all his strength and retreated quickly. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, he retreated a few hundred feet and stopped. Drip, drip. Blood was still flowing. He was in a terrible state. His entire body was almost split in half, and he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed their saliva and could not believe their eyes. That was the left Green Dragon envoy. He was the supreme existence of the Black Dragon sect. In the entire Tianan region, No one could suppress him except for the Black Dragon sect leader. However, the left green dragon envoy had suffered such serious injuries, and the one who attacked was a young woman. She had only used one blade to cause such injuries. This was too terrifying. The left green dragon envoy's face was also very gloomy. He did not expect his companion to be defeated in an instant and suffer such serious injuries. Damn it! He roared angrily. His body also exploded with a dazzling white light. He was like a god of war. He was extremely powerful. He had to make a move now and suppress his opponent. Otherwise, with her ghostly speed, he would be in danger if she tried to assassinate him. Look, the left green dragon envoy is making his move. The surrounding martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were extremely nervous. They had placed all their hopes on the left green dragon envoy. If the left green dragon envoy was defeated, the Black Dragon sect would be completely finished. Left green dragon palm. The left green dragon envoy made the first move. His entire body supported a powerful force, and the surrounding wind blew. He would not give his opponent a chance to sneak an attack. Chapter 1420. Free and Unfettered Palm. The right emissary made the first move. His entire body was filled with a powerful force, and a gale swept through the surroundings. He would not give his opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. A huge light palm flew out from his palm and quickly pressed forward. The resplendent light illuminated the surroundings. That palm of light contained an incomparable amount of energy. This palm was like a white mountain that pushed across the sky. The entire sky shook as if it was about to collapse. Humph! Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Although the opponent was a half-step king, she did not care about him at all. 8 blades of the ocean abyss. This time, Luo Bingshan did not dodge. Instead, she faced it head-on. The 8 blades of the ocean abyss was an earth-class cultivation technique. It had been used by the Duan clan's disciple in the remote sky secret realm. Now, it had reappeared in the hands of the Luo Bingshan. This earth-class cultivation technique in the hands of Luo Bingshan was several times stronger than in the hands of Yin Feng. That terrifying saber light transformed into one after another surging Milky Way, constantly roaring in the air. As the blades slashed out, a resplendent light blossomed in the void. The terrifying blade light illuminated the surroundings and slashed forward. Both of them were using their ultimate techniques. It could be said that their momentum was terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan was using a true earth-class cultivation technique. As for the right emissary, no matter how powerful he was, he only had a half-step earth-class cultivation technique. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, as soon as they clashed, the huge light palm of the right emissary was sliced apart and turned into countless spiritual chi that dissipated in the air. Impossible! Seeing his ultimate technique being sliced apart so easily, the right emissary screamed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! How is this possible? He clenched his teeth. At the same time, his palms changed rapidly. He clenched both hands into fists and punched out quickly. Divine Azura Fist. The terrifying fist blossomed with blood-red light. The right emissary's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Boundless killing intense soared from his body. At this moment, he used another ultimate technique, the Divine Azura Fist. Apart from being terrifying, this fist technique also carried a dense baleful aura. It dyed the entire sky blood-red. Those fist shadows transformed into red flood dragons, rushing out at high speed. For a time, the sky once again fell into chaos. The eyes of the surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples were also bloodshot. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and fight. However, they were simply unable to approach. Merely the aftermath of the energy was enough to blow them away. Luo Bingshan's expression was ice-cold. With a light snort, the long saber in his hand slashed out again. 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the second blade, White Shark Slash. The long saber slashed out, and countless saber lights gathered to form a huge white shark. This great white shark's entire body was radiating light. Its entire body was formed from saber radiance. It was extremely terrifying. It carried with it an astonishingly sharp aura as it flew rapidly in the air. Instantly, the countless baleful auras in the sky were sliced into countless pieces by the saber light and fell rapidly. The two blood-colored divine fists were also swallowed by the white shark formed by the saber light. What? It broke again. This is impossible. The carefree right emissary felt his scalp go numb in disbelief. Although he knew that his opponent was powerful and had the strength of a half-step king, it was still impossible for him to break through his attack so easily. It should be known that he was also a half-step king. No matter what, both sides would have to exchange several hundred moves before the outcome would be decided. However, his opponent's strength was too powerful. Moreover, his attack power was extremely sharp. Victory and defeat were often decided in one move. How was this a battle between two people of the same realm? This was simply a one-sided battle. The carefree right emissary seemed to have gone mad and wanted to attack again. However, opposite him, Luo Bingshan coldly said, "You don't have the chance." 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the third blade. The long saber flickered, and this time, it transformed into a huge whale that roared in the air. That huge body filled the entire sky. The terrifying power made everyone's heart tremble. Even some of the weaker ones directly knelt down. "No!" The carefree right emissary crazily shouted. However, that huge blue whale directly floated down and swallowed him. Terrifying energy exploded, completely submerging the entire void. Bang! Bang! The carefree right emissary screamed again and again as he was blasted away by this energy. Many places on his body were pierced, and terrifying bloody holes appeared one after another. Blood flowed out continuously, and his bones were broken. It could be said that he had suffered severe injuries. It seemed that he would not live for long. What? The carefree right emissary was also defeated? How is this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked and could not believe it. The left and right emissaries were existences that were second only to the sect leader in the Black Dragon sect. They were experts that were second only to the sect leader. However, at this moment, they were actually defeated, and easily defeated. Moreover, the opponent was only a young and beautiful woman. They probably would not have imagined such a scene even in their dreams. Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and glanced around. Immediately, those disciples of the Black Dragon sect were so frightened that they all sat on the ground, not daring to resist. Luo Bingshan snorted again and put away his long saber. He turned around and walked towards the spirit boat. She had no interest in the surrounding disciples because they were not worthy of her attack. Seeing that she was about to leave, none of the disciples of the Black Dragon sect dared to stop her. They only hoped that this murderous star in front of them would leave quickly so that they could live. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A black light suddenly lit up the sky. It was like a black lightning bolt that instantly rushed towards Luo Bingshan. Wherever it passed, the entire sky seemed to be split in half. Terrifying airwaves rolled out in all directions. The speed was so fast that it produced a muffled sound that made one's scalp tingle. "You're courting death." Luo Bingshan glared with anger. She did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. With a cold snort, she turned around and slashed with her saber. Boom! The air exploded, producing a huge amount of energy that swept out in all directions. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, Luo Bingshan was extremely powerful and defeated the left and right envoys with a few simple moves. But now, she was actually blasted away. That's right, it was Luo Bingshan who was sent flying in this collision. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Bingshan only stopped after retreating for a few thousand meters. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. She did not expect that someone could send her flying. In the next moment, Luo Bingshan's face turned cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned. There was even a trace of shock in her eyes. The person who sent her flying was actually the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her saber. What? How is this possible? With such a serious injury, he can't even exert much combat strength. But now, the other party was full of energy. His aura was even more powerful than before. Chapter 1421. Luo Bingshan's jade-like face was cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Because the one who sent her flying was actually the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her. What? How is this possible? With such a heavy injury, he can't even exert much combat strength? But now, the other party was full of energy, and his aura was even more powerful than before. What's going on? Not only was Luo Bingshan confused, but everyone was also confused. They knew that there must have been an unexpected change because the left green dragon envoy had already changed his appearance. His body, which had been split into two, had begun to heal at this moment. Countless black flames danced between his wounds. Not only that, but there were also black lines that appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked very mysterious. In his eye sockets, there were two balls of black flames dancing. Every time they jumped, they released an extremely powerful aura. Luo Bingshan observed carefully and said coldly, "You're not the person from before." She realized that although this person's body was the same as before, his aura and soul were different. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. You can actually see that I'm a clone." A cold voice came from the left green dragon envoy. Hearing this voice, the surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists were all in an uproar. What? That's the sect leader's voice. Sect leader. It's the sect leader. The sect leader has made his move. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked at the left green dragon envoy in front of them. They knew that the sect leader was a true king, so as long as he made his move, he could kill everyone. The sect leader of the Black Dragon sect? This is impossible. How can a king's aura be so weak? Luo Bingshan frowned. What do you know? This is just a clone of mine. Although it's just a clone, it's not something you can fight against. I advise you to kneel down obediently and surrender. Maybe I can let you go and take you as a slave. Otherwise, you'll all die without a burial place. It's just a clone? Luo Bingshan frowned. She didn't expect a king to be so powerful. Just a clone was enough to send her flying. But then, she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Don't be so arrogant. If your real body came, I naturally wouldn't be able to resist. But it's just a clone. Do you really think you can subdue me? Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Then, he clenched his long saber and attacked quickly. Humph. Looks like you still don't understand the strength of a king. All right, I'll let you experience it today. The left green dragon envoy sneered. The black light in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and the black lines on his body also shone with a jet black light. She looked extremely ferocious. Then, she let out a roar and charged forward. For a moment, the two of them were locked in battle. Terrifying energy surged as everyone watched nervously. At this moment, the carefree right emissary, who had been severely injured, suddenly screamed. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Black veins began to appear all over his body, starting from the back of his neck and spreading all over his body. Sect leader, spare my life. Spare me. The carefree right emissary knelt in the air and shouted with great difficulty. But no one paid any attention to him. Not only did the black veins on his body not weaken, they spread even faster and covered his entire body in an instant. In the end, the carefree right emissary screamed. His eyes lost their luster, and he froze in the air like a statue. But soon, two balls of black flames appeared in his eyes. Then, he stood up again. Black veins appeared all over his body, shining with a jet black light. Two balls of black flames danced in his eyes, and he looked extremely cold. Humph, trash. It's your honor to have my clone here. A deep and cold voice came from the carefree right emissary. Obviously, this was the other clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. The two clones were going to take down the spiritual boat in front of them. The carefree right emissary looked around coldly. Then, he stared at Luo Bingshan in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged forward. The battle in front of him was extremely intense. Luo Bingshan held his long saber and looked like a killing god. His saber radiance was like water. It was extremely cold and released a terrifying aura. Every saber gleam was like a Milky Way as it swept through the surroundings. On the other side, the green dragon left emissary was even more berserk. He was no longer the green dragon from before. Instead, he was the clone of the black dragon sect leader. Boundless black flames spread all over his body, releasing a scorching aura. Every strike of his terrifying black palm could pierce through the void. I admit that you're very strong and can beat most half-step kings, but against me, you have no chance of winning. Black dragon palm, die for me. The green dragon left emissary laughed nastily. The black veins on his palm shone brightly. He waved his palm, and a black flood dragon flew out of his palm and roared as it charged forward. Soon, it turned into a dragon-shaped palm. The palm directly shattered all the saber radiances in front of him. The terrifying palm was like a black, demonic mountain, pressing down on Luo Bingshan. The palm had not yet arrived, but the scorching aura still made Luo Bingshan's black robe flutter. Luo Bingshan even felt an extremely hot aura, as if it was going to melt her. With a shout, Luo Bingshan released all her spiritual power and struck out with the fourth move of the 8 Ocean Abyss Blades. The shocking saber radiance tore through the void, releasing a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, another cold aura rushed over from behind her left. It was the right emissary. He took advantage of Luo Bingshan's attack to launch a sneak attack. Not good. Feeling this killing intent, Luo Bingshan's heart beat wildly. The Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat cried out in alarm. However, the right and left emissaries revealed a sinister smile. In their eyes, the opponent was dead for sure. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists cheered wildly. This was great. The demoness before them was finally going to be killed. The 2 clones of the Black Dragon sect leader charged toward Luo Bingshan, and it seemed like they were about to succeed. However, at this moment, a purple radiance descended from the sky and blocked the right emissary's path. This radiance was like a purple aura from the east, carrying boundless energy. It blocked the right emissary and resolved Luo Bingshan's crisis. Damn it! The right emissary roared crazily. He didn't expect such a good opportunity to kill to be blocked. This made him extremely furious. On the other hand, Luo Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Morong Qingcheng had made her move. Sure enough, the purple cloud in the sky quickly transformed into a beautiful woman. This woman wore a purple dress and had a beautiful face. She was like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. She was none other than Morong Qingcheng. When Luo Binsan was in danger, she acted in time and blocked the right emissary. Another woman? Chapter 1422. This woman was dressed in a long purple dress. Her face was as beautiful as a fairy, and she looked otherworldly. She was Morong Qingcheng. When Luo Bingshan was in danger, she intervened and stopped the right emissary. Another woman? The right emissary was shocked. He did not expect another young woman to intervene. He thought for a long time, but could not figure out who the woman in purple was. However, when he saw her peerless face, a vicious grin appeared on his face. I did not expect such a beauty to exist in this world. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a hierarch's wife. Just follow me back obediently. Don't worry. As long as you obey me, I will let your companions go. Otherwise, I will tear them into pieces. Humph. Wishful thinking. Morong Qingcheng snorted, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. In the next moment, a purple light gushed out from her body and spread out in all directions, forming a purple cloud. Between heaven and earth, countless purple lights surrounded her. It was as if a fairy had descended from the east. When the purple aura appeared, the scorching aura in the void weakened. I did not expect you to be so beautiful and powerful, but this is good. You are more suitable to be my wife. So, you should obey me." The right emissary laughed sinisterly and rushed toward Morong Qingqing. On the other side, Green Dragon's Washur was fighting with Luo Bingshan again. Morong Qingqing snorted and took out the real Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal without hesitation. Then, she infused the power of her bloodline into it. Buzz. Behind her, a purple phoenix shadow appeared. In the end, it formed two purple phoenix wings, wrapping around Morong Qingqing's body. The horrifying phoenix shadow also lingered around her. She waved her hand, and a purple phoenix rushed out. It roared in the air and charged toward the right emissary. What? What a pure phoenix bloodline! The right emissary's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. Then, he became ecstatic again. Good, good, good. I did not expect you to have such a pure bloodline power. I cannot let you go. Roar. In the next moment, the carefree right emissary let out a long howl. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Around him, 8 black lightning companions appeared, descending along with him. Every single black lightning bolt could kill a half-step king, and that terrifying aura made everyone despair. 8 black thunderbolts surrounded the carefree right emissary and bombarded in all directions. This scene was too terrifying. Every single bolt of lightning could kill a half-step king. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial practitioners, as well as the Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat in the distance, all revealed terrified expressions. In the face of this black lightning, they had no power to resist at all, especially Old Master Lin and Second Uncle Lin. They were worried about the safety of Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Boom! A black thunderbolt shot out at a high speed towards Morong Qingqing, exploding right next to her. The terrifying lightning illuminated the surroundings, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Morong Qingqing's expression also changed. She let out a shout and quickly used the cosmic battle armor to cover her entire body. At the same time, she crazily pushed the Phoenix Phantom behind her. Suddenly, the blue starry sky armor appeared and covered her entire body. Only her beautiful eyes could be seen. Not only that, the huge phoenix behind her spread its wings and enveloped Morong Qingqing. Boom! Morong Qingqing took the attack of the black lightning head-on and was immediately forced back. However, with the cosmic battle armor reducing the damage by 70% and the protection of the Phoenix Phantom, she did not suffer any injuries this time. Only the chi and blood in her body kept on rolling. What? She blocked it. The carefree right emissary was shocked. He did not expect the opponent to be able to block his black lightning attack. One had to know that this was a black lightning that could kill a half-step king. The opponent was only a 9th celestial layer girl. How could she block it? No, that blue armor is very strange. It seems to be able to reduce the power by more than half. The carefree right emissary's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the cosmic battle armor. Then, a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Even I don't have such an armor. Where did this girl get it? I don't care. This treasure must be mine. Flames of greed appeared in his eyes. He had no choice. Even if he was the leader of the Black Dragon sect, he did not have such a thing. Even in the Sky Martial continent, there were not many of them. Moreover, in the remote Tianan region, it was even more impossible to have one. Girl, hurry up and surrender. You can't resist at all. The carefree right emissary sneered again. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the few black lightning bolts around him surged rapidly like black dragons. Then, the sky resounded with the sound of thunder. The terrifying thunder shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Many people's minds went blank, and they fell from the sky. The spiritual boat in the distance shone with incomparable light. The array on it was fully activated to resist the surging power. Inside the spiritual boat, Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family were pale. They looked at the apocalyptic scene and were shocked. Fortunately, the spiritual boat's defense was very strong. It did not break through in a short time. Therefore, they were not hurt at all. Countless thunders exploded in the sky, flickering with incomparable energy, forcing Murong Qingcheng to back off. Then, 7 black lightning bolts connected the heavens and the earth. They flew quickly towards Murong Qingcheng and locked her in the sky. The 7 black lightning bolts shot towards the sky and formed a 7-pointed star cage, trapping Murong Qingcheng in it. Sealed? That's great. The martial artists from the Black Dragon sect cheered when they saw this scene. The carefree right emissary sneered. He even crossed his arms and looked as if he was watching a show. How is it, girl? I've said it before. You're no match for me. You'd better go back with me obediently and be my wife. On the other side, Luo Bingshan saw this scene and shouted. She turned around to save Murong Qingcheng. However, she was blocked by the Green Dragon left emissary. Hee, you'd better worry about yourself first. The Green Dragon left emissary sneered. His eyes were burning with passion. Countless black flames surged on his palm and formed a black dragon claw. Then, he clawed forward. Boom! The black dragon claw was very terrifying. It carried a monstrous power and tore through the void. 5 bowl-sized black holes appeared. Black light flashed. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. She could only dodge quickly. However, the other party was very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage and could not spare any time to save Murong Qingcheng. Chapter 1423. Boom! The black dragon claw was extremely terrifying. It carried a monstrous power and instantly tore through the void. 5 bowl-sized black holes even appeared. It flickered with a dark light. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge quickly. However, the opponent's speed was also very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage and could not spare any time to rescue him. The carefree envoy of the right had a sinister smile on his face. He stepped into the air and walked toward Murong Qingcheng. Little girl, come with me obediently. He laughed sinisterly and stretched out a huge palm to grab Murong Qingcheng. This time, Murong Qingcheng shouted. A purple phoenix rushed out of her body and instantly roared in all directions. An extremely powerful energy surged out and blasted the carefree envoy of the right's hand, causing him to retreat. His palm even cracked, revealing eerie white bones on the balcony. You, die. The carefree envoy of the right felt a stabbing pain and was extremely furious. His face immediately turned sinister. He did not expect the opponent to still have the strength to resist after being trapped by his 7 lightning bolts. Moreover, the power was so terrifying that it even pierced through his hand. This was too great. It was hard to believe. Hmph, I don't believe you can last long. The carefree envoy of the right snorted with a sinister expression. Suddenly, several lightning bolts in the sky continuously bombarded. On the other hand, Murong Qingcheng's expression was cold. She supported the purple phoenix and resisted with difficulty. Although she was not in danger for the time being, it would not be long before she was injured by the black lightning bolts. On the other side, Green Dragon's Washer also used his great magic power and transformed into countless black flames. They formed a black flame cage and trapped Luo Bingshan inside. Ha 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 ha. Green Dragon's Washer laughed loudly when he saw Luo Bingshan trapped and unable to escape. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists laughed wildly. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Subdued. We finally subdued the 2 troublesome enemies. As expected of the sect leader's clone. He's too powerful. The left and right envoys also sneered. Then, they no longer cared about Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan. In their opinion, the other party would not be able to hold on for long. It was better to trap and suppress them first. Therefore, the 2 of them turned around and stared at the spirit boat in the distance. The left and right messengers sneered before they slowly walked towards the spirit boat. The demonic abyss below was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was extremely mysterious. And in this demon abyss, there was an extremely large spirit ship called the Black Earth. The Black Earth had existed in the demon abyss for countless years, but no one had ever known about it. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the demon abyss. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had been training on the Black Earth for a year. His entire body was surrounded by resplendent light and surging energy, making him look like a holy war god. On the side, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey had already woken up. After absorbing a large amount of demigod realm energy, the Dark Red Divine Dragon had successfully recovered to the King Realm 2 months ago. He had become a 1-star King tier. This caused the Dark Red Dragon to become extremely excited during these 2 months. It constantly roared, causing the entire demon abyss to be filled with ghostly wails and howls. Fortunately, there weren't any cultivators nearby. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared to death. However, after being excited for 2 months, the Dark Red Divine Dragon was also tired. So, it was currently lying on the side listlessly. On the side, the Snow-White Monkey was also hugging a spirit fruit and eating happily. It had also absorbed a lot of demigod crystals. Although it hadn't stepped into the king's scripture, the Dark Red Divine Dragon had tested it. With its current strength, it was still unable to completely subdue the monkey. This meant that the monkey was at least a King Realm expert. This monkey is too strange. What species is it? Even I couldn't tell. The Dark Red Divine Dragon held its chin and was extremely displeased. On the side, the Black Earth was still attached to the broken sword. It floated in the sky and circled around the Snow-White Monkey. To be honest, even he had a trace of suspicion and wasn't completely sure. I say, hey two, when will this brat wake up? It's already been a year. It's really boring to be cooped up in this spirit ship. The Dark Red Divine Dragon asked. During this year, it had already become familiar with the Black Earth. The Black Earth was just a slightly more powerful artifact spirit. It wasn't strange to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. The Black Earth shook the broken sword and said, not necessarily. The Great Dragon Sword Soul is extremely mysterious. No one knows exactly how much strength he needs to enter the King Realm. But I think it's about time. Perhaps he'll wake up in the next 1 or 2 months. The Black Earth spoke slowly. In the end, it looked at the Dark Red Divine Dragon and said, right, you should go out for a while. Your companions outside are in danger. You're saying that those 2 girls and the people on the spirit ship are in danger? The Dark Red Divine Dragon jumped up. It should be the Black Dragon sect that attacked them. Moreover, the situation is very bad. Damn, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? The Dark Red Divine Dragon was anxious. He knew that the people on the spirit ship were extremely important to Lin Xian. If anything happened, Lin Xian would definitely go berserk. At that time, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Sure enough, before he could move, Lin Xian, who had been cultivating at the side, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword that caused the entire space to tremble violently. Say it earlier if something like this happens next time. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he quickly stood up. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot. Only the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Black Earth who was floating in the air were left behind. It's a good thing that you said it. Otherwise, he would definitely tear your Black Earth apart. The Dark Red Divine Dragon sighed. He knew Lin Xian's temper very well, and how important the people on the ship were to Lin Xian. The Black Earth shook his sword. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a temper. However, after half a day, he came back to his senses and said, yes, not bad. You're indeed a righteous person. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person. In the end, this fellow actually became happy again. All right, I'll go take a look. The Dark Red Divine Dragon ignored the Black Earth and also left. Wooji Wooji the Snow-White Little Monkey also jumped on the Dark Red Divine Dragon's back and hugged the spirit fruit, unwilling to let go. In the outside world, in the sky of Xia country, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were resisting with difficulty. Murong Qingqing's body was surrounded by a purple phoenix, resisting the 7 black lightning bolts around her. The 7 black lightning bolts kept shrinking and were now less than 5 feet away from her. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 10 feet away from her. Soon, it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flames, even if the falling ice mountain had the strength of a half-step king, it would be difficult for her to resist. Chapter 1424. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 10 meters away from her. Soon, it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flame, even if she had the strength of a half-step king, it would be difficult for her to resist. However, this was not the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was the spirit boat behind them. Everyone on it was Lin family members. There was not a single venerable. If the formation on the spirit boat was broken, the people on it would be in danger. No. Luo Bingshan's eyes were filled with despair. How dare you? Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. She was so angry that her body trembled. She activated her bloodline power and bombarded the black lightning around her. However, no matter what she did, she could not move it at all. This made her feel powerless. She even bit her lip until it bled. Those were Lin Xian's family members. Before Lin Xian left, he had told her to protect them. But now, she had to watch the Lin family members suffer. How was she going to explain this to Lin Xian in the future? The left and right envoys sneered and slowly approached the spirit boat. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect this spirit boat to be of such a high grade. It's actually a half-Earth rank artifact. And it's even a half-Earth rank artifact. The left and right envoys looked at the spirit boat and nodded. It seemed that they were very satisfied with this spirit boat. The formation on it is also very exquisite. Ordinary half-step kings can't break it. But now, that might not be the case. The two of them sneered. They were not ordinary half-step kings. They were the clones of the Black Dragon Hierarch. Their strength was above that of half-step kings. Therefore, as long as they attacked with all their strength, breaking the formation would not be a problem. As for the Lin family members on it, they naturally did not care. In their eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. They just wanted to kill them. What they wanted was this spirit boat. Boom. The left envoy sneered and pressed his palm forward. Suddenly, a black palm surged out and slammed into the spirit boat. Wong. The formation on the spirit boat spun and flickered with dazzling light. It quickly resisted the attack. There was a violent explosion in the air, and the entire spirit boat shook violently. The Lin family clansmen inside were thrown to the side. Clan leader, what should we do? The members of the Lin clan were terrified. They could only look at Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect to fall into danger again after just escaping from the ice. If these people were killed, then the Lin family's bloodline would be cut off. However, as the head of the family, he could not afford to panic. Why are you panicking? This spirit boat is very magical, and the array formation on it is also very huge. They might not be able to break it. Furthermore, I believe that little Xian will definitely return. Hearing Old Master Lin's words, the surrounding Lin family members calmed down. Then, they clenched their fists and looked outside angrily through the array. Outside, Green Dragon's Washer was surprised after he struck out with his palm. He didn't expect the formation to be so powerful that it could withstand his attack. This array is so mysterious. I'm afraid it's not from the Tianan region. Where did it come from? Could it be something from the Tianwu continent? Green Dragon's Washer's eyes flickered. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was possible. Only that place could create such an exquisite thing. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and take back the spirit boat. Carefree envoy you said in a deep voice. Then, a bolt of black lightning appeared in his palm again and quickly blasted forward. Rumble. The black lightning carried a monstrous force and struck the spirit boat, causing countless explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them kept attacking the array formation on the spirit boat. Both of them were king's avatars and were extremely powerful. Now that they were attacking together, the array formation kept shaking. The light screen shook violently and looked like it would break at any moment. At the back, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were pale. They fought back frantically, trying to escape the cage. However, they couldn't break through the black dragon flame and the black lightning. They could only watch as the left and right envoys attacked. Crack, 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 crack. Finally, under the intense attacks, the light screen on the spirit boat cracked like a mirror. Terrifying cracks crawled all over it. Not good. Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's faces changed. They knew that things were going to get worse. Without the defense of the array formation, the Lin family members couldn't withstand a casual attack from the left and right envoys. On the spirit boat, the Lin family members' faces changed. They didn't expect the array formation to be broken. Even old Master Lin's face darkened. However, as the head of the Lin family, he still roared. The Lin family members aren't cowards. Even if we have to die, we will die in battle. Everyone, listen up. Pick up your weapons.
Yes.
The Lin family members behind him roared. At this moment, the wildness in their hearts rose. They took out their swords and sabers, ready to fight to the death. You want to fight to the death with us? The left and right envoys sneered. A bunch of ants. Do you really think you can defeat a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourselves. To be honest, they didn't care. The people in front of them were no different from ants. With a single finger, they could easily wipe out the entire Lin family. The left and right envoys looked down at the Lin family members as though they were looking at ants. As long as they used their strength, they could kill all of them. In the next moment, Green Dragon's Washer sneered and raised his arm. Just as the arm was about to land, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to the left. You're courting death. With a roar, Green Dragon's Washer didn't attack again. Instead, he slashed his palm to the left. Buzz. In the next moment, the void vibrated and a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in black. He had an ordinary face and held a long sword in his hand that emitted a cold light. However, at this moment, the middle-aged assassin's face was pale and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. His body swayed, and he quickly retreated to the back. However, Green Dragon's Washer's palm was faster. Like a black dragon claw, it grabbed the assassin and crushed his head. Boom! Like a watermelon being split open, blood splattered and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Trying to sneak an attack on me? You're courting death. Green Dragon's Washer sneered and his face was full of disdain. On the spiritual boat, the Lin family martial artists were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked them was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was powerful and could even kill a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, he couldn't even dodge a single attack from Green Dragon's Washer. He was killed directly. Chapter 1425. Looking at the scene before them, the Lin family martial artists on the spiritual boat in front were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked previously was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was powerful and could even assassinate a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, in the hands of the left Green Dragon emissary, he could not even dodge a single attack. He was killed directly. This was too terrifying. Behind them, Murong Qingsheng and Luo Bingshan looked solemn. The left Green Dragon emissary sneered and attacked again. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared from the void and charged towards the left Green Dragon emissary and right emissary Xiaoyao respectively. Their appearance was very sudden, as though they were ghosts. The aura on their bodies was even sharper. It was as though they had become one with the long sword in their hands, forming a killing sword that exuded a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura was so intense that it materialized into rays of light that surrounded their bodies. Those who were proficient in assassination knew that this murderous aura was too terrifying. It was formed from countless battles and blood. It had a terrifying aura. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to resist this aura at all. Just this murderous aura alone could destroy the opponent's willpower and soul. In the next instant, the 2 of them turned into shocking rays of light and stabbed towards the left and right emissaries. However, the left and right emissaries sneered. They already knew that there were people beside them. When they saw the other party attack, they snorted in disdain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 2 long swords turned into cold rays of light and stabbed respectively. However, they stopped 3 meters in front of them. It was as though they had been grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and could not move forward at all. Ants will always be ants. Even if it's an assassination, You won't stand a chance. Emissary Xiaoyao sneered in disdain and pointed his finger. Poof, poof. The bodies of the two five-star assassins split open and turned into a bloody mist that filled the air. In the face of two king avatars, they had no power to resist at all. They're all dead. On the spiritual boat, the Lin family members' eyes were filled with shock and despair when they saw this. They did not expect that the three five-star assassins who had been protecting them would be killed so easily. Were they really at the end of the road? All right, the game is over. You have no more tricks up your sleeves. Now, I'll send you on your way. The carefree right emissary grinned as countless lightning bolts surged out of his palm and circled around his fingertips. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. No. Luo Bingshan frantically shook his head. Everyone, listen up. Kill. Old Master Lin shouted angrily as he gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. The Lin clansmen behind him also had resolute expressions on their faces. Even if they were to die in battle, they absolutely could not disgrace the Lin clan's reputation. Lin Xian, come quickly. Murong Qingcheng screamed as tears streamed down her face. Ha 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 ha. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape death. This is the fate of an ant. The carefree right emissary laughed arrogantly, then quickly pressed his palm down. Boom. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and terrifying energy exploded in the air. Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan had already closed their eyes. They did not dare to look anymore. As for the Lin clan members behind them, they were all prepared to die in battle. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and landed in front of the Lin clan members. He then threw a punch. Boom. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The scream was extremely miserable, and it did not even sound like it came from a human. What? The Lin clan members were all stunned as they realized that the scream did not come from their clan members. Then, they looked forward and froze on the spot. Some of them even began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. As for the green dragon left emissary, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. In the distance, Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan's eyebrows trembled slightly, and their tightly shut eyes quickly opened. This was because they knew that the situation seemed to have changed. Indeed, in the next moment, they looked into the distance and were all stunned. Even Murong Qingcheng stopped crying and smiled, revealing her beautiful face. In front of the spiritual boat in the air, a figure stood. It was a very young man, who looked to be in his 20s. However, at this moment, he was standing in the air, emitting a cold aura, like a god of slaughter. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. They were like two peerless swords, sweeping in all directions. It was him who had sent the right emissary flying with a punch. Who are you? At the side, the green dragon left emissary looked at the young man with a gloomy gaze. I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me, I'll kill you. In the distance, the right emissary flew over quickly. His face was extremely ferocious, and he was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. The previous blow had severely injured him, and his entire right arm was completely smashed. At this moment, he held his weak right arm and rushed over quickly. His eyes were like a sword, and he did not hide his murderous aura. Lin Xian, Master, Xiao Xian. Exclamations filled the air, and those voices were filled with shock and joy. That's right, the young man who looked like a god of swords was Lin Xian. When he knew that the Lin family and Murong Qingcheng were in danger, he immediately rushed out of the Black Earth and finally arrived at the last moment. Grandfather, second uncle, and the rest of the family. Don't worry. With me around, they won't hurt you. Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately set up another array on the spiritual boat, completely protecting the Lin family. At this moment, the dark red dragon left emissary appeared. It waved its dragon claws and instantly rescued Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan. Then, the three figures swayed and came to Lin Xian's side. You're injured. Take these quickly. Lin Xian took out a few elixirs and gave them to Luo Bingshan and Murong Qingcheng. Then, he looked at Murong Qingcheng again and gently wiped the tears on her face. He said softly, I've made you worry. You really scared me to death. Murong Qingcheng grumbled as she smiled through her tears. Lin Xian also felt guilty, so he reached out and gently hugged Murong Qingcheng in his arms, comforting her quickly. At the side, Luo Bingshan and the Lin family members behind him were all smiles. However, the left and right emissaries in front of them had dark expressions. This was because they realized that the people in front of them had completely ignored them. That's right, ignored them. The other party didn't care about them at all. The two of them didn't even look at them. This kind of neglect was even worse than contempt. The left and right emissaries, who had always been arrogant, couldn't tolerate it at all. Moreover, they were the clones of the Black Dragon sect's leader. Who in the world dared to ignore them? And now, the young man in front of them really dared to treat them like this. Therefore, they swore that they would definitely kill the other party to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Brat, no matter who you are, you'll die for injuring me. The carefree right emissary's voice was unusually ferocious. Beside him, the green dragon left emissary didn't say anything, but his cold eyes were also fixed on Lin Xian. Chapter 1426. Brat, no matter who you are, since you dared to injure me, you must die. Carefree right emissary's voice was exceptionally malevolent. On the side, green dragon left emissary did not speak, but his cold eyes were also firmly staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian creased his brows and looked at the two, saying in a deep voice, "Left and right emissaries?" To be honest, he was somewhat surprised, because the left and right emissaries he knew were not like this. Moreover, the other party's aura was too strange, far beyond that of a half-step king. No wonder Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan could not beat him, because no half-step king could beat this kind of aura. They are not the left and right emissaries, but the doppelgangers of the Black Dragon hierarch. Murong Qingcheng explained. The real left and right emissaries were already dead. Their bodies had been stolen, and their doppelgangers had been sent down. Therefore, their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian, you must be careful. King's doppelgangers? No wonder. Lin Xian came to a realization as he stared ahead with a piercingly cold gaze. Regardless of whether you two are doppelgangers or something else, since you've touched my bottom line, you two must die today. What? You want us to die? Ridiculous. The left and right emissaries sneered. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Idiot. We're not half-step kings, but true kings' doppelgangers. Kneel down obediently and offer me the treasures and beauties, and I can spare your little life. Otherwise, all of you will die. Humph. Just two doppelgangers. What's there to be arrogant about? The dark red dragon snorted disdainfully. Back then, even your true bodies were slapped away, let alone you two. What? You slapped away our true bodies? Hearing these words, the left and right emissaries were shocked. Everyone else was stunned. Murong Qingcheng, Luo Bingshan, and the Lin family members were all stunned. These two's true bodies were the Black Dragon hierarch. They were true kings, and this dark red dragon before them had actually slapped away a king. What was going on? They had no idea that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already met the Black Dragon sect's leader. Therefore, these people were extremely shocked, and the 20 people around them were even more shocked. Who are you? The left green dragon, envoy, coldly snorted. Although it was only a clone, his soul was connected to the Black Dragon religious leader. Therefore, he could naturally sense a familiar aura from Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Humph, little black flood dragon, don't you remember? Back then, I easily sent you flying with a slap. Hearing this, the faces of the left and right messengers darkened. Suddenly, their pupils shrank as if they had thought of something. They pointed at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, trembling non-stop. It's you. It's you. It looks like you've remembered. Lin Xian looked ahead with a cold smile. Is it really you guys? Great. Ha 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 ha. I thought that the great dragon sword spirit had gone far away and was not fated with me in this life. I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door. Since that's the case, I'll take it. The left and right envoys were too excited because they had already remembered what had happened previously. The young man and the dark red snake in front of them were the people who had fought with their true bodies for the great dragon sword spirit. In other words, these two people had the great dragon sword spirit. If they could capture these two people, they would definitely be able to obtain the great dragon sword spirit. Thinking of this, the left and right envoys' eyes shone with a terrifying light. Not only that, but the black dragon sect's leader, who was far away in the horizon, also moved personally and flew over as if he had gone mad. He had already missed the chance to obtain the great dragon sword spirit once, so he would definitely not miss it this time. On the other side, the left and right envoys also unleashed extremely powerful auras as they quickly charged toward Lin Xian. At this moment, their eyes were filled with madness. They had already received orders from the Black Dragon sect's leader. No matter what, they had to take down Lin Xian. Even if they could not do so, they had to drag it out until the Black Dragon sect's leader arrived. Lin Xian, be careful. Seeing the two rushing over, Morong Qingqing anxiously shouted. Lin Xian patted Morong Qingqing's back and comforted her. Don't worry, leave it to me. Then, he took a step forward, and an extremely powerful aura immediately surged out from his body. This year of cultivation had greatly increased his strength. Although he had not reached the true king realm, he had already surpassed the half-step king realm. Even if he was facing two king realm clones now, he was still not afraid. In the next moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god, and his entire body was surrounded by terrifying sword qi. Countless sword qi surged in the surroundings, causing the entire void to distort. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian raised his arm and pointed out. Instantly, a ray of light shot out like an angry dragon. This was an earth-rank martial art, void-shattering finger. At this moment, it was executed by Lin Xian, and it was extremely terrifying. The dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it endless sounds of wind and thunder. It even pierced through the void. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out as the void-shattering finger fiercely collided with the right emissary's shoulder, instantly piercing through it. Ah! The right emissary immediately stopped and roared towards the sky with an incomparably ferocious expression. His entire body was trembling. Previously, Lin Xian had shattered his entire right arm, and now, his left shoulder was pierced through. In other words, his entire left arm was crippled. Now that both his arms were crippled, his battle prowess had greatly decreased. Not only that, bright red blood quickly flowed along his arm and dripped into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked because they all knew the right emissary's strength. He had already surpassed the half-step king realm. However, such a terrifying existence was actually heavily injured by Lin Xian with a single finger. This was simply unbelievable, especially the left emissary, whose eyelids were twitching. Damn it! What level has this kid reached? His strength is actually so powerful? To be honest, he was simply too shocked. It should be known that even a half-step king would be powerless before them. But now, the opponent's single finger had caused such a terrifying aura. This meant that the opponent's strength was definitely above the half-step king realm. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The right emissary roared with an incomparably ferocious expression. He no longer cared about his shoulder that had been pierced through. Instead, he turned into a black beam of light and charged at Lin Xian. Not only that, his body was also burning with a terrifying black flame, causing the entire void to distort and melt. Although he had lost both his arms, the right emissary had become even more terrifying. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. His right leg was like a dragon as it quickly kicked out. Immediately, the void in front of him was completely shattered. The power of this kick was too violent, like an ancient demonic mountain, directly sweeping towards Lin Xian. Chapter 1427. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since the other party dared to make a move on his family, then he would have to face his boundless rage. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal and a sky rock shadow appeared in his palm. Then, Lin Xian fiercely pressed forward. Sky Rock Dragon. Lin Xian used the Sky Rock Dragon technique and directly transformed into an ancient demonic beast that quickly charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and burst out with a powerful energy wave. It was like a raging sea that constantly slammed in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian's body was covered by the starry sky battle armor. As for the rest, they were handed over to the dark red divine dragon. The other party was now a true king, so this bit of power was nothing to him. Therefore, with a wave of his dragon claw, everyone was protected. In the next moment, a scream suddenly came from the void, and there was also the sound of bones shattering. Obviously, the outcome of the battle had been decided after one blow. The carefree right emissary was extremely ferocious. His entire right leg was completely broken, and his face was extremely twisted. "Ah, kid, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." The black flames on his body burned even brighter. In the end, his entire body turned into a monstrous black flame and charged toward Lin Xian. "Die!" A ferocious voice came from the black flame. Lin Xian coldly snorted and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a sharp sword light slashed forward. Puff! The sword slashed out with incomparable sharpness. In the next moment, the black flame was instantly cut in half. Even the aura of the great dragon sword spirit that was contained within it directly extinguished the remaining black flame. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill the carefree right emissary in just a split second. This method was too terrifying. One had to know that the carefree right emissary was an existence that surpassed the half-step king realm. Moreover, he was a king's clone. He was extremely terrifying. However, he was killed by this young man in front of them with a single slash. This ending was something that they had never dreamed of in their entire lives. On the other side, the green dragon left emissary's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect this young man to be so powerful. His strength had already surpassed them. This made him feel a sense of despair. However, the Black Dragon Sect's sect master had ordered them to stall the person before them no matter what. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a black flood dragon, covering the entire sky. "Brat, so what if you're strong? Against a true king, you'll definitely die. Just you wait. My main body will be here soon. Then, it will be the time of your death." The black flood dragon roared in all directions. Then, the huge black dragon in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless black flames that instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. There were black flames everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It could be said that the entire space had been sealed. Even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Only a true king would be able to break through the void. This method was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was trapped here, they probably wouldn't be able to get out. However, this time, the Black Dragon Hierarch was wrong. He had absolutely underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had already surpassed that of a half-step king. Moreover, he had many methods at his disposal. Breaking this seal could be said to be a piece of cake. Moreover, they had the dark red dragon behind them, which had already reached the realm of a true king. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about this seal in the slightest. Let's go back to the spirit boat. Lin Xian brought Murong Qingsheng and the others back to the spirit boat. Then, he raised his hand and set up several arrays. "Ruffian dragon, it's up to you." The next moment, the dark red divine dragon roared, and a red dragon shadow rushed out, instantly breaking through the black flame cage that was set up around them. Not only that, the dragon waved its claw, and hundreds of rays of light flew out, instantly killing the remaining Black Dragon Sect martial artists. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a bright red mist of blood. The dark red dragon led the way in front, leading Lin Xian and the others into the demonic abyss. On the other side, the Black Dragon Sect's sectmaster was like a bolt of black lightning, rapidly flying through the sky. He was extremely anxious, because the great dragon sword soul was such a good opportunity that he absolutely could not miss it. Moreover, according to the information from his doppelganger, He had already set up the omnidirectional sealing array, completely sealing Lin Xian and the others. This made him inwardly heave a sigh of relief. One had to know that the array was formed by his black dragon flames, and no one below the realm of king could break it. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not a true king, they would not be able to break out. This gave him time and opportunity. Just wait. The Great Dragon Sword Soul will definitely be mine. When I obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul, not to mention the Tianan region, even the Tianwu continent will not be my match. The entire world will be mine. Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon Sect's sect master's black robes fluttered, and he let out a sinister laugh before quickly disappearing into the sky. On the other side, the dark red dragon led the spirit boat into the incomparably mysterious demonic abyss. This is the demonic abyss? The incomparably mysterious demonic abyss? Old Master Lin, second Uncle Lin, and the others were shocked. They did not dare to believe that they had actually entered the demonic abyss. During this period of time, they naturally knew that the reason why the Xia country had undergone such earth-shattering changes was because of this demonic abyss. It was said that this demonic abyss was incomparably mysterious, and only the Black Dragon Sect's sect master could enter. Once others entered, they would not be able to leave alive. Who would have thought that they would actually be able to enter safely? On the side, Murong Qingsheng and Luo Bingshan were even more shocked. As Ninth Heaven Venerables, their strength was not inferior to that of a half-step king, so they naturally knew what the previous battle meant. It meant that Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon's strength had definitely surpassed that of a half-step king. This was especially true for the Black Dragon Sect's Divine Dragon, which even carried an aura that caused their hearts to tremble. Murong Qingsheng was even more shocked because this aura could only be felt from the ancestor of the Murong clan. This was the aura of a king. Ruffian Dragon, you've entered the king realm and become a king? Murong Qingsheng's eyes widened. She did not dare to believe it. Of course. What do you think, little girl? Are you scared? The dark red dragon laughed wildly and was extremely pleased with himself. It could be said that recovering to the king realm was the most satisfying thing for him during this period of time. Murong Qingsheng was speechless, while Lin Xian's face darkened as he pulled the dark red dragon to the side. Ignore this fellow. This fellow just entered the king realm and wants nothing more than for the whole world to know. Of course, after recovering to the king realm, my strength has increased greatly. In the future, I'll beat up whoever I don't like. Kid, if you dare to be rude to me again, do you believe that I won't beat you up as well? You can try. If you really do it, then don't even think about the subdivine crystal in the future. Lin Xian shrugged and didn't care at all. Fuck. Kid, you win. I'll endure it. The dark red dragon instantly lost his temper. He still had to rely on the subdivine crystal to recover, so he naturally couldn't beat up Lin Xian. On the other hand, Murong Qingsheng was speechless. Why did it sound like entering the king realm was an extremely easy thing to do? Chapter 1428. The sky was dark, blood red, and had a strong pungent smell. This was the battlefield from before. At this moment, there were still remnants of violent energy and inextinguishable sword intent in the air. The entire scene was like an Azura hell. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a black light flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. Behind him was a large amount of air waves and boundless black flames. Whoosh! In the next instant, the black light figure arrived near the sky. This figure was tall, at least 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe with a fierce black dragon drawn on it. This was the Black Dragon Hierarch. His expression was cold, and his cold eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face immediately turned gloomy, and the black flames on his body burned rapidly. Where are they? The Black Dragon Hierarch did not care about the dead Black Dragon Hierarch. Instead, he quickly looked for Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. However, after looking around, he did not find them. Impossible. Didn't they say that those people were trapped by the 10-directional absolute sealing formation? How could they be gone? The black dragon hierarch frowned, but in the next moment, he noticed something strange in front of him. This is 10-directional absolute ceiling formation. It was actually broken. How is this possible? His eyes were like lightning as he carefully looked ahead. There were traces of the formation being broken, but the entire formation had long disappeared. The black dragon hierarch naturally knew what this meant. It meant that the other party had broken the formation. But this shouldn't be. This formation was formed by his black dragon flames, and those below the king level could not break it. How did the other party do it? Could it be because of the great dragon sword soul? Thinking of this, the black dragon hierarch's expression changed. He was very angry that the other party had escaped, but there was also a trace of joy in his heart. This time, he had finally seen the power of the great dragon sword soul. Even such a powerful formation could be broken by the great dragon sword soul. If he obtained it, his strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. As expected of an offensive Saint Art, its combat power was indeed shocking. Kid, you're just a small mortal. You don't deserve the great dragon sword soul. Only I can unleash the true strength of the great dragon sword soul. The black dragon hierarch snorted, then turned around and left quickly. Looking at the direction he was heading, he should be heading to the demon abyss. This was because he knew that the last time he saw Lin Xian and the dark red dragon was in the demon abyss. This person had entered the demon abyss and yet was able to come out alive. This meant that this person must have grasped some secret that he didn't know about. That was why he was sure that the other party had gone to the devil abyss this time. That was because the devil abyss contained subdivine crystals that could even tempt kings. That's good too. When I kill you all, not only will I obtain the great dragon sword soul, but I will also obtain the subdivinity crystal. This is killing two birds with one stone. Brat, wash your neck and wait for me. The black dragon religious leader laughed nastily and instantly disappeared. On the other side, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the other members of the Lin family entered the Black Earth. When they saw the corpses of the invincible kings and the substandard divine crystals on the ground, they all opened their mouths wide and froze on the spot. Heavens, who are these people? Their auras are too terrifying. Old Master Lin's beard curled up. Yeah. Second Uncle Lin also sighed emotionally. The auras of these people far surpassed that of the Black Dragon Cult Master. It could be said that these were the true peerless experts. However, such a powerful person had actually been killed. This was simply too mystical and strange. Especially Murong Qingqing, who was even more shocked. One had to know that she had seen many kings, but none of them could compare to the corpses of the kings here. Not to mention the Black Dragon Cult Master. Even all the kings of the Sky Martial Continent combined could not compare to that aura. Just who are these people? Are they still kings? Murong Qingqing's heart trembled. They are invincible kings. Lin Xian gave a simple introduction. Then, everyone learned about invincible kings, the 9 realms, and the true spirit world. After that, they were extremely shocked. To be honest, they had never heard of this information before. Old Master Lin and the others had always thought that the Sky South region was the entire world. However, they did not expect that the Sky Martial Continent would appear, and now the true spirit world would appear. That was the real big world, and the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent that they were in were just 2 islands. It had to be said that the impact was too strong. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes blinked. She knew more than Old Master Lin and the others. She knew that there was an even wider world outside the Sky Martial Continent. However, she did not expect that world to be so mysterious and their continent to be so small. Furthermore, the legend of the Great Emperor had shocked her even more. Moreover, when she saw the subdivine crystal on the ground, she was even more shocked. Originally, she thought that after obtaining a subdivine crystal, she would be able to use it when she entered the King realm. However, she did not expect that there would be a ground here. Everyone felt that their heads were about to explode. Although the subdivine crystal is mysterious, it is best not to use it casually if it is not a king crystal, Lin Xian said solemnly. However, he was different from the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was originally a king. This time, it was only recovering its strength. As for Lin Xian, he had absorbed the power of the subdivine crystal and gave it to the great dragon sword spirit. His body did not absorb it. Therefore, it did not affect him from becoming a king. However, others could not use it casually. Fortunately, there were not only subdivine crystals here, there were also other natural treasures. Although there were not many, they were all top-notch. After making arrangements for Old Master Lin and the others, Lin Xian began to think about his next step. The first was martial Dao. Since he already knew the 9 realms, he would continue to walk on the path of martial Dao. His goal was to become a great emperor. The second was to settle the matter of the Tiannan region. As long as he got rid of the Black Dragon sect leader and uprooted the Black Dragon sect, the Tiannan region would regain its peace. However, Lin Xian had already decided that even if he got rid of the Black Dragon sect, he would not immediately bring the Lin family members to the Sky Martial Continent. Because there was still a powerful enemy in the Sky Martial Continent, the Duan family. Therefore, he would wait until he got rid of the Duan family before bringing Old Master Lin and the others to the Sky Martial Continent. At that time, his father would probably come out of seclusion. At that time, his family would be reunited. After that, he would leave the Sky Martial Continent and go to the real Great World. However, he still lacked the energy to activate the Black Earth. This was also one of the things that gave him a headache. Forget it, the most important thing now is to increase my strength and get rid of the Black Dragon sect leader first. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and started to absorb the subdivine crystal again. In his body, the great dragon sword spirit quickly swam around, crazily absorbing the power of the subdivine crystal in order to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this period, the subdivine crystal on the ground decreased rapidly. The dark red divine dragon had a pained expression. Damn brat, it's almost all used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I did not expect the great dragon sword spirit to have so much energy after entering the king realm. Chapter 1429. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the subdivinity crystals again. The great dragon sword soul quickly swam within his body and madly absorbed the energy of the subdivinity crystals to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this time, the subdivinity crystals on the ground rapidly decreased. The dark red dragon had a pained expression. Damn, that damned brat, it's almost all used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to have so much energy after entering the king realm. He-Tu floated in the air and spoke in a deep voice. To be honest, this scene was also beyond He-Tu's expectations. Originally, the Black Earth had enough subdivinity crystals, but after Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's absorption, there wasn't much left. And now, Lin Xian had absorbed a large portion of it, so there wasn't much left. Even so, Lin Xian still didn't wake up. Moreover, there wasn't any king realm aura coming from his body. Forget it, we can't help at all. We can only wait patiently, He-Tu said slowly. Then, everyone waited patiently for the result. After another 10 days, a deep dragon roar finally came from Lin Xian's body. This dragon roar was very majestic, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even the dark red dragon was startled, and the blood in its body quickly boiled. This was too inconceivable. After all, the dark red dragon was a dragon, and a member of the divine dragon clan. The bloodline in its body was extremely high, and there were very few who could rival it. But now, this dragon's roar made it tremble with fear. He-Tu shouted excitedly, "The great dragon sword soul has awakened. It's finally awakened." Only by entering the king realm would the great dragon sword soul be truly awakened. It was too excited because it had once followed a successor of the great dragon sword, so it naturally knew the true power of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul within Lin Xian's body had finally entered the king realm. This caused boundless hope to rise in He-Tu's heart. Fortunately, it had broken through. Otherwise, the remaining subdivinity crystals wouldn't be able to support it for long. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was boundless sword light flickering in his eyes. Wong. A green dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Back off. Everyone, follow me. Seeing this, He Tu shouted loudly. Fortunately, the members of the Lin family were all cultivating elsewhere. Only Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey were in the hall. These people were all experts. When they heard He Tu's call, they immediately retreated. Then, He Tu controlled the remaining half of the sword and waved it in the air, forming a light formation that completely enveloped them. In front of him, Lin Xian's dragon sword shadow started to tremble rapidly. Then, countless green lights surged in and formed a green dragon sword domain. This domain wasn't too big. It only had a radius of 10 feet. However, the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even the dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry. Fuck, it can't be. How can it be so powerful? He Tu shouted excitedly. That's right, Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword domain has finally been formed. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was one of the 5 swords in the world. It was an offensive saint art that could simplify and simulate everything. Its combat power could be said to be incomparably powerful. The first-generation successor of the Dragon Sword became the Great Emperor Shiman. He swept through the 8 barren lands and ruled over 10,000 races. He could be said to be a figure that could crush all ancient times. After him, the second and third generation successors of the Dragon Sword didn't become great emperors. However, they were also sword saints whose names shook the world. According to the ancient records, the successor of the Dragon Sword who had reached the great success stage wasn't a great emperor. However, his combat power was incomparably powerful and could even be compared to a great emperor. This was too terrifying. One had to know that He Tu was an ancient hero. No one in the world could defeat him. He was a true overlord. However, the successor of the Dragon Sword who had reached the great success stage was actually comparable to a great emperor in terms of combat power. This was shocking news. This kind of combat power was heaven-defying. No wonder the Great Dragon Sword was called an offensive saint art. And now, Lin Xian was this generation's successor of the Dragon Sword. Moreover, he had already awakened the Great Dragon Sword to the King Realm. In front of him, Lin Xian also slowly stood up. He looked at the Dragon Sword domain around him and smiled. This is the King domain? How magical! How powerful! With a thought, the domain around him quickly revolved. Countless green sword shadows flew out and instantly turned into a green dragon that circled around him. With a light wave of his hand, the azure dragon trembled and turned into a huge phoenix, born from the flames. The phoenix flew high and then turned into a white tiger. It pounced and swooped down. Finally, it turned into a black tortoise that suppressed the surroundings. These weren't real ancient divine beasts. They were all evolved from the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which was the current Dragon Sword domain. Every one of them had to be lifelike as if they were real. Their power was even more powerful. This kind of method was heaven-defying. Not only that, Lin Xian used the Dragon Sword domain to evolve all kinds of things. The attack power of each of them was extremely powerful. It could be said that Lin Xian was now like a god of war. His sharpness was unstoppable. With a thought, Lin Xian recalled the Dragon Sword domain. Then, the Great Dragon Sword Soul also turned into a ray of light and entered his body. Middle Stage Venerable Realm. Lin Xian took a look and found that his cultivation had also risen by a small realm. He had reached the mid-stage Venerable Realm. He was very satisfied with this result. At least now, he could fight against a 1-star king. As for a 2-star king, he didn't know, because he knew very well that after reaching the king realm, the gap between each realm was even greater. Compared to the Venerable Realm, the gap was more than 10 times or 100 times greater. It was impossible for an ordinary king realm cultivator to challenge someone of a higher realm. However, Lin Xian wasn't necessarily so. The Great Dragon Sword Soul's attack power was too powerful. It made everyone tremble. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw the Dragon Sword domain, the Dark Red Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others quickly rushed over. Kid, you finally succeeded. The Dark Red Dragon shouted excitedly. Morong Qingqing asked, Lin Xian, are you a King Realm cultivator now? I can't be considered a King Realm cultivator. I just have a King Realm domain. Lin Xian explained, my current cultivation is still at the mid-stage Venerable Realm. However, my battle prowess has reached the 1-star King Realm. Hearing this, the corners of Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan's mouths twitched. Such a powerful Venerable Realm cultivator, Lin Xian was probably the first one in history. He too checked and found that there were only 108 subdivine crystals left. Lin Xian didn't use these subdivine crystals. Instead, he carefully sealed them and left them for Murong Qingcheng and the Lin family to use in the future. Now, it's time to deal with the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with coldness. Are we going to beat up that Black Dragon? Count me in. The Dark Red Dragon was very excited. Chapter 1430. All right, let's go together. Lin Xian nodded, then left the Black Earth with the Dark Red Dragon. This time, it was only the two of them, and they didn't bring anyone else. After all, the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king, and this was a battle between kings. It would be very dangerous for anyone below the king level to go. Murong Qingcheng naturally knew this, so she nodded obediently and stayed on the Black Earth to cultivate. Her main goal now was to enter the king level as soon as possible so that she could catch up to Lin Xian. To be honest, Murong Qingcheng's talent was extraordinary, especially her bloodline power. Even He Tu was shocked for a long time when he saw it. In fact, when He Tu saw Murong Qingcheng for the first time, he even screamed. There probably weren't many people with such pure phoenix bloodline in the entire true spirit world. He Tu had been following the 4th-generation successor of the Dragon Sword, so his experience was very unique. Although he didn't have the Phoenix bloodline cultivation method, with his experience, he could give Murong Qingcheng some very good suggestions. Therefore, in the past half-year, Murong Qingcheng's cultivation and strength had increased rapidly. It could be said that she was making rapid progress. In addition, Luo Bingshan and the people of the Lin clan had also improved greatly. Compared to half a year ago, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Above the Devil Abyss, a black figure sat cross-legged. He emitted a powerful aura. He was the Black Dragon sect's leader. This time, the Black Dragon sect's leader was exceptionally patient. Even after waiting for half a year, he still didn't leave. Because the Great Sword Soul was too tempting. It was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world, and no one wouldn't be tempted. Inside the Devil Abyss, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon had also left the Black Earth and were flying towards the outside world. That guy was outside. As soon as they left the Black Earth, the Dark Red Dragon sensed a powerful aura above. This aura was extremely powerful, and even Lin Xian should have sensed it. He knew that in the entire southern heaven region, only the Black Dragon sect's leader could emit such an aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew towards the sky. Soon, they arrived at the top of the sky. The Black Dragon religious leader suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying rays of light appeared in his eyes. You're finally out. He was really too excited because he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to show up. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. If he could capture the other party, then the Great Dragon Sword Spirit would be his. Obediently hand over the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and I can spare your life. The Black Dragon sect leader's voice was cold. You want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? What wishful thinking. Today, I'm here to deal with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. Deal with me? Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon sect's leader seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed coldly in disdain. Brat, you're just a puny venerable one. To think that you dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you know what level I am at? I'm a king, the incomparably powerful king of the heavens and the earth. How dare you say you want to kill me? What a joke. Ignorant. The Black Dragon sect's leader sneered in disdain. What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just a 1-star king? If I could send you flying back then, I can still beat you up now. The Dark Red Dragon snorted coldly. You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? You're courting death. What did you say?" Hearing this, the black dragon sect's leader's face darkened. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Countless black flames jumped on his body, distorting the surrounding void. "It's you. You're that dragon." When the black dragon sect's leader saw the dark red dragon, his pupils constricted, and his expression became extremely ugly. Previously, he was sent flying by the dark red dragon's slap. Now that he thought about it, the anger in his heart burned even more. However, when he sensed the other party's cultivation, he immediately laughed maniacally. "One-star king. You're also just a one-star prince. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. If I catch you and eat your dragon essence and dragon blood, then I'll evolve into a real dragon. Even the heavens are helping me. Not only did they send me the great dragon sword soul, but they also sent me a divine dragon. From now on, I am a true member of the divine dragon clan." The black dragon sect's leader was too excited. He looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon as though he was looking at the most precious treasure. His eyes emitted a terrifying light. You're courting death. Let me deal with it." The dark red dragon snorted coldly and instantly charged out. Like a blood-colored longsword, it quickly streaked across the void and attacked the black dragon sect's leader. Go to hell." The black dragon sect's leader roared into the sky. Instantly, countless black dragon flames surged rapidly on his body, forming two huge palms that slapped forward. Not only that, but within 100 feet of him, countless seas of fire formed, emitting a terrifying aura. King's domain. This was the black dragon sect's leader's domain, the black flame domain. The black flame domain emitted a blazing black light, dyeing the entire void into boundless darkness. If other martial artists were here, they would definitely be so frightened that they would kneel on the ground and tremble nonstop. The aura emitted by the black flame domain was too terrifying. No one below the king realm could withstand it. Two huge black flame palms glided in the air. Countless black lightning bolts surged rapidly in the palms like huge black dragons. These black lightning bolts and the two huge black palms rapidly blasted towards the dark red dragon as though they were going to smash it into pieces. The dark red dragon snorted coldly and let out a shocking dragon roar. Instantly, a red light soared around him. These rays of light enveloped his body, making him look like a bolt of red lightning. He was extremely sharp. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of black lightning bolts descended and blasted the red light, emitting deafening thunder sounds. However, none of the black lightning bolts could break through the red light. In other words, these black lightning bolts did not harm the dark red dragon at all. In an instant, the dark red dragon arrived beside the black dragon sect's leader. Boom! A red dragon claw stretched out. It was extremely sharp and instantly shattered the two huge black palms. Moreover, it charged towards the black dragon sect's leader in an even more violent manner. "You're courting death." The black dragon sect's leader was enraged. He had never been threatened like this before. His body glowed with a sharp black light. Countless black flames danced. Combined with the black flame domain, an extremely terrifying power erupted. Black dragon soaring sky. With a cold shout, the countless black flames in the black flame domain immediately condensed into a huge black wave, quickly surging towards the dark red divine dragon. Chapter 1431. Boom. In the next moment, the two of them collided with a terrifying sound. A flood dragon and a dragon started fighting. Damn it! Impossible! How can you be so strong? Not long after, the black dragon patriarch roared furiously, because he realized that his black flame domain was being suppressed. His opponent was like a red sword that was constantly attacking him, making it impossible for him to use his full strength. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that his opponent was just a one-star king like him. However, the strength it displayed was much stronger than his. It could be said that he was being completely beaten up. You're just a flood dragon that has just entered the king realm. How can you use your full strength? You're the ant before me. Watch how I beat you up. The dark red dragon snorted in disdain and then quickly waved its claws. One fierce attack after another slammed into the black flame domain, causing it to be pushed back and shake violently. Damn it! Die for me! The black dragon patriarch roared furiously and used all his strength to counterattack, but he was still being suppressed. This caused him to hold back a ball of anger in his heart. It seemed that his opponent was indeed stronger than him. It would probably be very difficult for him to achieve his wish of absorbing dragon essence and dragon blood. However, in the next moment, he looked behind him and saw Lin Xian standing there. The black dragon patriarch laughed wildly in his heart. Yes, this dark red dragon was powerful, but that kid was only a human, and he was only at the Exalt realm. That kind of cultivation was like an ant before him. Up until now, the dark red dragon had not used the power of the great dragon sword soul. This meant that it was very likely that the great dragon sword soul was with that kid. Thinking of this, the black dragon patriarch's heart thumped wildly. The black dragon patriarch resisted the dark red dragon's attacks while looking at Lin Xian in the distance with a savage smile. Soon, he had a plan in his heart. He would give up on the dragon essence and dragon blood in the dark red dragon and only take the great dragon sword soul. Black flame domain, netherworld transformation. The black dragon patriarch roared furiously, and the surrounding black flame domain started to churn. Countless terrifying auras dyed the entire sky black. Countless black dragon shadows rushed out and instantly enveloped the dark red divine dragon. Within the black flame domain, the black dragon religious leader sneered, after which his figure flashed as he quickly retreated and charged towards Lin Xian. His plan was very simple. He only needed to use the black flame domain to trap the dark red divine dragon for a period of time while he himself charged towards Lin Xian. One move. He only needed one move to capture Lin Xian. At that time, he would immediately retreat and fly far away. He would only come out after he had grasped the great dragon sword soul. At that time, no one in the world would be his match. This idea was indeed very simple, and that was what he did. Therefore, when the black flame domain erupted and enveloped the dark red divine dragon, the black dragon religious leader took the initiative. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Die, brat! In the blink of an eye, the black dragon hierarch arrived in front of Lin Xian. His terrifying palm was like a dragon claw that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian's head, wanting to crush it. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Then, the sword chi on his body surged and condensed into a huge shield of sword light in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black dragon religious leader's palm ruthlessly slammed on the shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, a green sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's right hand. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It was very mighty and emitted a terrifying aura. The moment the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the black dragon religious leader's expression changed. This aura? Impossible. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made him feel a sense of trepidation. This was the instinct of a martial artist to be able to predict danger. Therefore, the black dragon religious leader did not hesitate and quickly retreated. He did not know what was going on with this brat in front of him. Why was he emitting such a dangerous aura? However, he knew that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be in danger. You want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? In the next moment, the terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly slashed out. As a king, the black dragon religious leader's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had retreated far away. However, the power of this sword strike was too great. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through space and chased after the black dragon religious leader as if it wanted to cut him in half. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded in the sky. The terrifying sword chi slashed down, bringing with it endless waves of air. It was as if the entire sky was cut in half. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped the black dragon religious leader. Ah! The black dragon religious leader let out a shrill scream. Then, a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Impossible. This is simply impossible. You're just a puny venerable one. How could you possibly hurt me? The black dragon religious leader's hair was disheveled as he roared madly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as if he had gone mad. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Because this had already exceeded his understanding. After all, as a king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Only King Realm experts could harm him. Venerable ones below the King Realm could not hurt him at all. In fact, they could not even break through his defense. However, a puny venerable one in front of him had actually injured him. This was simply too unbelievable. No, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. The Great Dragon Sword Soul. This is the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Black Dragon religious leader understood. His eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand with a sinister smile on his face. Good, good, good. As expected of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It can actually allow a venerable one kid to possess such powerful strength. If I get it, I'll definitely be able to dominate the world. The Black Dragon religious leader revealed a sinister smile. He yearned to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul because its power was too powerful. However, right at this moment, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. He waved his dragon claw and broke through the black flame domain. Little Flood Dragon, you want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Go play somewhere else. Kid, this Flood Dragon is too boring. I'll give it to you. The dark red dragon retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. He knew Lin Xian's strength, so he wasn't worried. Don't be so arrogant. You just have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Humph, with your cultivation, you can't unleash the true strength of the Great Dragon Sword Soul at all. Next, I'll let you know the true strength of a King Realm expert. The Black Dragon religious leader snorted coldly. Since the dark red dragon wasn't going to make a move, things would be easier. He just had to use the black flame domain to kill the young man in front of him and seize the Great Dragon Sword Soul. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the black flame domain returned to his side. It flickered with a pitch-black light. Chapter 1432. The Black Dragon religious leader shouted coldly as his body turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside him, the black flame domain burned fiercely, carrying an extremely terrifying energy. No one below the King Realm could resist this kind of energy. Just as the black flame domain was about to envelop Lin Xian finally moved. His expression was cold as he waved his hand. Instantly, a dragon-shaped sword shadow dodged, forming an incomparable sword light. Then, a green dragon sword domain quickly formed. Boom! The two domains collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Cracks formed in the surrounding space. King domain? This is impossible. The Black Dragon religious leader was forced back, his expression extremely shocked. He looked at the dragon sword domain in front of him and exclaimed. There was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to believe that his opponent also had a king domain. One had to know that a king domain was an ability unique to kings. It was impossible for anyone below the King Realm to have it. But now, a ninth heaven venerable had actually unleashed a king's domain. This was really hard for him to believe. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't dare to believe it. Illusion, damn it. This must be an illusion. The Black Dragon religious leader roared crazily. With the black flame domain, his entire body was like a monstrous god fiend, emitting a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and a black spear appeared in the black flame domain. He held it in his hand. I don't believe that you can condense a king domain. All of this is fake. Don't try to lie to me. Now, go to hell. The Black Dragon religious leader held the spear in his hand, and a terrifying power shook heaven and earth. A black spear shadow rushed forward like a huge dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. It directly pierced through the void. Today, I will let you experience the true power of the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian held the dragon sword soul in his hand, and the dragon sword domain surrounded his body. His entire body was like a sword saint, incomparably sharp. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light spread out in all directions, and a loud dragon roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The black dragon religious leader's expression finally changed when the sword light rushed over. Only now did he know how terrifying the dragon sword soul was. Although Lin Xian was only a ninth heaven venerate, the might of this sword strike was really too terrifying. The power contained within it made the black dragon religious leader feel the threat of death. It did not seem to be a sword light, but an incomparably terrifying huge dragon. The violent energy it carried suppressed the black dragon religious leader to the point that he could not move. How is that possible? This is impossible. The black dragon religious leader's body trembled slightly. He actually couldn't control this kind of terror. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fear. Yes, that's right. It's the feeling of fear. How many years had it been since he felt this way? But today, he felt it again in the hands of a 20-year-old youth. No, I don't believe it. The black dragon religious leader roared crazily. Before the sword light descended, his body was finally able to move. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly activated his black flame domain and formed 3 terrifying black palms that slapped towards the sky. As for himself, he quickly retreated. Boundless heat waves surged as the 3 terrifying black palms slapped towards the sky, colliding with the dragon-shaped sword light in the sky. This was the black dragon religious leader's all-out attack. It contained terrifying energy as it ruthlessly slapped the sky. Instantly, black holes appeared one after another. However, such terrifying energy was unable to shake the dragon-shaped sword light. The sword light flickered, and the terrifying sword light instantly sliced apart the 3 black palms. Although the light on them dimmed a little, they still carried boundless energy as they continued to attack the black dragon religious leader. Damn it! How is that possible? The black dragon religious leader's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. At this moment, he finally experienced the taste of fear. This feeling made his entire body tremble, and even his black robes were drenched. Demon Dragon Spear of Annihilation. Facing the incoming dragon-shaped sword light, he roared again. Instantly, a black demonic spear flew out of his black flame domain. This long spear was pitch black and emitted terrifying demonic energy that spread for 3,000 miles. On the surface of the spear, there were black runes that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of death. The black dragon religious leader held the long spear in his hand and quickly swept it out. A terrifying spear light that carried the aura of death surged towards the sky. Not only that, his left hand pulled out a long black saber from his black flame domain. The long black saber was 90 feet long and completely black. It was like a demonic saber that emitted a cold aura. Infernal demonic saber. Destroy. He slashed out 32 times in a row, and the terrifying black saber light covered the entire sky. The black dragon religious leader's face turned pale. These 32 attacks contained all of his energy, and he even felt exhausted. The sky exploded as though it was the end of the world. A huge black vortex appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They could feel a heart-palpitating energy exploding from the sky. It was like a giant beast in the abyss that wanted to devour the entire world. In fact, the entire Xia country was trembling violently. This was the black dragon religious leader's all-out attack, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it exploded in the sky. Otherwise, if it hit the ground, the entire Xia country would probably be reduced to ashes. However, the black dragon religious leader didn't relax. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes. Because such a terrifying attack had only destroyed the dragon-shaped sword chi in the sky. As for Lin Xian, who was far away, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What? How is this possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. The black dragon religious leader roared madly with an extremely unsightly expression. At this moment, he no longer had his superior attitude. Instead, he was roaring madly like a madman. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely unsightly again. He noticed that the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand was shining with an extremely bright light again. Another dragon-shaped sword chi was circling around the sword. As the leader of a religious sect, the Black Dragon religious leader had already reached the king realm. He could be said to be a peerless expert. There was no one in the southern heaven region who could subdue him. But now, his opponent, a young man in his 20s, made him feel extremely threatened. In particular, the sword in his opponent's hand caused him to be extremely shocked. If his opponent's sword chi could be slashed out without restraint, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. After all, he had used all his strength to barely block the sword chi from before. But now, he was about to face the second attack. Damn it, impossible. How can this kid be so powerful? The Black Dragon religious leader shook his head madly in disbelief. It was even to the extent that his martial heart was shaken. No, I can't let him use the second attack. The Black Dragon religious leader's face was gloomy. He decided to strike first. In the next moment, he held a black demonic spear and charged forward quickly with the black flame domain. Chapter 1433. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two domains collided and emitted a resplendent light. Kid, go to hell. This time, the Black Dragon hierarch went all out. His black robe fluttered and black scales grew on his limbs and body. He turned into a black dragon. His body grew from 3 meters to 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a tyrannosaurus that was filled with power. He took a step forward and countless black holes appeared in the sky. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand emitted a resplendent light as he shouted coldly, "Let's end this." In the next moment, a blazing sword gleam surged out and covered the entire sky. The void turned green and there were dragon shadows and sword gleams everywhere. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a dragon-shaped sword diagram that emitted terrifying energy. Boom! With a slash of the sword, a huge dragon-shaped sword chi surged out rapidly and flew toward the Black Dragon hierarch. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. In the next moment, the resplendent sword gleam enveloped the Black Dragon hierarch. Ah! A miserable cry rang out as the Black Dragon hierarch let out a miserable cry. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi shone even more brightly. Streaks of green sword gleams soared into the sky, followed by a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon roar was so clear that all the warriors in Xia country could hear it. At this moment, all the warriors in Xia country raised their heads and looked at the sky with a horrified expression. This was because the sky was filled with countless sword chi. There was an extremely huge dragon shadow circling above, crushing the entire void into countless pieces. After a long time, the green sword shadows that filled the sky gradually disappeared, and the pungent smell of blood came from the sky. Above the demon abyss battlefield, the Black Dragon hierarch was sent flying over 10,000 meters and floated in the sky. His black robe was torn, and there was a huge crack on his body. His internal organs and bones were all exposed. There were sword marks all over his body. It could be said that there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Only his head was still intact. However, he looked extremely ferocious at this moment. Impossible, I don't believe it. You can't be so strong. The Black Dragon hierarch was horrified. That sword had almost taken his life. That sword strike from before was simply too terrifying. It almost split the Black Dragon religious leader in half. Even now, there were countless green sword chi circling around the wound, madly destroying his body. At this moment, he finally felt fear. He knew that even though the young man before him was only a 9th-level venerate, his battle prowess still surpassed his own. Now, how could he still dare to snatch the great dragon sword soul? He only wanted to escape, otherwise, he would definitely be killed here. But now, the path was still sealed. In front of him was Lin Xian, and behind him was the dark red divine dragon. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to escape, let alone now that he was heavily injured. In this moment of despair, he suddenly thought of a way. He remembered that there was still a king monster at the bottom of the demon abyss. If he called that guy out and worked together with him, he might be able to escape with his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the black dragon religious leader shouted crazily, "The guy down there, stop hiding. These two obviously won't let you go. When I die, they will definitely make a move on you." That voice turned into a tangible wave that spread to the bottom of the tide. Sure enough, in the next moment, a low roar suddenly came from below. Then, 9 red arms that were 3,000 meters long quickly stretched out from below. They were like red pillars that connected heaven and earth. "It's finally out." Seeing this scene, the black dragon religious leader heaved a sigh of relief. Great. As long as the other king monster attacked, he would definitely have a chance to survive. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he looked down. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also looked down with interest. In the demon abyss below, there were clouds and mist surrounding it, and behind the clouds, there was a huge black shadow. The black shadow walked over quickly and then appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this king-level monster, Lin Xian was astonished. He knew that there was a monster below, and he also knew that the monster had reached the king level. However, he did not expect that the other party was a fox, and a 9-tailed fox at that. The 9 arms that were 3,000 meters long were actually the 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was fiery red, and its body was like a small mountain. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there were 9 tails behind him. At that moment, they had transformed into 9 terrifying arms. As soon as the 9-tailed fox appeared, it immediately brought with it a monstrous, murderous aura that dyed the entire sky red. "It's a fox." Lin Xian was surprised. I didn't expect it to be a 9-tailed fox. Looks like it must have eaten a subdivinity crystal to grow to the king level." The dark red divine dragon also narrowed its eyes and looked curiously. Suddenly, the 9-tailed fox let out a low roar with a trace of uneasiness in its expression. For some reason, the 2-meter-long red snake in front of it, which was like an ant in its eyes, was emitting a terrifying aura. Even the aura made it feel a sense of fear. "Damn worm, hand over the subdivinity crystal, and I'll spare your life." The huge 9-tailed fox spoke in human language with a cold voice. Boom! The dark red divine dragon quickly attacked. Its huge dragon claw turned into a red fist and quickly blasted toward the 9-tailed fox. In the next moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook as the 9-tailed fox's huge body was smashed away. Boom! A mountain peak in the distance was smashed into pieces. "Who are you calling a worm? If you spout nonsense again, I'll knock out all your teeth." The dark red divine dragon snorted. Roar! In the distance, the 9-tailed fox got up and quickly rushed over. Its huge eyes stared fiercely at the dark red divine dragon, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Angry, it was too angry. As a king-level monster beast, it looked down on everything and had never suffered such humiliation. But now, it was sent flying by a red snake in front of it. It was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. But soon, it was terrified again. The opponent's power was too terrifying. It was so fast that it was sent flying before it could even see clearly. It knew that the opponent was not weak and was also a king-level monster beast. At the side, the black dragon hierarch stopped his wound with difficulty and said in a low voice, "Stupid fox, don't hesitate. Attack with me and fight against them together. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have a hard time either." "Himph, cunning fellow, aren't you just trying to use my power to escape? You make it sound so righteous." The 9-tailed fox snorted. It seemed that it was not a fool. Lin Xian said coldly, "Since it's out, let's get rid of it together." He had long planned to get rid of the monster beast because if he allowed the 9-tailed fox to live, it would definitely be a huge disaster after they left. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.